the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating and Air Conditioning Engineers, ISHRAE, stand tall in the Indian industry with over 10,000 professionals as members and almost an equal number of student members. Founded in 1981 and headquartered in Delhi, we operate from chapters and sub-chapters spread all over India, bringing our entire industry together. Individuals become members of our society according to their professional and academic standings. Our roadmap of the future looks very bright, with thousands of new members joining this technical society every year and bringing in a fresh outlook to our industry intelligence. ISHRAE disseminates knowledge through its technical committees, which consists of some of the best minds of our industry. It publishes technical books, newsletters, and a prestigious journal, distributing the wealth of knowledge to all its members. Working with government departments, ISHRAE helps formalize industry codes and standards. ISHRAE promotes research by offering financial support to student members to carry out groundbreaking work in technology, systems and processes. Our educational wing, ISHRAE Institute of Excellence, organizes training programs and workshops to help members enhance their skill sets. Our specially designed certification programs under ICP, that is, ISHRAE Certified Professional, empower professionals to always be in step with the prevailing technology. Specially designed courses for technicians are offered to meet the ever-increasing demand for a skilled workforce. ISHRAE organizes exhibitions, conferences, panel discussions and product presentations throughout the country. We organize the industry's largest international exposition in South Asia, ACRECONF India, to showcase the cutting-edge technology, innovation and provide a platform for closer interactions amongst the decision makers in the industry. Our chapters organize several other popular events like ACRECONF in Delhi, RACON in Kolkata, Symposia in Mumbai, TechFest in Goa, and many more. We are committed to provide training and career guidance to our student members through seminars, lectures, quiz contests and site visits. AQuest, a prestigious quiz competition organized by ISHRAE to catalyze the transformation of the budding engineering professionals. ISHRAE provides a platform to potential employers to select student members for careers in HVAC and our industry at the ISHRAE Job Junction. Young minds are made aware of the need for saving power, clean air and sustainability. The K-12 initiative of ISHRAE focuses attention on school students' development to inculcate a scientific fervor and help develop them into responsible citizens. Speedy information is imperative to keep moving forward in this hyper-connected digital age. Searcher, a specifically designed search engine, is now available, which allows access to a well-catalogued database on HVACR and building services industry with just a few clicks. ISHRAE cooperates with various national and international bodies, industry, governments, academia, think tanks to promote the concept of sustainability, environmental protection and energy efficiency and conservation, to enter and explore the universe of the Indian HVACR industry. Log on to ISHRAE.in that unfolds a panorama of information Let us engineer a sustainable future together through ISHRAE.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Now also, I'll request the safety personnel from the hotel to give us a brief about the conduct during this conference. Thank you.
नमस्कार आप सभी को। मेरा नाम राकेश कुमार, फायर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर। मैं यहाँ पे फायर एंड सेफ्टी देख रहा हूँ। आप कहीं भी कभी भी किसी भी टाइप कहीं किसी नए प्लेस में या फिर कहीं गैदरिंग होते इकट्ठे होते हैं तो हमें सबसे पहले हमारा ध्यान ये जाना चाहिए कि भाई हमें यहाँ इकट्ठा हुआ है तो कोई इमरजेंसी होगी तो हमें कहाँ भागना है, किस साइड से हमें बाहर निकलना है। कहीं भी जाते हैं आप, ये हमारी सोच होनी से सबसे पहले कि भी हमें कभी भी कोई इमरजेंसी हो तो कहाँ निकलना है। उसके बाद मैं बताना चाहूंगा आप लोगों को कि हमारे जो एग्जिट रूट्स हैं इन पे ग्लो लाइट्स है। कहीं पावर चली गई, लाइट चली गई, आपको अंधेरा हो गया तो भी आपको ये रूट का पता चलेगा जो एग्जिट रूट्स हैं। हमारे राइट साइड में 2 एग्जिट रूट्स हैं और लेफ्ट साइड में 1 एग्जिट रूट है। जो ये एग्जिट रूट होगा ये हमारा असेंबली पॉइंट में निकलेगा जहाँ पे आप पहुंच के बिल्कुल सेफ रहेंगे। उसके बाद हमारा ये पूरा फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम ऑपरेशनल है एनी टाइम। कभी भी भगवान ना करे कि ऐसा कभी इंसिडेंट हो, लेकिन मैं बताना चाहूंगा हमारा पूरा सिस्टम ऑटोमेटिकली ऑपरेशन में है। एट ए टाइम हमारी फायर फाइटिंग टीम है, हमारे जो सिस्टम है वो ऑपरेशन में रहता है। उसके बाद जो भी हम यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए हैं, कोई भी फंक्शन होता है, कभी भी होता है, किसी भी टाइम, तो उस चीज का हमें एक पता होना चाहिए कि भाई हमारे पास आसपास में कोई ऐसी चीज है जिससे हमें कोई खतरा हो तो उससे बचा जा सके। हमारे यहाँ पे जो ये हॉल है उसके अंदर फायर फाइटिंग सिस्टम एक मैनुअली है और एक ऑटोमेटिकली है। मैनुअली है जो हमारा फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर है, देखा होगा बहुत सारे लोगों ने। फायर सिलेंडर होता है जो कई सारे लोगों ने कंपनी में काम किया है, वहां पे फायर ड्रिल होती रहती हैं। वो चीजें हमें बड़ी ध्यान से देखनी चाहिए। हमारी राइट साइड में और लेफ्ट साइड में दोनों साइड में फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर है। कोई भी मेजर फायर होने से पहले हम छोटी मोटी फायर को उसके साथ कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। उसके बाद एक जैसे भी हम यहाँ से निकलते हैं, कोई इमरजेंसी होती है, बाहर निकलने की कोशिश करते हैं, हमें एक अनाउंसमेंट होनी चाहिए कि भाई कोई हमारी फायर फाइटिंग टीम है या कोई अदर पर्सन है वो हमारी हेल्प कर सके कि यहाँ पे इमरजेंसी आ गई है कि हमें हमारी हेल्प चाहिए हमें। तो हमें एक मैनुअल कॉल पॉइंट रेड कलर की इतनी सी डिब्बी होती है, उसको हम पुल करेंगे तो पूरी बिल्डिंग में हमारा अनाउंसमेंट स्टार्ट हो जाएगा कि ये इमरजेंसी आ गई है, आप इस बिल्डिंग को खाली करें, इवैक्यूएट करें जल्दी से जल्दी। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Looking at the present scenario, it is really important that we make all the arrangements for safety intact. Without much ado, I would like to welcome the conference convener for today and the person who's put a lot of efforts to bring this conference into picture. I would like to invite Mr. Priyank Garg. He's the president-elect, upcoming president-elect for Delhi chapter of ISHRAE. So.
Thank you, Priyanka ma'am, and my very warm welcome to all of you. It's been 2 years or more since we got together. I think we're still stuck in Zoom time. We can see the audio moving ahead of the video right here in the national anthem itself. Abhi systems are still catching up with the pandemic that we have gone through. But it's such a pleasure to see all of you here. My warm thanks for coming up early in the morning in Delhi. It's great to see faces, great to see people, meet them, shake hands, and invite you to ACRECONF 2022. Our conference theme is carbon neutrality, mission possible. A lot has changed since the time when we used to do ACREX 2020. The country has made a pledge. Our Prime Minister has set us on a path to become carbon neutral by 2070. And we have no choice. I mean, today, you can see the North Pole and the South Pole at the same time experiencing 38 degrees Celsius above normal temperatures, heat waves across both ends of the planet. That is not something that can be taken lightly, and we are not taking it lightly. And that's why you're all here, and I really appreciate your joining us. There's a big team that has worked on setting up this conference. They've worked hard to bring you all this event. And I would like to take their names quickly. We have the conference chair, Mr. Ashish Rakheja. We have Abid Hussain Sab, who's a co-chair. Myself, I'm the convener for the conference. Sandeep Goyalji, he's the co-convener. KD Singh sir, who's the president of DCI, is also the partnership chair, along with Mr. Siddiqui. Gaurav Vasudev is handling the event capabilities around here, very ably supported by Mr. Ashish Gupta, our current president-elect, upcoming president, as well as the marketing chair. Mr. Paresh Mishra, marketing co-chair. Kanagraj, ASHRAE India chapter president-elect, who is also the technical chair for the conference. Mr. Rajesh Jain, who's delegate chair. Dr. Varun Jain, treasurer for DCI, as well as treasurer for the conference. He's the money man. Mr. Pradeep Gudwa, who are hospitality chair, as well as regional director for ASHRAE North. And Mr. Amit Kaushik, hospitality co-chair. Thanks to all of these people, it is that we are able to put this together. It feels all coming together now. I think we're on a roll. And I would specifically like to thank Ashish Gupta for being the pillar on the team to get this done. Everybody has contributed, but some contributions are exceptional. But of course, the whole conference was not possible without our partners. We have gone to them for sponsorship after 2 years for an offline event. And they really supported us. They allowed us to put this together. They came out and said, yes, let's do something offline. Let's meet people, but let's do it in a way that is more effective. And hopefully we'll do it that way for them. I'll start with thanking our title partner, Kirloskar. The conference is after all called Kirloskar Presents ACRECONF 22. We have our sustainability partner, Danfoss, our networking dinner partner, Willow, Blue partner, Grundfos, innovation partner, LG, technology partner, Daikin, our lunch partner, Paramount Polytreat, and our green partners, Systemair, Emerson, and Xylem. And as DCI president-elect to be installed tonight, I guess, I also want to thank our annual partners for the chapters, ALP Aeroflex, Briar, DRI, Syschem, Standard Refrigeration, and Advanced Valves, along with our marketing sponsor, AEPL. You know, this is what it takes to bring a conference together. It feels like I've forgotten how to do this. It feels everything is helter-skelter, but hopefully you'll have two good productive days. From our team perspective, your time is among the most valuable resources, and what you have given us is what we need to make good use of. So we hope that we have a productive experience. You learn a lot, you share a lot, you meet a lot of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Priyankar, for setting up the stage for this conference. And yes, it's been quite a while that we have been together and attended any conference of this format in physicality. Thank you. We are blessed to have a very renowned, distinguished expert in economics and finance with us as the chief guest. First, can I request Mr. Ajit Pai. Mr. Ajit Pai is a distinguished expert from Niti Aayog. He heads the economics and finance and oversees public disinvestment. He's also consultant to the vice chairperson of Niti Aayog, is the nodal officer for the Ministry of Finance, its subsidiary departments, and the Department of Public Enterprises, and handles matters related to the World Bank, IFC, IMF, ADB, G20, to name a few. Prior to this, he had a career in the private sector, including working internationally at firms like McKinsey, Lazard, Thomas Wiesel Partners, the latter two as managing director. He has been awarded over 6 years a record 5 Starmine Awards in the Forbes Financial Times World's Best Analyst Survey for forecast accuracy. We are blessed to have you, sir, and it is our privilege to welcome you to this conference on in ACRECONF 2022. May I request Mr. Pai to please join us on stage, and we'll have the lamp lighting. For the lamp lighting, I request Mr. Amitabh Sur. Mr. Pai, Mr. Amitabh Sur is the ASHRAE National President. Mr. K.D. Singh, the DCI President. Mr. Sandeep Goyal, the co-convener for this conference. Dr. Varun Jain, treasurer for DCI and this conference. I would really appreciate if we can have some applause to encourage us. Thank you. Mr. Anup Balani, Mr. Anup Balani, VP North, Mr. Pradeep Dua, RD North, Mr. Benjamin Samuel, GM and Business Head, Kirloskar Brothers, Mr. Priyank Garg, the conference convener, Mr. Ashish Gupta, the upcoming President, DCI, Mr. Ashish Tiwari, IFS Secretary, Environment and Forestry, Government of UP. A huge round of applause, and we'll expect the lamp lighting to be done. I'll also request Mr. Chandrasekhar, upcoming President, ISHRAE, to please join us for the lamp lighting session.
गान चतुराय गान प्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने गानोत्सुकाय गानमत्ताय गानोत्सुकमनसे गुरुपूजिताय गुरुदैवताय गुरुकुलस्थायिने गुरुविक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुणगुरवे गुरुदैत्यगलक्षेत्रे गुरुदैव सदाराध्याय गुरुपुत्र परित्रात्रे गुरुपाखण्ड खण्डकाय गीतसाराय गीततत्त्वाय गीतगोत्राय धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमत्ताय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि गजेशानाय बालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Thank you to all the dignitaries for coming up and invocating Lordess Saraswati for this occasion. Taking this event forward, as this event is based on the theme of carbon neutrality, I'm reminded of a saying by Rupert Murdoch: we could make a difference just by holding our emissions steady as our businesses continue to grow. But that doesn't seem to be enough. We want to go all the way to zero. So keeping this in mind, I would request Mr. K.D. Singh, President, Delhi chapter of ISHRAE, to please come up on stage to address our audience. Mr. Singh doesn't need any kind of introduction. He's a leader who's the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Mr. Singh is a managing director, ACRECONF Engineering Private Limited. He has a vast experience of 27 years in HVAC systems. He's a HVAC professional par excellence and has been trained in commissioning for last 20 years. He's also an expert in design and installation of HVAC systems. Rest, I would want to hear from Sir itself. A huge round of applause for Mr. K.D. Singh.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. And I think one of the gems of our CWC, Dr. Priyanka Kulshetra. So thank you very much for that generous introduction. We are very privileged and honored to have you as a part of our DCI team, as a part of ISHRAE as well. So Honorable Chief Guest, Sir, Mr. Ajit Pai, the head of economics for the Niti Aayog, is also the chairman of the Urban Arts Commission. Mr. Amitabh Sur, our national president, ISHRAE. Mr. Chandrasekhar, our national president-elect. The national BOG team who has assembled here for the oath-taking ceremony that is the transition from this year to the next society year. The members of ISHRAE and ASHRAE, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you. Being carbon neutral is no longer a fashion statement, but it is the need of the hour, with a number of corporates and governments making commitments towards the goal of carbon neutrality by the year 2050. We already had Priyank who told us, and he already explained to us, that India's commitment to reach this carbon neutrality goal is 2070. Reducing carbon emissions is a cornerstone of any sustainability strategy, but establishing and setting a target is not the only step in the process. There's a lot more to be done. And achieving net zero emissions requires not only investment, it requires innovation, it requires commitment. And that is how we are all here to kickstart a thought process, in the entire carbon neutrality endeavor. For most economies, the largest two consuming assets are the commercial buildings and the fleet vehicles. Today, buildings and construction account for 36% of the global energy consumption and 38% of the total direct and indirect carbon emissions. Is this not huge? Is this not an opportunity for people like us sitting in this banquet hall today or in this auditorium today, that we have a huge opportunity on our hands, a huge task on our hands? And as responsible engineers, I think we owe the society a contribution towards reaching this goal of carbon neutrality. It would be most alarming for us to actually find out that 2019 has been the highest level of carbon emissions. So it needs a lot of thinking, it needs a lot of effort to be put in to see how we can reach our carbon neutrality goal by 2050 for most of the leading economies and 2070 for India. At DCI, we were always committed to this cause. And when I took over as the president last year, we built our theme around building a carbon neutral India. This was much before the COP26 happened. This is much before the Prime Minister had made this commitment for the 2070, but the talks were on for reaching this carbon neutrality goal. This international conference is a step in that direction to bring not only the national thinkers, the national economists, the team to think about reaching the goal of carbon neutrality, but also today we have a lot of international speakers who will share this platform with us and help us formalize or at least find a path forward towards achieving this goal of carbon neutrality. I hope this conference will set all of us thinking and help us contribute in the reduction of carbon emissions. We as HVAC engineers, I think will have to look beyond the scope of only HVAC and move towards not only water conservation, not only environment conservation, but many more things, many more facets. So I think we'll have to enhance our skills and move towards multi-skilling and be more than simple HVAC engineers. And also, I think it's our duty to see that we can make, by reducing carbon emissions, make this world a better place for the younger generations and also help Mother Nature start respecting human beings. I think if you look at the carbon footprint of a human being vis-a-vis all the other animals, you'll find the carbon footprint of a human being is the much largest. And hence, I strongly believe that Mother Nature does not respect us as human beings. So before I end my address, I would like to thank all our sponsors. I think already this has been done by the speaker before. He did explain to, he did thank each of our partners for having, helped us put this show together. And I think he's named each one of them. I would also, a big thank you to all our catalog partners and all our annual partners who helped us put this event together. A word of appreciation for the entire DCI team. I think I always have said in the last 1 year that we had 25 presidents at DCI. And DCI this year has been a very active chapter. And even this conference, for example, this conference has been put together by two gentlemen who were chosen at the beginning of the year to be a part of our team who would put two national programs together. So before I end this, and I would want to thank each of my DCI members other than the conference team. I think the admin team, every member of DCI has stepped in to put this conference together and helped us, make this event see the light of the day. So I would like to acknowledge two gentlemen who took this responsibility at the start of the year. So one is Mr. Sandeep Goyal and one Mr. Priyank Garg. So can I request you to please stand up, and a big round of applause for both the gentlemen for having helped us put this conference together. I hope you enjoy these next 2 days. I think we're going to have some wonderful sessions. And I thank each one of you for having spared your time to be here. It's a privilege and honor for DCI and the ASHRAE India chapter, our co-sponsor, to have you all here. Thank you very much and have a good conference ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for keeping the ball rolling. Without much ado, I would like to invite our chief guest for the day, Mr. Pai, to the stage and share with us some pearls of wisdom on the theme for the conference. Mr. Pai. A huge round of applause will never hurt. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, ISHRAE, ASHRAE, and to the organizers of the conference for having me over here at a very, very opportune time. I'm honored and delighted to be here speaking to this particular group at this juncture. To begin with, I'd like to start on a very optimistic note, not the pessimism about global weather and carbon, but on a very optimistic note that most of the people in this room that have been associated with the industry, I think are at the end of 10 very, very difficult years. So when we look at the construction industry in India, it's gone through a fairly challenging time over the past 10 years. And the good news, I think, is that we are towards the end of that period for the construction industry. And I expect over the next several years and perhaps a couple of decades for things to accelerate, and this time far more sustainably. Many reasons for that slowdown, not just overcapitalization and too rapid growth about 10 years ago. If you remember the early 2000s, very rapid growth, much faster than long-term trend in construction. After that, in 2010, 11, too much capital moving too freely into the construction sector, very low interest rates, overcapitalization overall. Lots of cleanup required in the banking system. Unfortunately, it has collateral damage, which is slowdown in credit delivery, all of that. So we have seen a big slowdown over the past from, I would say, 2010 to 2000, or let's say 2011, 12, all the way down to about a year ago. And just when things were improving, at least in the commercial construction, maybe not in residential, about 2 years ago, we had the pandemic. And with the new sort of work from home, things getting delayed, slowdown in construction. So the good news, I think, right now is that the kind of supply-demand imbalance that existed is behind us. We are seeing construction beginning to improve, of course, of a low base. We have a much stronger banking sector. Things had slowed down there. The balance sheets are cleaned up. And we are looking at other means of financing that are now beginning to actually contribute much more to the construction sector. So from that perspective, I'd like to say that while all of you are not seeing material growth across the sector, a lot of cleanup has happened over this past 10 years. A lot of it in the past 2-3 years. You've had the IBC, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, all of that. And we've had new rules, the RERA that has come in, many things that have impacted the sector, which is your primary end market, which is the construction, the real estate sector. But now to place that in context, and why I feel honored to be here at this time, is that the people sitting in this room, as Mr. KD Singh has already pointed out, have huge impact on what's going to happen in terms of India's environmental and carbon footprint. So about 40%, I think you mentioned 38 of global energy consumption is by buildings. And when we have a look at that global footprint, we know that India today is actually much lower, mainly because we are behind the curve in terms of our adoption of refrigeration across the country, when a lot of housing stock doesn't exist. So as the construction industry accelerates over the next several years, what we want to ensure is that the leapfrog that has happened in India in many areas, in IT, in mobile telephony, where we didn't even go through that intermediate phase all over. Before penetration of wireline phones had reached even like 30-40% of the country, we already had mobile phones overtake. We want to ensure that the people in this room are focused on ensuring that leapfrog happens when India starts building. It's building stock, it's real estate stock. Our level of penetration is very low. When you look at urbanization in India, out of the G20 countries, it's the lowest. Most of our population relative to any others are still in rural areas. And even when you look at urban areas today, I look very closely at Delhi with the role that I play in looking at the city as looking after the Delhi Urban Art Commission. 47% of this city lives in informal development, where the penetration, of course, of the products that you offer is extremely low. So there's a huge opportunity in India, both with the urbanization that we are focused on across the country, and the conversion from very poor housing stock with no refrigeration to higher qualities of living across the cities and in these urban areas. So I think all of you have the potential to see very, very rapid growth. But why the focus on leapfrog? And the focus on leapfrog is that the vast majority of systems that are sold in India today are still not the current edge systems. There are still systems that are very affordable from a short-term perspective, from a capital perspective. And it's the role of people in this room to ensure that you're not just selling those systems, but you're willing to get your customers and you're willing to get the final customers to start investing in next generation systems, because you have to make that transition at some point. It is a higher price when you start putting in things that are far more efficient, that are more carbon sensitive, that are far more energy efficient, are more, when you change a refrigerant, massive transitions that have already started happening in your industry over the past 5 to 7 years. But what we need to do is ensure that we can convince your customers to start thinking longer term. The previous model, if you have a look at India and construction, a large part of it was, build to sell by the developers and the builder community. At that point of time, it was very difficult to get people to invest much more, or any more, I shouldn't even say much more, than the minimum required to deliver to the customer what the customer was willing to pay for. And most customers were not willing to pay for anything that is not visible. The finish, what they're seeing and what is visible. That is going to be changed, not by an announcement by the Prime Minister for COP70, which is a great demonstration of the commitment that this country has towards meeting those goals, and we are working in every part of the government to meet them. That is also, I think, not going to be met by other commitments that we are making to our SDG goals by 2000, in the next 10 years, by 2030. But it is going to be met by people in this room, every one of us, suggesting that we use the most energy efficient method possible, regardless of the short-term trades-off in capital. So whatever we can do as policymakers to help that, completely open to hearing what you have to say in that regard, any inputs, any suggestions from a policymaking perspective at NITI Aayog. We're always welcoming that. We have a very strong urban vertical. We have a very strong climate vertical, a very strong SDG vertical. So we're completely open to hearing ideas from you on how we can make that more prevalent. But it would be also converting believers to the development community. You've watched the emergence now of builders. You have seen all of, the largest builder in the NCR switch from a build to sell model, at least for their commercial construction, to a build to own model. You have models like, DLF and Gurgaon, that all of the cyber hub over there is an owned model with, of course, other investors. That automatically creates the opportunity when you're a long-term owner to start looking at costs and looking at long-term maintenance. And that's where I think that the pitch, as that model is shifting, we are watching all of AeroCity, where Dial is an owner of huge chunks of that right now. So the pitch, that transition time is happening now. And I think a lot of people in this room will be able to influence it. So not the short term, the leapfrog has to happen in our ability to think. There's also the temptation, whenever you're in a capital goods business, to ensure that your current capacity utilization is very high in what you sell. So we have to look beyond that. We have to look at, rather than driving your active sales of your active systems, we look at passive methods to help your customers reduce their energy consumption. And also look at the leapfrog. You make it up by going in for the latest and greatest systems that will have similar ASPs to 2 or 3 of your current capacity utilization systems. So it's time that we transition from our product portfolio and product lines of the past 2 decades, which have still not penetrated fully, but start looking at what we can be doing, which is future-proofing our own businesses in this line, whether it's HVAC, refrigeration, when we are looking across the board in heating systems, in other environmental control systems, in humidification, across the board, looking at the latest and best practices and getting our customers less sensitive to the short-term costs but the long-term costs, and trying to orient ourselves towards making our customer base start thinking longer term. So I'll stop with those few comments, just that I'm very optimistic about the future. I know at the end of 10 long years, there will probably be a lot of skeptics in this room, but a lot of cleanup was recovered. During a cleanup process, things are very painful, but a lot of that foundation work has happened. A lot is continuing to happen. Whenever you start something new like the IBC, there are growing pains, there's a cleanup, there's a buildup of backlog, but we are seeing that the number of cases entering and the number of cases exiting are now becoming more equal. Hopefully now it'll be the other way around. They're exiting the system faster than that. We are looking at the bank credit after decelerating from the almost 30% year-over-year growth in 2011. We are watching it come down to low single digits, which is almost negative, adjusted for inflation, to now beginning to accelerate in a far more sustainable way. We are looking at the government's massive thrust on infrastructure before construction, because there was not so much excess over there, but it creates 5 jobs for every rupee that goes into infrastructure. It's 5 times the employment elasticity for infrastructure relative to the rest of the economy. And construction, I'm happy to say, which required a lot of cleanup and just addition to overcapitalization, creates 6 times as many jobs as the average for the economy. So it is a focus for this government. The reason it hasn't happened is the cleanup needed to take place. And even though it might be hitting the headlines now, it's finally the final sort of tail end of the cleanup. So I'll leave you with that optimistic note that there are better years ahead for our industry. I would also request all of you in this period that we might see of high growth to ensure that we future-proof, that we don't put in, we try our level best. I'm not saying don't sell our old system, current system, but I'm saying push a higher ASP system, which is in your benefit, Convince your customers to look to future-proof and work towards a greener tomorrow to help all of us, the country achieve its goals and the world achieve its goals for 2070 and even prior. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, that optimism is the key to the happiness, and thanks for reinforcing that to us. It is so nice to hear that we, after 2 long years of being in COVID, we have something to look forward to. Thank you for addressing us, giving us new knowledge, giving us hope, and to felicitate you on for this these pearls of wisdom, I'll request Mr. Amitabh Sir, ISHRAE National President, to please felicitate our guest with some books. As we say, books are the key to any kind of knowledge, and ISHRAE has its own good set of publications which have been built up by the expertise of the members of ISHRAE. So I hope you like the gift, sir. Yeah, so I will request you to just please stay with us for another event of ISHRAE book launch. We will be launching the ISHRAE India Weather Data Book. And along with the chief guest, I'll request Mr. Amitabh Sur, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, ISHRAE Technical Chair, Dr. Jyotirmay Mathur, Mr. K.D. Singh, to please come on the stage. Mr. Abid Hussain, who's the conference co-chair and ASHRAE India chapter president, to please come on the stage to launch the ISHRAE India Weather Data Book. This is another addition to the whole list of publications that ISHRAE has come up with. So I'll request you to please applaud this moment. It is with a lot of hard work that the team that you see on stage has come up with this ISHRAE India Weather Data Book. Thank you. Thanks to all the dignitaries for coming up and blessing us with their presence. And we look forward to having a look at the book itself. I'd like to hand over the stage to none other than Mr. Vishal Kapoor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. I'd request Dr. Jyotirmay Mathur, who's the chair of this task force who developed this weather data book, to give us a brief on what this book is all about. Dr. Mathur, over to you, please.
Thank you, Vishal. It's actually a very happy day for me because the project that we had in our hands for past 3 years is coming to a fruitful culmination. And about 3 years back, when we were discussing about the weather files, we had decided to take a leadership role in the SAARC region, because earlier versions of weather file data books, these were there only for India. So in the first version, which was released in 2014, we had 59 cities covered. In the second version, which was coming in 2017, we had 62 cities, but in the new format, the TMY3 format, which is called. And then we decided to have a jump, a quantum jump, a disruptive jump, to take this leadership role. And now I'm happy that through this project, we have not only developed the weather files and the data in the pictorial manner for India, 148 cities, but in addition, we have weather files for Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan. So all in all, we have about 250 cities in the SAARC region. And now ISHRAE is having a leadership position in this entire region, not just India. And really, that is a very happy end of this project. And I'm really thankful to my partners in this project who were really continuously working with me. Okay, fine. The slides are working. Yes. Thank you. So what it contains, first of all, so there are new design conditions. As you can see, the first bullet point, we all know that importance of design conditions is there for our systems. So there are new design conditions because the weather has taken observed a change. The data that we have in these weather files and the book that will be in your hands soon is now based upon the data from 2001 to 2016 period. We started this project in 2017. The earlier weather files or the weather files that you would have from any other source, I can claim that any other source would be based upon data which is older than this. And this data is not just the data collected from Indian sources, but internationally, wherever we could find data, we could have access to the data that has been compiled, scientifically analyzed, synthesized, modeled also, and so many processes were involved. There is an algorithm, and we took help of the internationally best expert, Mr. Joe Wang. I must acknowledge his efforts also in completing this project. He is the father of weather files globally. So he was also involved in this project with us. So where are these weather files used? First of all, Energy Conservation Building Code. The compliance cannot be shown without the use of weather files. So we will be now approaching to BE that please mandate the use of the latest weather files and not the old files. Green building agencies, again, my request to the community is that wherever you are having compliance, energy efficiency requirement, or the designers who are using model simulation tools for improving their design, please use the latest weather files, because this is incorporating some bit of the climate change that has happened or might have happened over past few years. Even the solar industry is using these weather files because they also simulate the photovoltaic systems and try to analyze what happens to various variations in design and so on and so forth. So these are various areas where these weather files are used, plus the pictorial representation gives you a feedback. So hourly data, dry bulb is there, wet bulb is there, relative humidity is there, monthly statistics of wet bulb, dry bulb. So all the kinds of analysis that we thought might be useful for any kind of designer, researcher, or any curious person that are shown in this weather file. These are 148 cities, including all the smart cities of the country. Earlier data book did not have many cities, which are either class B cities or smart cities. So this covers all the smart cities, and many of the projects are coming in the smart cities. So they are there. The font size may be smaller, but yes, I can claim that no smart city is not covered in this list. I must thank Mr. Vikram Murthy and Dr. Vishal Gar from IIIT Hyderabad. They were there right from the beginning, 2014 version, 2017 version, and 2022 version now. This is the book cover, and the weather files and the book, they are both available through ISHRAE website. You can, as I'm speaking, I think the website must be ready with the downloading of weather files as well as. So there are 5 files in one package. Each city package has 5 files. EPW and bin files are most commonly used formats. There is an open format file also, which has raw data, the Excel file primarily, or the CSV format. So the raw data is also available. You can analyze the data and convert it to any other format which you like or your software uses. So with this, we have tried to give a new offering from the ISHRAE side. I'm really thankful to ISHRAE leadership for continuously keeping faith in us. And I promise you that in future, we would bring extended version or expanded version of these weather files, maybe the future cities, future weather files, which are hot, becoming hot. So we would have those features in our new project that we want to embark upon. Once again, thank you, ISHRAE leadership, including all, I must say, Amitabh, Richie, even Subbu. I think that we started discussing this at the time when Subbu was president. So all the persons, Vishal Kapoor, who has been continuously behind us for from ITC side, and all others who have supported us morally as well as in any other format. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mathur. And yes, this book is something that we all as researchers or people who are working in the field of climate change, climate carbon neutrality, or otherwise would be interested into. This is a step towards, a small step towards actually working towards carbon neutrality in India. The more we research, the more we are able to understand the solutions to the problem. Taking this event forward, it's my privilege and honor to have Mr. Abid Hussain with us. Mr. Hussain is the conference co-chair as well as ASHRAE India chapter president. He's there with us today. Mr. Hussain doesn't need any introduction of sorts. He has more than 35 years of experience in the field of buildings, and his professional career has many reputed and iconic buildings spread throughout the country. He's the one who introduced the VRV or VRF technology in India. He's the first to design and install the first solar operated central air conditioning plant in the country, and the first to design and install the first ever hybrid air conditioning system with 3-stage evaporative cooling. He has been first to many. So I would like to bring him on stage and speak to you directly. Mr. Hussain.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure of mine that on behalf of AIC ASHRAE India chapter, I welcome to all of you in this conference, ACRECONF 22 Carbon Neutrality Mission Possible. ASHRAE India chapter, as you know, is the oldest and the largest chapter of ASHRAE in region. Its members, the founder members, was stalwart of the HVAC industry. They, by their efforts, guided the HVAC industry to the place where we are standing today. ASHRAE, as all you know, is a international society. The society established about 125 years before, working for the betterment of human life by setting a standard of HVAC and refrigeration. This is the biggest society in the world which has its members. They are engineers, architects, manufacturers, students, and many others who belong to different walk of life. We are partner in this conference with DCI. Your presence in this conference has made us proud. This conference, which we are able to hold in the beginning of our activities after a gap of almost 2 years. Our industry partners could make this possible. I once again welcome to all the speakers, panelists, guests, delegates, students, our colleagues from the industry, and I hope this will be beneficial to all of us in sharing knowledge among us. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for keeping up with the theme and giving us insight about what actually we should be doing at. And to take this session forward, I like to now invite Mr. Benjamin Samuel for a technical presentation. Mr. Samuel is the General Manager and Business Head, Building and Construction Sector from Kirloskar Brothers Limited. He's in charge of the building and construction business in India and Indian subcontinent industries at Kirloskar Brothers Limited. Mr. Samuel has had more than 27 years of experience in the field of pumps, valves, and fire safety. He has traveled extensively across the globe in view of his work and has committed to the promotion of green initiative at his workplace and with the customers. Mr. Samuel, for you. A huge round of applause. Thank you.
कौन सी पीपीटी आपकी? सबसे इसमें नहीं है, ये वाली है ना? टेंशन ना लो आप, मैंने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है।
A very good morning to you all. Actually, ACRECONF has been very close to our hearts at Kirloskar Brothers Limited. And after this gap, when we are again having ACRECONF, we thought we should not lose this opportunity. And we should collaborate together to bringing it forward. You all must be knowing Kirloskar Brothers Limited being an Indian multinational. But for those who do not know, Kirloskar Brothers Limited is based out of Pune, and we have 5 plants in India, and we have 6 plants overseas. This is about Kirloskar Brothers Limited's plants. And our journey, we were established in 1888. In 1920, we were incorporated as a public limited company. And it's been a very long journey for us. We got into various products, diversified and disinvested. And now we are completely into pumps as Kirloskar Brothers Limited. We gave many new things to India. The wrong cable. So starting from iron plow, which you must have studied in your school books, up to like centrifugal pump, we started in 1926, and since then we have been making centrifugal pumps, diesel engine, electric motors, lathes, reciprocating compressors, and up to API drive turbines. So there are many new things and many firsts that KBL has given to India. We have supplied chilled water pumps, HVAC pumps to many prestigious installations, including the Grand Central in Navi Mumbai, and ITC Grand Bharat very much in Delhi. Gift City is one of the biggest installations that we have for our HVAC pumps. JW Marriott Pune, JW Marriott Kolkata, metro rails, not just Delhi, but Lucknow and Doha. So there are many metro rails where we have supplied our HVAC pumps. And hospitals, Sakra World Hospital is one of them, and Mumbai International Airport, Burj Al Arab in Dubai, Iconsim Mall in Bangkok, and Emirates Palace, Plaza Versailles, Saraya Aqaba in Jordan. So there are so many installations worldwide that we have for our HVAC pumps. We have probably the widest range of pumps that are required for HVAC, and depending upon the requirement of the site, and the best pump can be offered by us. We can offer you skid mounted systems, and we have good design of control panels for all the HVAC systems. So I'll come back to the theme for today. Since this conference is going around and we'll be hearing so many things about net zero and digitization, I thought of sharing something about digitization, about net zero, not directly connected to pumps, indirectly. But I thought that this is what we would like to share, what we have been doing in this area. So KirloSmart is a system that we have which monitors remotely the pump functioning and its health. And you have everything on the cloud, And through your laptops or through your mobiles, you can actually see what is happening to the pump, whether the pump is running at the desired capacities or desired parameters, or it is deviating. And we have our own data center from where we can give you alerts. There are automatic alerts, and plus we study the pattern of the pumps, and we can give you alerts from time to time, the various reports which can come. So pump health monitoring and pump performance monitoring, predictive analysis, preventive maintenance, all these things are quite possible through this particular system. And there are various parameters those who understand pumps can appreciate. There are so many parameters of a pump which need to be monitored, and this does it 24/7. So anything that goes wrong, you get an alert, and before it has a breakdown, you can actually make right amends, and you can have your pump in the best performing range. And it can be used with any kind of pump, whether it is VT pump or end suction pump, multi-stage pump, any kind of pump that we have. And the benefits I've already explained, so I'm not going into the details. So this is the kind of portal that you have. You can have it on your mobile as well as on your laptops or computers. And this is the second system about which I wanted to share today with you. This is a power generator which runs on water. It's a micro hydro power generator. So any source of water that you have, we have our plants or buildings, townships, or any industry that we have. Many a times there is excessive pressure in the water, and we try to kill it using PRV or some other system so that we get the water at the right pressure. So using that excess pressure, you can actually generate electricity. So this is what the Pico system looks like. There's a small unit which is displayed also in our stall, and you have a panel through which you get the electricity. It is stabilized electricity that you have. So you can get single phase as well as three-phase power, and you have the option of either putting it to the grid, or you can use it as a standalone system. So in townships, you can use it for lighting common passages or for running pumps. So many uses are there. And this is clean energy. There is no pollution involved. You are just using the excess power or excess potential energy or the excess pressure that is there in the water to get or generate electricity. So it's low on maintenance, easy to install. It's just plug and play. You don't have to do anything at site. No operating cost, and very easily mobile. So this is the control panel. It has a 7-inch HD control panel. You can monitor it from anywhere through Wi-Fi systems or over the net. And it is completely indigenous technology. You can install them in townships, water parks, wherever you have gravity, water coming by gravity, whether there's excessive pressure, the resorts or in industries, where there are overhead tanks. You can replace PRVs by these kind of systems, where there are streams coming down. A few examples where we have installed the system is one in Kasari HEP, where it's in Maharashtra, very close to Kolhapur, where we've installed the system. And this is near Tansa Dam, near Mumbai, where we are using the excess pressure that is there in the water to generate electricity. And this is at KFDC resort in Kerala, where you cannot use generators of working on diesel. So this is clean energy, so it can be used there. And this is in the industry in GNFC Bharuch, We have supplied a system. So they were earlier using a PRV to reduce the pressure, but now they are using this system to generate electricity. It's generating 22 kilowatts of power. And in Hong Kong, there is a water treatment plant where we found there's excessive pressure which they were trying to kill. So we have installed the system over there also. So this is about the presentation that I wanted to make to you today. And we are with ISHRAE, and we express a solidarity and our support towards a net zero India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin Samuel, and I'll request Mr. Sandeep Goel to please come and felicitate Mr. Samuel. Mr. Sandeep Goel. We can surely appreciate the presentation. Thank you. Further taking up this event, I would like to request Mr. Kanakraj to introduce the next speaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Priyanka. Namaskar. I am the technical chair of this conference, and we have a very power pack sessions coming up with both national and international speakers, and also specially curated panel discussions. And tomorrow also we have a very nice event which is like hot seat debate. So I request all of you to be there for these sessions. Perhaps we can start. So our first technical speaker for the day is Mr. Peter Ramsey. He's our special guest from San Francisco, and he's an advocate of integrative design process. And he's also an authority in terms of designing low energy buildings as well as cooling systems. Peter is a founder of Point Energy Innovation. He has been a registered professional engineer in more than 10 states. He has been working with energy guru Amory Lovins, and he's also a senior fellow at Rocky Mountain Institute. He has been teaching in Stanford and also been lectured to several trade associations as well as universities. So with this, I will hand it over to Peter. Peter, floor is all yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to make sure you can hear me. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to share with you some slides. I first want to thank you very much for this invitation. I want to thank ISHRAE and ASHRAE. I'm a member of ASHRAE myself and feel very strongly about the mission of ASHRAE and of us working together. I also want to thank my mentor, Mr. Leon Locke and Mr. Amory Lovins. And I want to also thank all the wonderful people that I work with at my current company called Point Energy Innovations and all the collaborators that I've had over the many years. So I wanted today to talk to you about decarbonization and this net zero discussion that we're having, and also overcoming really the climate crisis that we find ourselves in. So I wanted to give you a little bit of background and history of my experience as a professional and as a person. I come from, and I'm very lucky to come from, the San Francisco Bay Area. Many of you, I'm sure, have been here. We have a very strong connection to India in the San Francisco area and Silicon Valley. It's a wonderful place, very beautiful, economically vibrant, and culturally diverse. Unfortunately, it didn't used to always be like it is today. I was born in the San Francisco area. And when I was young, we had many issues and many problems. One of them was smog. And smog is something that you might be familiar with, but very strong air pollution. When I was a kid, I would look across the San Francisco Bay, and this is what I would see. I'd see brown skies at any time of day. And this is when there are many fewer people living in the San Francisco area. We didn't have air pollution controls on cars, and things were quite unhealthy, leading to lung cancer, asthma, and premature death. Also, the San Francisco Bay became a dumping ground for many, many bad things. We were dumping raw sewage into the San Francisco Bay. We were also using San Francisco Bay as a shipping channel. And I remember when I was young, several oil spills. There was one where a tanker in the San Francisco Bay ran aground and lost all of its oil, just killing fish and wildlife and birds for many, many months. And it took years to clean that up. There was even a time when we were dumping radioactive waste right outside the Golden Gate Bridge. I remember as a kid when we would go to the dump I grew up in the city of Berkeley, where the University of California is located. And our dump was on the edge of the bay, and we were filling in the bay with our garbage. And this is how we thought about the environment as a source of absorbing waste. And it really, at first seemed like a logical thing to do, but after a while, it started building up to the point that it was affecting our health and well-being. There was even a period where developers were thinking about filling in the San Francisco Bay. This is a map, and the black area is currently where there's water in the bay. And the developers were thinking, well, we could just fill in most of the bay and it creates space to build buildings. Again, the environment is ours to take and disregard. And luckily, that didn't come to pass. And we're able to save the bay that we have today. There was a group of citizens that got together. One of the more famous groups was a group of women who created the Save the Bay campaign and started speaking out about the resource that the San Francisco Bay is and how we need to protect it and save it. And this was something that took 20 or 30 years to reverse, but slowly and surely, the citizens of San Francisco Bay said, we want to save this amazing resource that we have. At the same time that this was all happening, and the movement to start to save the bay, we also had the oil crisis. And this was when I was young, and some of you might or might not remember that in the 1970s and the early 1980s, there was disruption in the global supply of oil, and it was in the US, caught us very much by surprise. And so there were periods where we had lines for gasoline or getting, filling up your car that took many, many hours and sometimes days. There was, in fact, many gas stations didn't even have the gasoline to fill up the cars. People started thinking about the environment and also started thinking about energy in a very, very serious way. And there was a whole change in attitude. We had a governor at the time, very young. His name was Jerry Brown. He went on to 20 or 30 years later become governor a second time. But when he was governor, it was during the period of the oil crisis and these environmental crises. So many things were able to be done because people were ready to see something different. So some of the things that happened, and there were many, but some of the more important things is we finally in California led the US in requiring that all cars have catalytic converters. And that was made possible when we stopped using gasoline that had lead in it, which was further damaging our health. And also, there was a big push on solar hot water heaters. And this is before solar photovoltaics were affordable. We had solar hot water heaters, and there was a huge industry that was built in California to install solar water heating systems on people's homes. We also established appliance efficiency standards and building energy efficiency standards. These things happened in California first because we were having very large problems. And as a society or a community, we decided we wanted to address them. Once California started to adopt these changes, they were very rapidly adopted by the rest of the US. The California economy, as you might know, is the 7th largest in the world. If it was his own country, we'd be number 7 as far as the size of the economy. And so when the appliance efficiency standards kicked in California, suddenly there was a large movement in the rest of the country to go that direction. So we look at the impact of those programs over the last 30 or 40 years. Today, Californians use 31% less energy than the average American. When we started this in the mid 70s, we were using about the same amount of energy as the average American. And per person, we're starting to reduce our energy and electricity consumption and bringing our carbon footprint under control. Today, the San Francisco Bay is something that has been cleaned up. People swim in the bay, people go boating and sailing, and we have saved a resource that was under dire threat. In the US, there were many other places that were equally under threat. The Cayuga River in Ohio was an industrial dump. Industrial processes were just dumping chemicals into the river, killing virtually all life in that river and creating very dangerous situations. One time that river in 1969 caught fire because there was so much chemical waste in that river. That river today has been cleaned up and turned around and turned into a wonderful resource. So I want to tell you these things and these things that I've experienced because we are facing again another crisis, the climate crisis. And I want to at least explain my experience with this climate crisis. In California, we're in what many are calling a 20-year mega drought. This last winter, our rainy season, we normally have 4 or 5 months of rain. We had 1 month of rain. Our reservoirs are drying up and we've got serious water problems. Last year, we had very large fires in the Sierra Mountains threatening wonderful places like Lake Tahoe. The 10 largest fires in California's history all occurred in the last 5 years. So we've got some really serious problems. Also, in the US, 300,000 premature deaths occur from burning fossil fuels. Not only are fossil fuels causing climate change, but they're also affecting our health today. Another thing is that the insurance industry is oftentimes called the canary in the coal mine. They look at data very carefully, and they're an industry in crisis now because weather-related claims are skyrocketing. Globally, insurance firms are facing significant losses from things like wildfires in California, but hurricanes and heavy weather in other parts of the world. In the US, many people are slowly but surely waking up to the fact that as global temperature rise, the costs are going to be significant. We're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of with a 2.7 degree C increase in global temperatures. the cost will be $500 billion per year for the US. So things are tough. Things were very tough for us in California with the San Francisco Bay.
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Are you sharing your screen?
yes. Can you not see it?
No, no, no. That's what we were figuring out.
Okay. Hold on a second. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay,
now-
can you see it now?
Yeah, yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. So anyway, I wanted to talk about the solution of building decarbonization and all of the work that we can do as a community. Last September, I wrote an article in the ASHRAE Journal, and that was on the cover, and it talked about building decarbonization. And I think this is what we as a community need to start thinking about, our particular role in helping address climate change. And we do actually have not only a responsibility, but we have the ability to have a very large impact in improving our situation when it comes to climate change. As was mentioned earlier, almost 40% of global CO2 emissions come from buildings. Most of that comes from building operations, which is energy consumption in buildings, but a good portion of it also comes from embodied carbon in the building materials that we use. So when we talk about building decarbonization, we talk about embodied carbon as well as operational carbon and addressing both of those. Again, embodied carbon is what's in building materials, and operational carbon relates to energy consumption. So if we want to decarbonize on the operational side of the equation, the solution is fairly straightforward. The first thing that we want to do is we want to design buildings that are more energy efficient. And that's where ASHRAE and ISHRAE can be an incredible help. Once we design buildings that are more efficient, we can design buildings that are all electric, where we're no longer using any sorts of fossil fuels. And then the all electric building can be connected to a renewably powered electric grid. And it can be, renewable electricity can be generated either on site at the building or off-site through the grid, or a combination of the two. In order to fully decarbonize buildings, we also need to look at the embodied carbon of building materials. And there's several strategies for minimizing the embodied carbon. And then ultimately, currently, we're looking at using offsets to handle the remaining embodied carbon. I have talked to several building materials manufacturers, and they're now talking about being able to manufacture building materials with zero carbon. So we're going to see lots of changes in building materials. So looking back over the last 30 or 40 years of my career, it's actually amazing how many breakthroughs in energy efficiency have occurred. When I started out on building energy efficiency, we talked about using compact fluorescent lights, and now we're talking about using LED lights. LED lights globally have already saved somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 power plants. 200 power plants are no longer needed because of LED lighting. But it doesn't stop there. Low emissivity windows, for example, something available around the globe. Variable speed drives that we use a lot in HVAC systems, but people don't acknowledge the impact that, or understand the impact of variable speed drives have had. Building energy codes, appliance efficiency standards, ASHRAE 90.1. These things have had a gigantic impact on lowering energy and using energy more efficiently in buildings. A fellow professor at Stanford named Jim Sweeney did a very detailed analysis of the US economy over the last 60 or 70 years. And what he found was very, very interesting. And that is that almost 30% of the energy consumption that we need today in the US has been met through energy efficiency. In fact, energy efficiency has been a bigger source of meeting our demands than all new energy generation in the US and all new energy imports. Energy efficiency is the unsung hero of our energy situation. We are now talking about this whole idea of not using fossil fuels in buildings any longer. In the US, we use a lot of natural gas in buildings for heating systems, for space heating, water heating, cooking, and we're now beginning the process of eliminating the use of boilers and starting to use heat pumps for all sources of heating or for cooking electric induction stoves. And this is starting to be legislated and required in more and more cities around the US. Embodied carbon is being addressed through different building materials. Things like mass timber are surging, low carbon concrete. Several companies and startups, many funded through Silicon Valley venture capital, low carbon concrete and low carbon steel and a variety of other low carbon building materials are starting to come forward. The electric grid is also being decarbonized. We all know that the cost of solar electricity has just dropped dramatically, 82% in the last 12 years. When I first started working on buildings, solar generated electricity was 20 times more expensive than it is today. So much so that states throughout the US are starting to require that all of the new electricity be renewable, and that ultimately by either 2045 or 2050, all of our electricity is carbon free. In California, our legislation says that by 2045, all electricity will be carbon free. Therefore, electric buildings connected to a carbon-free grid is the way that we're going to be able to decarbonize buildings. Right now, even in states without mandates, 70% of all new electricity that was added to the grid in the US in 2020 was renewable, either solar or wind, some hydro, and other resources like geothermal, but mostly solar and wind. This is because solar and wind are now cheaper than fossil fuels. And this is what we're seeing globally. Similar numbers globally, it's more in the neighborhood of 80% of all new electricity added to the global grid over the last 2 or 3 years was renewable resources of one sort or another. Battery energy storage is another thing that is surging that is going to help us deal with the issue of sun doesn't shine at night. Well, it will be shining at night with battery storage. So I talked to a lot of different groups, including industry groups, about what does decarbonization mean for their business? Can it be profitable? Well, first and foremost, the largest companies in America, many of them global brands, are now saying that they will decarbonize, and they've made green commitments. Most of them, several years ago, made commitments to get 100% of their energy from renewable sources, and now have made various sorts of commitments to be net zero within a relatively short period, most of them within 10 years. Energy efficiency and systems that make use of energy efficiency strategies are becoming the dominant sources of equipment. So if you're an equipment supplier, you need to now start thinking about what are the energy efficiency strategies that I can be selling. And in fact, this is the area of the market that's growing. So we're seeing a surge in heat pumps. We're seeing a surge in efficient compressors, smart building controls, the next generation of fans and pumps. All these things are going to be growing while the older technologies that are fossil fuel based or less efficient will be shrinking. It is a business opportunity that is in the billions of dollars, and we're seeing a similar thing in the US, and companies are migrating in that direction. So I wanted to end with my connection with India started 10 years ago when I was contacted by Mr. Murthy of Infosys to help Infosys start their journey of making buildings vastly more energy efficient. The buildings that Infosys builds today use 80% less energy than they did before this whole initiative started over 10 years ago. Infosys has been so successful in its push that when I was consulting with one of Silicon Valley's largest tech companies, a global company, they asked me, can you show us examples of super efficient buildings that we could use as templates for our buildings? I said, yes, I can show you buildings like that. They're in India. They're over at the Infosys campus in Bangalore. They're at the Infosys campus in Hyderabad. So tech company executives travel to India for inspiration. And I do want to say that there's lots of amazing things that I've seen happening in India, and with the innovation and the next generation and the leapfrogging that was mentioned earlier. So as professionals working in the building design industry, we have a special opportunity and responsibility. For me as an American, my lifetime CO2 emissions will be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 metric tons. And it's embarrassingly high. It's one of the highest on the planet. But my building design footprint is vastly higher, almost 1,000 times higher. And the number for a professional designing buildings in India would be similar. But we have a special place in addressing climate change and carbon emissions when we design buildings that are going to last well beyond our lifetime and have an impact on the lives of our children and their children. So with that, I'd like to end and thank you very much.
So, thank you, Peter, for the enlightening presentation. Now we can take the Q&A. So can we have the mic? Yeah. Towards the end.
Hello, hi sir, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, great. So great presentation. Just wanted to ask you, since I am in this field of air purification, I just wanted to know how we are dealing with the plastic pollution being created by air filters. And if there is any other remedy that we are thinking about in the future ahead.
Yeah. So Peter, you are able to hear the question?
Indeed.
Perfect.
I think that the last 2 years of COVID and this pandemic have taught us that not only do we have a special role to play in addressing climate change, but we also have a special role to play as far as health in buildings. And at the beginning, many of you will remember the discussion was about surfaces and making sure surfaces are clean, but many of us knew that that was really not the answer, that it was airborne particles that were spreading this, this disease and virus. As far as different types of pollutants, including plastic and other contaminants, volatile organic compounds is what they mostly fall, the plastic things fall into that category. We do play a special role. We need to make sure that we provide adequate ventilation that's filtered, and where necessary, we use things like carbon filters, and we're very aware of what the latest thinking is on air purification. We play a very special role in that. We have to pay close attention to it. I personally am not a expert on the different types of volatile organic compounds and plastics, but I would urge everybody to educate yourself about that. And filters are very important, especially in urban areas where there's pollution. And so I think it's not just for indoor pollutants that we're thinking about, but outdoor pollution is also a critical thing. So.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah.
Do we have other question? Yes.
Yeah, hi Peter, I'm Satish Ayenga here. The issue is your opinion on how green is the green renewable energy on the lithium ion batteries. Because if you see the cycle, one is the disposing of the lithium ion batteries, second is the manufacturing of the lithium ion batteries, which consume a lot of energy. So there's a thought process going on in various schools that it is not green as you think.
Yeah. Well, we do need to pay attention to lithium mining and cobalt mining and where these materials come from. There is now some very good technology for recycling this material at the end of life and being able to recover a good majority of it. But for many years, there was a discussion about the energy that it took to manufacture solar photovoltaic cells. And there was a lot of misinformation that was out there about solar, saying that solar systems would never create enough energy to pay back the energy that that it took to manufacture them. That information was false. Solar photovoltaic cells make enough energy to cover the energy of manufacturing within the first year, usually within the first few months. As far as batteries go, I don't know all the details of it, but if it took more energy to manufacture a battery than it's able to, cycle through it, the batteries would be unaffordable. So I would question that, and I would urge you to look, very carefully at this issue. There are going to be people who are going to disparage about batteries, but wind and solar require batteries to create a complete system. Batteries are very, very important. The way we manufacture batteries and the types of materials we use in batteries today are not going to be the long-term materials that we use. There's lots of other battery chemistries that are in the laboratory at universities around the world, and we will see those new chemistries come out over the next 5 to 10 years. So even though there might be some issues with things like lithium and cobalt, we will see better chemistries very soon, and batteries that have more density and can charge more quickly.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point, especially for India. Now we are going to look at the transition with electrical vehicles.
Yeah, with the EV vehicles coming in and EV charging, the batteries are really expensive, and the life cycle is also very important.
I think this is something which one needs to look at in more detail, especially for the Indian context, with decarbonizing the grid with solar photovoltaic with batteries, as well as the electrical vehicle battery part of the electrical vehicle thing.
Because if you see the fabs which are going set up, putting up the PV cells is also very, very capital intensive and very highly energy intensive.
Yeah, and I think a lot of incentives are there now by the government to put up these factories. Yeah, do we have other question? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Peter. This is Sandhya Chandrasekhar. We are speaking a lot about oil spills and the damage it is causing. So do you think it will have a lot of impact, like you are into innovations, right? So do you think there is a certain impact where it could be making a difference to the whole atmosphere? Thank you.
Peter, you were able to get the question?
Yeah, I think I understand it. I think that the use of petroleum as a energy source is very problematic at so many levels. You not to, I don't want to get too much into global politics right now, but I think if all you need to do look at what's going on in Europe right now with the war and how much that is intertied with fossil fuels, it's unbelievable, and how problematic that is. And I think what India, if I could give you one piece of advice, and I'm not in the business of giving you advice because you guys know better, but don't copy what we've done, which is create an addiction to fossil fuels. It creates so many problems. So one of them that I was highlighting was when I was growing up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and this resource, which is a natural resource that is just amazing on many levels, was just being destroyed in large part by fossil fuels and oil spills and air pollution from consuming petroleum were just destroying this whole thing, not only destroying beauty, but destroying people's lives, right? So we can talk about the impacts of batteries and such, but it's a whole nother level when we start talking about oil spills now and other negative impacts of fossil fuels. As far as innovations in this area, there are many innovations on how to avoid oil spills and how to clean up oil spills and all these other things, and they are good bridges to being able to, get to the future where we don't need fossil fuels at all. And I do like to recall the story about whale oil. And those of you, I'm sure everybody's heard that whales were hunted to almost extinction. And whales were hunted, and this is in the 1800s, primarily for their oil, not for the meat. And the whale oil was used for lighting. And this is before we had electricity or before we had petroleum. And there was, of course, candles, but gas lamps and oil lamps were a really big thing. When they discovered oil in Pennsylvania in the US, it created a whole new alternative for oil. So we actually didn't stop going after whales because they were extinct. We stopped because we found something better. And that was petroleum. And we're in this age of we're not going to run out of oil or coal. That's not going to happen. We are going to stop using oil and coal because solar and wind and storage are going to be a cheaper and better source of energy in so many ways. So the innovation that we need to look for is moving forward, how we're going to move towards this renewable, decarbonized economy with low energy and energy efficient buildings. So that's we need to stay focused on that. Yes, we're going to be continuing to use fossil fuels for several years, but we need to move quickly away from that and think about the future.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. So we will just take one more questions towards the end because we are short of time.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Peter. I'm Anmol Mathur. First of all, thanks a lot for the wonderful presentation. I've been following your work, and as a budding building physics consultant, I'm also very keen on understanding your approaches. So, sir, we've been talking a lot about in this conference since the beginning about efficient systems, efficient products. How important do you think is that, also the fact of right sizing the systems? Because we have experienced over here is that efficiency is one thing that the codes are prescribing. They're pushing us towards more efficient products. But when it comes to selecting the right size, as professionals, we are very skeptical, and in the name of redundancy, we try to oversize the system. So how do you think that this thing should also be implemented, and how important do you think the modern day tools are to help us take these decisions?
This is a perfect question for you, Peter. I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It is a perfect question for me. I'm very frustrated because one of the things that my mentor taught me was to look at the data. And one of his favorite sayings was, "In God we trust, all others bring data." And so when we say what is the right size, I can speculate, but let's go measure the building. Let's go measure how much cooling the building is actually using, and let's compare that to the cooling equipment that's in the building. And what we will find, and I urge all of you in the audience to do this over the next couple of years, you'll find that we so rarely use all of the equipment that we put in buildings. Pumps or chillers or whatever the system might be. So if we design a building that's more energy efficient, has better lighting, it's got a better building envelope, our low E glass, variable speed drives, all these things put together, very much available and off the shelf, we will need significantly less cooling. And so that's good. Now, in India, we could buy less chillers, which would mean we need less generators and less electrical gear, and our building will be cheaper if we do it correctly. But the problem is, especially on developer buildings, is that there's these consultants out there, and I am very embarrassed to say several of them come from the United States. The companies are, and I will name them here because I've had discussions with them in the US about this issue, but JLL and CBRE are consultants for building developers and building tenants. And what they do is they come and they say, if you would like us to lease this building or introduce our tenant to your building, you must have a minimum amount of cooling and a minimum amount of generators and all these things, which are based on very inefficient buildings. So if you do the right thing and make a more efficient building, and then in order to make it affordable, you right size it. And usually we're talking about being able to cut the cooling system down by 25 to 50%. They won't let you right size it. They'll require you put in the equipment even if you don't need it. So there needs to be a discussion about this, and there needs to be data, and we need to push away from these rules of thumb rules that require buildings the building equipment be oversized, so we get more rational sizing. And really the metric should be is that we guarantee a given temperature, not that we guarantee X number of tons of cooling.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter, for your enlightening presentation as well as sharing your thoughts. So I would like to thank you on the behalf of Delhi ISHRAE chapter as well as ASHRAE India chapter for this wonderful presentation and interaction. And also I would request all of you to give an applause to Peter. So thank you for joining.
Yeah.
So
thank you very much. Yeah.
I will hand it over to Priyanka ma'am for taking the discussion further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. And it would have been lovely to have you here, but for sure next time. And a small token from our side will shortly reach you. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks. It has been a very knowledgeable session that we have had, and with good amount of brainstorming, and that is what is actually required. Just to break the ice here, Just a small question from my side. What is a bank? How would you define a bank? Any idea? No? A bank is a place which will lend you the money if you can prove that you don't need it. So just a small light breaking moment. After that, I'd like to go on to the next presentation, which is something that I look forward to. That's on sustainability at Danfoss. We have our next speaker, Mr. Ravi Chandran Purushottam. Mr. Ravi is a president of Danfoss Industries since 2013. And Danfoss is a world leader at mobile hydraulics, cooling, and refrigeration. Prior to his role, Mr. Ravi was heading Danfoss Drives business in Asia Pacific. Mr. Ravi is also a member of Danfoss Global Management Team, and he works extensively in the area of climate change, energy efficiency, decarbonization, and food loss. It's a privilege to have you, sir, and we look forward to your presentation. A round of applause to Mr. Ravi. Thank you.
Want to change? Yeah, this one. Okay, great.
Thank you, Priyanka, and good morning, everybody. It's indeed a privilege to be here, and my compliments to the Delhi chapter of ISHRAE and also the Indian chapter of ISHRAE. I think sustainability is today the much talked about subject in the world for several reasons. But again, sustainability also has several meanings. But what I will try and share with you all this next 10 minutes is to kind of walk you through the journey that we are going through on to net zero, what we are trying to do as net zero. And we are not only a company which is eating our own medicine, but we are also a company which is trying to make the world a better place, actually. Most importantly, I think this word sustainability started many years from a climate change perspective, but it got accelerated very recently after one of the largest companies in the financial sector, BlackRock. 3 years back, the CEO said that we are not going to put any money in any company that is not in the green business. That kind of made the provocative statement of the CEO of BlackRock put a lot of emphasis on what is today called as the ESG companies. Most companies are today looking at becoming ESG companies, actually. So all of this is kind of culminating in kind of putting a lot more pressure on making businesses more sustainable and planet more sustainable as well. When you look at what choices we have, I don't think we have too much of choices, actually. When you look at 2100 as a landscape, and when you look at 2100 as a landscape where we are talking about reducing the 1.5 degree temperature rise within that period, if we don't do anything, the temperature is going to go up about 4 degrees, actually. The best of policies which the prime ministers of all the countries have so far given is only going to get us to 2.8 degree increase. We are still not there at 1.5 degrees, actually. So contextually, the damage has already been done on climate change in the planet. What is important for us, all of us, is to make sure we can sustain where we are today and don't create even more harm, actually. When we look at the Indian context, 2/3 of India is yet to be built. And we are actually having the greatest growth that is going to come to India in the next 1.5 2 decades actually, because this is the only phase where India's demographic dividend is going to propel the growth actually. So what we do right in India in the next 1.5, 2 years is very pivotal for India's survival and India's sustainability as well. Now, when I look at what our CEO is talking about is that there are several scientific methodology that has been adopted towards becoming net zero companies and net zero countries actually. But our CEO believes that we actually have solutions today, but what we don't have is the political will and the commitment to address climate change actually. The reason why our CEO says this is, even in the World Economic Forum, in the path to 1.5 degrees, energy efficiency is going to contribute to 40 to 45% of the net zero journey actually. If we can just implement energy efficiency, we can get to 45% of the footprint of energy reduction basically. That's really the objective that we all need to look at as well. Of course, you have electrification, you can look at putting more hydrogen, different technologies. So that will all take you to the 1.5 from a theoretical perspective actually. But let's all understand, we are trying to fix an engine when the plane is flying. It's not an easy option we have as well. When you look at our world where we are sitting as, we have 3 businesses. In all our 3 businesses, every hour, every minute, we are trying to reduce the energy consumption actually. Be it in the construction industry where the backhoe loaders are working, be it in the industry where we are kind of plowing the agriculture field, heating and cooling, and also drives, which is again a very important thing, which even Peter spoke about a little while earlier. Now, we are in the business of sustainability as a company. But I think apart from what building several of you have spoken about, which is one of the biggest consumers of electricity, we also believe that we have not looked at design from a sector coupling point of view. You know, when you look at water and energy, electricity and heating, there's a lot more coupling happening there in terms of sectors actually. This is the new trend we see in Europe, and also it's a new trend we see in China, in many other markets as well, that they are very interconnected actually. If you're pumping water in your building, you actually consume electricity. So there is a correlation to this as well. So we need to look at it in how do you decouple this so that even when you want to use more comfort, you have to decouple energy. If you want to use more water, you need to decouple energy actually. So coupling, sector coupling is becoming a very important aspect as well. Of course, electrification, there's a lot of opportunity in electrification. My view on lithium batteries may be very different because 10 years down the line, you can recycle 70% of lithium batteries and you don't need to mine them actually. So this is another way of looking at it as well. Yeah, there are different scientific numbers available. We can take it offline as well on that. Now, when you look at Danfoss's strategy on climate change, actually, we want to be a carbon neutral company by 2030. All Danfoss factories will be carbon neutral by 2030. And of course, all our company cars, if at all we have them, they all will be carbon neutral actually. What we have tried to do is, we have tried to form platforms where we join other companies as well. We have an EV 100 global companies together. We have an EP 100 where we are looking at energy productivity as one option. We're also looking at renewables as a great opportunity. I think we heard that from Peter. No, 10 years back when I was in the Silicon Valley, there was a prediction that the cost of solar energy would be less than almost close to zero, because that's the kind of direction in which we are moving. And you also heard from Peter that solar energy is already 82% less in the last 10 years actually. But all of this is something most companies are doing. But more importantly, what we need to look at is, we need to look at projects in buildings. And that's what we have tried to do. 27 factories out of our 120 factories almost consumes 85% of the electricity in Danfoss. And we, a couple of years back, put in a significant program to look at how do we reduce our electricity consumption coming from multiple points of production actually. And today we have seen that we have been able to reduce from 2007 levels almost 45%. From 2007 to now, our sales has kind of grown 3 times as a company. So we have actually disrupted the energy intensity of what we do and what we produce. Same is with the CO2 as well. We have reduced it by about close to 36%. Now, what have we done actually here? We have broken these projects into ventilation, process cooling, air conditioning, heating, lighting, and compressed air, and have run work streams and programs where when the productivity is going up in terms of quantity and volume we produce in the factory, our energy intensity is also decreasing actually. And we have really seen that whatever we wanted to achieve by 2022, we already achieved in 2020. So what I'm kind of coming here and saying is that if we focus on energy efficiency, there's a lot more we can get out of this whole journey of net carbon as well. The newest thing that we are doing in 2020 is we have defined what is our scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, and scope 4 targets actually. Scope 1 and scope 2 are very easy in the net zero journey because they all are known well within the control of what any company does or any building does. Scope 3 is very challenging. And of course, now scope 4 is another one that has been defined recently because scope 4 is coming from our own colleagues who are sitting and working from home, for example. That is also an electricity consumption which has never been taken into consideration. So scope 3 and scope 4, there are a lot more work that we are doing right now. We are building a circularity program in our factories so that we can make every product, designed to sustainability as well. I mean, for several years, we have had products designed to sustainability, but in between, when we started globalization, we a little bit moved from design to sustainability rather to design to cost. So we need to come back to design to sustainability as well from a product perspective. Some of the things that we have achieved, I mentioned about energy intensity, I mentioned about carbon intensity, but more importantly, water. I think water is a less spoken subject in my view. And in Chennai factory, for example, we have disrupted water from about 120 kiloliters from the time we started to about 60 kiloliters today, actually. The reason is, in India, water does not have a price, but water actually is part of the balance sheet. Water has to be part of the balance sheet. And if we don't consider water as part of the balance sheet, there's no way we are going to disrupt to get to net zero, actually, because water is a very integral part and a critical part of what we want to do in terms of sustainability. I'll kind of leave you with two examples. This is our headquarters in Norberg. We have completely reached renewable energy in 2022, 100% green energy there. And we have almost kind of 100% green energy, both for cooling as well as for heating, actually. So this is our first carbon neutral building in Danfoss. The second building is very close to carbon neutrality, is Chennai. In Chennai, the picture that you see is we have a solar, we have a water pond where we collect water for during rainwater. And as many of you know, when it rains, it really rains in Chennai actually. And if you have to catch it quickly, otherwise it will run away into the sea. So we have created artificial ponds and we have kind of put a lot of storage inside the campus. We have created our own vegetable garden. We have used car parks also as solar facilities. Lastly, we also looked at storage. So the container you see here is a 270 kilowatt storage facility. We can put a lithium ion here, you can put a sodium chloride, all kinds of batteries can be put here actually. If you want to multiply, you can just make 10 containers and you can get to 5 megawatt as well. And these containers can be put in any building and it's very easy to move around as well actually. So this is just about getting inaugurated. It's already tested and by end of this month, we will be getting inaugurated actually. 2021, out of the 12 months, we actually ran the campus for about 6 months without any electricity from fossil fuel actually. So the message I want to leave you all with is, it's doable, but again, it's a journey. When the building was designed by Mr. C.R. Narayan Rao, I'm sure we never had in mind carbon neutrality actually. It's a journey where it's about technologies. It's also about building a culture for living in a campus which is working as net zero. I'll leave you with one interesting comment on water actually. When we put in sensors for about 5.5 kilometers inside the campus with a startup company called We Got about 3-4 years back, we find one particular day, water consumption is very high. And we figured out that's the day we have sambar in the canteen. And we literally had to make a change in the behavior from sambar to a little bit of a different sambar or a thicker sambar or a sambar sadam or a bisibalabat or whatever you want to call it actually. This will give you a 4 kiloliter saving actually per day. So what I'm trying to tell you is sustainability is a way of life. Technologies are there, but more importantly is each of us have to get it on our hands and work with it. Otherwise, we never can get to net zero actually. We have worked extensively with Confederation of Indian Industry, the Godrej Green Building Council, and have mapped for all the Indian industries. India expects to reach its carbon emission peak by 2040. Our Prime Minister has given a clarion call of 2070 becoming carbon neutral. But more importantly, what we have concluded is every sector, the cement sector would have its own journey, the paper sector would have its own journey. And I think we all are there in that direction, in my view, and we all need to make India a better planet for our next generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ravichandran. And it really, whatever you spoke, it resonated with everyone, even the people who love sambar. I think it's the will and the political commitment to address climate change from grassroots to the policy level that is required. For this beautiful presentation, sir, I would like you to have you on stage and have Mr. K.D. Singh, DCI President, to felicitate you for this wonderful presentation. A huge round of applause for this.
We want to ask Peter Ramsey the same thing as to what role water has in very world economy reaching the carbon neutrality goal.
Thank you, sir. It was really a privilege to hear from you and understand that, yes, water is part of our balance sheet and we should really use it judiciously. Moving forward to some more interesting presentations, we have a good presentation on greening of Indian infrastructure that I'm particularly interested in. We have Mr. Ravi, co-founder Edifice, and he's also the executive director at Edifice. He's a recipient of numerous awards and recognitions from within the fraternity. Mr. Ravi has been instrumental in growing Edifice to our current preeminent position within the organization. Mr. Ravi has been intimately involved with several landmark projects. Some of them, to name a few, would be JSW, Caps Gemini, Amar Raja Industries, Reliance, and headquarters of the Ministry of Renewable Energy. We look forward to hearing from you, sir. A huge round of applause for Mr. Ravi.
That's it, no? That is?
Yeah, that's the one. So I move ahead with this.
Yeah. You?
These two keys.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me over. My name is Ravi Sarangan, and I represent Edifice. We are an architectural firm with a pan-India presence, and we offer master planning, architecture, and interior design services. So to begin with, I think it was lovely to see presentations rendered on specifically micro-hydel projects by Benjamin. My father was an electrical engineer, served the state government of Maharashtra. He headed all the hydropower plants, so it took me down memory lane. It's good to see, he's no more, but he talked about micro-hydel projects way back then in the early 80s and 90s. The next was Peter Rumsey's, the key project. For me, Mr. Narayan Muntri has been my mentor as well, Edifice's mentor as well. We started working with Infosys in 1996 and never looked back. And some of the lessons that we learned and the examples that I'm going to show is working with Peter, working with Rohan Parekh and team at Infosys, and learning those lessons and implementing in future projects. And thirdly, Danfoss Ravi's mention about, we thought that the next World War would be fought on water till Russia attacked Ukraine, and the importance of water we are tending to forget, and how critical it is. We all talk about energy, we all talk about several other aspects, but food, water are two important aspects that we tend to ignore. So let me begin by this presentation by stating an important fact that all of us sitting out here and the architectural fraternity should be designing spaces not for certifications. We should be doing it from our heart. I am not stating that LEED or Griha has any role to play, but I think it should come from within your heart, from our conscience, and not really do it for certifications. The minute we do that, then you will drop all these adjectives that we use in architecture: sustainability, green, etc., etc. I think we came from a land of frugal. We all grew up where electricity was lacking. At least in the state of Maharashtra and Gujarat, we had 24/7 electricity since a long time. But many cities, many states didn't have electricity. We learned how to live frugally, right? I mean, that's what our upbringing was, that don't waste anything. Don't waste water, don't waste food, don't waste electricity. We were taught to switch off fans, forget air conditioning. This is the wrong platform to speak about air conditioning and its negatives. But we were taught to switch off fans, switch off electricity, and when we got out of our rooms. So these are few things that we've tended to forget, right? So as architects, every time we put pen on paper, continuing on the conscience bit, I think we all know that we are damaging Mother Earth, right? So as architects, we have a responsibility to assess and to understand and find out how can I minimize this damage. So at Edifice, we are looking at ways and means to minimize this damage. And I think the examples that I'm going to show you today are an attempt, because the last 8 or 9 buildings that we are designing, campuses that we're designing, is similar to what I'm going to show you here. And what I want to leave behind as a thought in your mind is that as long as we adhere to fundamentals of architecture, as long as we use our common sense, right, I think we will have a solution in place. What are the fundamentals of architecture? Light and ventilation. What's important to note is that slowly we are seeing this common sense being ignored, these fundamentals being ignored, and what was taught in our schools of architecture being ignored. I think it's time that we look at our past. There is a saying in history, right, that in English, saying that you can never afford to forget history, you're condemned to repeat it. I think what we are doing now is we're coming back a full cycle, and we are looking at ways to come back to live with frugality. There is this comment of Gandhiji who said that there is enough in this world for a man's need, but there is not enough in this world for a man's greed. We have to reduce greed. We have to reduce consumption. We have to understand. I think there was one question asked to Peter, that why are we building so many redundancies? Yeah, as architects and as engineers, the first stage of a project, which is the design brief or the design brief report that you all submit, we need to sit with the client and understand why is she building or he building so much? Is there a way that we build lesser to accommodate the demand of the client? And obviously you can. I mean, there were times in the till the Lehman Brothers collapse happened, we were designing spaces. We were using data centers, we were using server rooms where we were using only 1/4 the space, and we were cooling 3/4 of the space, which was not being used at all. Yeah, because we were growing at that pace. We didn't know what the left hand and the right hand was doing. So I think it's time we pause, we reflect as to what we need to build. And therefore, as engineers and architects, we have a huge responsibility to spend time during the design brief stage. I'm not talking about the concept and the schematic stage. At the design brief stage, sit, understand, find out whether you need to build so much. So you need to reduce demand. So starting with one small project that we did for a good client, fantastic client, Amar Raja Batteries. This place was at Tirupati. The chairman of this company, who's currently, I think, 88 years old, very conscious about environment, very conscious about how much to build, and they make Amaron batteries. So he was located this plot of land in Tirupati, which was barren, absolutely barren, because there is a photograph of 1988 when this land was given to him to set up this factory. Why I'm talking about this is because you're going to see images, how this land, he transformed it into a green oasis. It was a rocky terrain, Deccan Plateau. If you've been to Hyderabad and parts of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, you would have seen these rocky terrains, these huge boulders. This was one such example. But he got in about soil from 60-kilometer radius from there, built up that soil over the rocky terrain because he wanted trees to grow. And what he has done out there is wonderful. He's created this factory amidst a forest of red sanders trees. Now, red sanders is not sandalwood. Red sanders is a tree which is used in medicinal, has medicinal properties. It was the smuggling done by Veerappan, right? The famous smuggler, red sanders trees. Now, this place is probably one or two locations in India today which has grown red sanders. So when we were asked to design the new corporate office out here, we were told that here is this portion of land filled with trees and industrial blocks. That's where they manufacture their batteries and UPS. And the red dot that you see on the center out there was our site. That was their existing building. They were this. So our first choice was, oh my God, this is a forest, and I'm asked to build a head office for them out there. I think the first attempt from our side was not to cut a single tree there. As I think as architects and engineers will appreciate that if I can get my ambient down out there, the temperature out there by, letting the trees be there, it's a forest, then I'm building an office. So going further, you see that existing office to be demolished. This was a place which was making batteries. There was this huge environmental concern posed by then the newspapers and everybody because lead was being used, right, in the batteries. And therefore, the chairman wanted to prove a point and he said, I'll build my house out here, right? You all are talking about lead pollution. I'll build my house out here to ensure that whatever lead contamination is happening out there, I will clean up the place. So it is like, how many of you all have gone to MTR at Bangalore? It's a restaurant, famous restaurant where it's written out there, right, at the Galla, right? Even the owner eats out here, right? So it's similar. So the owner wanted to prove that I will stay out here and I'll ensure that you will not be affected by lead. And so what our first attempt was, now I'll rush. So those were the trees. We mapped the trees and we said that, we need to, and that was a contour difference from 109 to 101 as we went down north. So if you see the section below, it shows that there are 3 levels. We did not want the building to rise beyond the tree level, so that the building is shaded by trees on all 3 sides. And what we then did was started off with a concept. These are reference images of other architectural works worldwide as to how you can build around the buildings. So that was the existing building, and that was the extent required by us to achieve the area program. That means I would have had to cut all the trees around this existing building. And so what we did was there were 3 departments to be housed out here. So we formed this 3 axis. And then we said that rather than, cutting these trees, I'll find out where the trees are absent. So these were the 3 wings where the trees were absent. And we all know that how light is important for functioning rather than artificial light. Therefore, we kept the floor place very thin, right? And we created these 3 wings. And since one of the shared services wing was facing directly the factory shed, we kind of inclined it. And so that you don't directly look into the factory shed. And by inclining it, we were protecting some more trees. So what it did was it gave me 2 or 3, ancient wisdom, Indian architecture was all about courtyards, right? So we created these courtyards. Automatically, these 3 courtyards were being formed. And this is how the isometric emerged. So we had this reception area, the low level, the shared services in the first level, and then the corporate function and the IT services. Now, what we did differently was, how did we reduce demand? This was in a forest setting. We studied the wind path. We understood that the reception need not be air conditioned. It is within a forest. So why do I need to air condition that space? I will air condition only those spaces which require air conditioning. And Tirupati is quite hot during the summers. So what did we do? We formed this grid. We had this, we wanted as column free as possible, but very thin floor plates. These were how the office spaces. And then we realized that the glazing, because it was facing north, and typically north light is the best light for us, east and west had to be protected. So we thought that we would introduce these red dots indicate the louvers. So then the floor plans emerged. So you had the drop off with engineers. I think as making a building or a project is teamwork. It's designing is not just restricted to the architect. It is a collective effort, and we are looking at ways and means of how can we push the design envelope, and starting off with 1 ton of air conditioning, which was cooling about 200 square feet. We have reached now, at last count, at least across 8 of our projects, 1 ton of air conditioning ranges between 600 to 1,000 square feet of cooling. So we have achieved something phenomenal, which maybe other architectural firms have not done it, because we are looking at ways of and means of how can we achieve, how can we do this? And we're all talking about energy efficiency. We're all talking about reducing consumption. So we are doing it and we are demonstrating it effectively. So, obviously the last floor was the corporate floor. At Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, they follow Vastu. So the Southwest has to be on the highest level. These were the sections drawn. How did we evolve the concept? Because it was setting in the forest. We had biophilia. By the way, those east and western louvers have been dropped now because of the trees. We found out that there's no heat ingress into the building at all. The trees provide enough shade. These were initial renderings that we did of the space. You will notice that the ground floor is porous. That's your reception area where we allow wind to flow natural. We have done radiant cooling in the slab. Some amount of air conditioning is available for the ground floor as well. The rest of the floors have been where we've used radiant cooling. These were 3D renderings, and that's how your internal court looks into your reception space and cools this place. That's how you get the imagery, and then the amphitheater on the southernmost side. Internal staircases. Now, after these 3D renderings were done, the building is complete. We wanted to use concrete, all natural form. Every single material apart from concrete out here has been sourced from a 200-kilometer radius. Forget 500 kilometers, 200-kilometer radius. That's what Peter was talking about, embodied energy for a product. Every single material has been sourced from a 200-kilometer, except the corporate floor where there was a desire for imported marble. There too, we've kind of convinced them to reduce the demand. And then choice of glass. The fins were dropped, as I said. These were the site snaps. They're almost complete. We have handed over this building. But I wanted to show you how, where there's a will, there's a way, right? We can convince the client, build something which is using everything locally, going for radiant cooling. And this is the reception area, which I was talking about, which is porous. That's your staircase. The glazing looking into this. These are very thin floor plates. And I'm going to show you interior images as well of how the radiant fins have been incorporated. Some at the ground floor, the radiant pipes are installed in the floor, but in the rest of the areas, we've exposed the fins. The reason I'm talking about interiors is I think we tend to ignore that the interior needs to reflect the architecture as well. And interiors is where you tend to go overboard on choice of materials, on choice of products. We don't realize that a lot of this stuff, the flooring out here is all local. The stone was sourced locally, not Italian marble and not something fancy. And we could manage to convince the clients. And these were, when we tried to, this was the concept that we tried to sell the client and the client absorbed it immediately. So that's how the interior and exterior spaces kind of merge. And only those red blobs in the center are air-conditioned spaces. And that's how, every single, that's my screens. So that there is because it's a wooded area, you get insects and flies because it's a non-air conditioned area, the ground floor. So we had this large wooden screens with mesh in it, which kept the insects away and the birds away. So that's your internal areas and the staircase going up. In terms of acoustics also, we have taken care of it. Now, sustainability is also about how effective have you been in taking local art, local craftsmen, local artists. So every single fabric that was used out here is from the local weaving community. So it's important that sustainability is not just about energy saving, right? In what way am I improving the life of the occupant and the people who are building this space for them? So that's sustainability, right? I mean, you're improving the lives of not just the occupant, but also, so this is all Malka fabric. Malka is a famous Andhra fabric done by the local weaving community out there. The bricks too were sourced locally. The stone is, I don't know whether you've heard of this mandana. Mandana is again an Andhra stone, which we've used out here. So basic, and the granites, of course, the Andhra granites have been used. So again, the Malka fabric, this is how the individual cabins, this has all been handed over. These are renderings. But what I wanted to indicate to you is you can go overboard when you're doing your interiors as well. So it's important that it's not just architecture, but even the interiors, you need to keep your, of course, inlays, the Southern Rangoli patterns, that's their boardroom. And finally, even this cladding is white marble from India. It's not imported marble. So we did this, we handed this over. The next project that I'm talking about is almost getting ready now. It's under construction. It's a medium-sized project. This is a net positive building. So this was a competition which was hosted by the Indian government, and they invited architects to compete. We won this competition about 4 years back, and fortunate to have started work on it. And it was great working with the scientists at the Ministry of Renewable Energy. And the consultants that worked on it are local from Delhi, Sunil Nair and Nair Consultants. So this was the brief given to us was, this is the competition entry, okay? I'm going to show you what was demonstrated to the scientists. So they had asked us to design this Ministry of Renewable Energy, which is also known as Atal Akshay Urja Bhavan, on a 2.6 acre plot. They wanted this as an efficient energy, renewable energy building, and they wanted this to be an iconic landmark. So what we did was we studied the site. It lies on the axis of, dotted by landmarks, very close to the metro railway station. And this is something that kind of bothers us all the time. So when we tried telling them that this is next to the railway station, why are you insisting on one car park for every 50 square meters that you build? Now here is an opportunity where we could tell them that it's next to the metro rail. So don't go for so many car parks. Don't build more. But no, the authorities said, no, it has to be built as per the rules. You have to give one car park for every 50 square meters. I think the rules will change over time. All that I'm stating here is if it's a transit-oriented development and if there is a public transport in the form of a metro or a bus station nearby, you should not insist on so many car parks. You should be, you should again be frugal and you build less than. The strengths of the site was visibility and accessibility, opportunity to showcase, and I think there was just one building which was energy positive. in Delhi at that time, 4 years back. And the weakness, of course, was the orientation of the site, right? It was, geometry of the site was such that I had a large facade facing the west. And opportunities, and I talked about, and of course, threats, you know, about the pollution that we needed to, because if I had to rely on natural light and ventilation, I would be getting in pollution as well. So that was the L-shaped site. We had to celebrate the front edge. It was a public edge because the government told us that they would like to have professionals, students come to this campus and learn about renewable energy, right? So we had a public edge to this place. We had to establish the footprint. There were clearly two divisions in this. One was the ministry and one was the bureaucracy. So we had to house both of them in this space. And therefore it was clear to us that we had to have two wings. We separated by an atrium. And then we tilted the bottom block, the southern block towards the east, because that was the geometry of the site. We had to protect the west. That's the orange dots that you see. So in terms of sectional analysis and massing strategies, we had the auditorium and public areas on the lower floor. We normally restrict the food movement to the lowermost floor so that you don't have traffic on the elevators and you can take care of waste. And we had the auditorium, technology center, library, that's the public realm. We had the classrooms and guest houses out here because they were getting scientists from all over the country. And then we had the vertical core, the main service core connecting these two wings. We had the ancillary service cores. Now, this is where common sense comes in. When you know that you're going to get harsh winds, heat from the west, we decided to keep all the core, my lift, staircases, and all the storerooms, etc., on the western side. But we also knew that, and that took care of my son and the heat. But I had to allow for some amount of ventilation as well. So I started introducing some amount of porosity there so that it allowed wind to come in from the west. These were my typical floors from 3rd to 6th floor. The top two floors were for the ministry. At the 9th floor, the top two floors was for the higher ups, and the top floor was for the minister and the Minister of State room. And then we did, what we did was it gave me a 360-degree view out there. And then we covered this entire mass with solar panels on the top. What we also did was each facade, how did we treat it? The south, which was facing, luckily we didn't have a building in front. And we knew that there was no building coming up in the front because it was a green zone. So we had the a structural system to house solar panels even on the southern facade of the building. As I said, that's how the building looked from the southern facade. And then on the eastern facade, we said that we'll do something different. We had taken cues from another eminent architect called Rahul Mehrotra, who had done this building in Hyderabad, where he grew, biophilia over the eastern facade. So we had creepers growing over the eastern facade. And we had proposed, unfortunately, this did not fly. They asked us to give clean glazing. Of course, we've done that and still the energy bills are minimal, but we wanted to have, plants reduce the heat load on the eastern facade because even the rising sun carries some amount of heat. And that's how the building looked, the 3D imagery. This is your entry into your space. To the left is the auditorium. What we did on the western facade, now this is critical. So we had a lot of dead masses, but I didn't introduce perforations. So simple idea that we introduced creepers and plants, heavy plantation on the west, wherever the voids were. So even when the winds come in, that's the building on top, which you see of Rahul Mehrotra's, where he's got this, catwalk, and then there is creepers growing. And we introduced something similar onto the western facade. So that's how you see the western facade. These are, greenery. Beyond that, there's ventilation, which is getting into the space. What importantly out here, we reduce the demand, which you're going to see later on. Of the air-conditioned areas. Wherever we could ventilate naturally, we simulated, we understood the wind movement, we had some water bodies introduced, and therefore it kept the temperature low. What we did over the roof was, we had a roof garden. Someone asked about some filters that use plastic for the, a lot of plastic content. I think you have a great example of the Paharpur Business Center here, Kamal Mittal's building, where he's used a lot of plants to clean up the air, right? And we also do that in most of our projects, interior spaces. Why do you rely on expensive air conditioning filters when you can use natural plants, right? And there are 3 plants that you can use in your internal flow plate, which cleans up the air. We tried, and these are the 3 plants, the areca palm, the mother-in-law's tongue, and the money plant, which can be used internally. And that's a successful implementation of the Paharpur Business Center. Again, use common sense and not really relying on expensive stuff. Most important is how do I optimize design, building design. And this is very, very critical. Again, common sense. The best way to is to first get your orientation right. And then we did cavity walls for the western facade. We also did light shelves to enable natural light to penetrate deep into the floor plate. All this we have learned in the schools of architecture. So we implemented all of that into this building space, into this building design. So finally, you had this building emerge and is being built. It's almost complete now. We had the floor plans with the column grid. What are the net positive? We had, we optimized the design to reduce the need for energy. Now, this is critical. I just started off this presentation by saying, sit with the client, understand their brief, don't take it blindly forward, dissect it, reduce the demand first. Then you select an efficient building services system, thereby reducing energy load, and then you meet the energy demand by using alternate energy. So, of course, we did light simulation. We did, how do we take in fresh air? We use radiant cooling in this place. There is a lot of IoT which is using for the BMS system. Water cooled variable speed drives, technical jargon that you all are all aware of. How could I use the appropriate light fixtures for this space? Across the floor plate, once we did the simulation, we realized that we would need an annual consumption of X megawatt hour per year. And then when I use my solar panels and try to meet the demand, we demonstrated that your consumption was 1225 and my annual solar power generation was 1645. Now, this didn't happen just by chance. I think you have to conduct extensive design dialogues with the client. And in this case, they were scientists, they were professionals, they were knowledgeable people. And it was great to learning from them. So it's I think as professionals, as architects and as engineers, we have a tendency to push design down our client's throat. At Edifice, we don't believe in that. I think we believe in learning from the client, conducting a design dialogue, finishing all of that before construction happens at site. You will find that results are much better. Water, right? This was something which is critical. And I think Ravi raised this from Danfoss too, that how do we reduce demand for water? In fact, we've done a campus for TCS at Hyderabad, Gachibowli, where I've created a 1.5 acre lake. The geological survey of 50 years back showed us a depression in the land there. And we realized that once upon a time, there was a lake existing there. Why can't we revive it? So we made a lake, and it's a great success story. It's been 12 years now. There's a 1.5 acre lake within the campus. We're using the same water for water cooled chillers, and the water is getting treated and refilling that lake. I think it's critical that we look at ways and means. And while Ravi did talk about torrential rains in Chennai, I have stayed in Chennai where there was no rain for many, many years. And that's when water harvesting was introduced there. We used to pump water there, right? And now we're seeing, again, a lot of water gets wasted. But yeah, I think it's critical to understand how we could we need to recycle wastewater. And we demonstrated that too in terms of calculations and what are the saving potential. The STP capacities were worked out. And we ensured that there is zero discharge in terms of waste management as well. And therefore, we said that we will create a landmark, hopefully, in this year, where we've seen several landmarks in Delhi. And this could probably be one landmark, not for architecture, but for being energy positive. Yeah, any questions, please? I have one more example, but it'll take more time. I think I'll stop it out here. If you guys have any questions, please feel free. I think one thing I'd like to leave here in the minds of everyone, that we have a collective responsibility I think we are leaving a legacy behind for generations to come. We as Indians, I think, know the art of building well. Somewhere in the middle, we have lost our way. We're trying to ape the West. We need to go back to the ways and means of how our palaces were built, how our traditional homes were built, and learn lessons from that and start implementing it for future, so that the future generations can enjoy built forms and stay in built forms. Yeah. Thank you. So here is where I think we took help from the renewable energy scientists as well. I think they have, I'm more than happy to share with you the analysis done for the different types of solar panels and the scaling and maintenance, etc. I think the experts will be more knowledgeable on this topic, but now you do get panels which are much better than before in terms of maintenance, in terms of cleaning, in terms of self. I think there are some panels, if there are experts sitting out here, which kind of self-maintains it as well. And therefore they're more efficient than what was available before. In fact, there was a competition for IIT Jodhpur where we came in the top 4. While we talk about energy, we talk about water, waste, etc. Actually, net zero is also being self-sufficient in food, right? The IIT Jodhpur guidelines for the competition was you should be able to generate your own food too. I don't know how many of you all have stayed in the casino group of hotels down south in Kerala, which is called CG Earth now. The owner, Dominic, I think is his name, a simple gentleman, he's in his 80s now. Much before, maybe I'm talking about the early 2000s, even before these buzzwords on sustainability, green and all came in, he ensured that wherever he built his resort, he used to source his meat, fish, and vegetables from a 50-kilometer radius. What it did was, not only are you getting fresh, it was called you've heard of carnivore, you've heard of herbivore. This was called the locavore movement. It's called locavore. So not only are you getting nutritious, fresh food, but you are also improving the lives of the farmers and the fishermen and the meat sellers near your place. So that is sustainability, that is inclusive growth. And everyone, many, have wrong things to say about capitalism, but this is good capitalism, right? Where you're improving, it's benevolent capitalism, where you're improving lives of the people around you. And at least as architects, I think we have a role to play out here. When I mentioned that we have to use local art, local craftsmen, local technologies to take them forward, right? So, yeah.
So I'm Prabhat Goel. Question to the architects. We've gone through a very difficult time in the last 3 years. Is there a change in thinking in terms of the kind of building facades or the architecture we create? I would say in terms of more open spaces that people are demanding today, well, natural ventilated rather than closed spaces with low amount of ventilation that basically radiant cooling brings down the amount of air circulation in spaces. And there's been big question mark on that. So what's your thinking on that? Is something we'd like to benefit from?
I think we as an architect, we as a team, architects and engineers, should not entertain demands from our clients. It should come from us, right? When we are designing that, I am going to give you spaces which are naturally ventilated, which are low on energy consumption, low embodied energy. I think we've reached a time now where we can convince our clients. It has to come, they're coming to you because you're the expert in building sciences, right? And therefore it is our role, our duty to inform them that these are the things that you would, that's why I said in the beginning, when I'm sitting with a client at the design brief stage, the program stage, that is the critical stage of the project. And we tend to ignore that. We take an Excel sheet and we start designing spaces. That's not the way you should do. I'm designing this for 1,000 employees, so many cabins, so many meetings. No, don't do that. Dissect, understand first, we call it a voice of customer. We do a shadowing exercise. We find out whether the client needs that space. We take about 30 days to finalize a design brief. Then we go on step 2, where you already reduced from, I think, simple thing. And you take any office, your own office or any of your clients' offices, you will find how many of us ask for HR data on absenteeism in an office. I'm talking about pre-COVID days. You will find that the average is at 17%. So why are we designing 100 square feet space? Why can't I design spaces which are 85 square feet only? Because traditionally there is a 17 to 18% absenteeism in an office. Look at the waste. How can I reduce that waste and design it for 85% people? And we can live with that. I mean, as Indians, we are fantastic in adapting, much better than the West, into adapting working conditions. So the point I'm trying to make is, as professionals, we need to educate the client to reduce demand first. And facade, etc., is a secondary thing. I call it lipstick. First, reduce the demand. And then we can look at climatology, and then finally, you look at aesthetic elements. Yeah.
Hello, Ravi sir. First of all, thanks for a very lovely presentation, and I've always been inspired by your work. I am also an architect, but shifted my gears to building science. Now I've been working with architects, educating them on these aspects all. But all projects are not that lucky that we get a chance to start from the beginning, and we get a team that gets together into an integrated manner. So, I mean, from your experience or as an advice, what do you suggest that how a team should, get together into an inclusive manner, and no matter if it's at the later stages also of the project, do you think that there is still an opportunity to work on certain aspects and educate the client and still deliver a more sustainable building?
I think there is. What you are asking as a question, what I've understood is that on a greenfield level, I just answered his question. Magic can be done by using simple, I think, common sense and arriving results. Let me give you an example of when Vodafone invited architects to design their corporate office. They had given a brief that at Parel, please knock off this old industrial mill and build a glass tower for us. At that time, they were known as Hutchison Max, right? Orange. So our solution to them was that there were 4 architects, and our solution was we will retain your mill and we'll convert that into an office. That's called adaptive reuse and architecture, right? Where you're not increasing the carbon footprint. And it was a huge success. So north light coming into the office, we had those, it was a mill, right? So bottom, we had these looms going below the floor. We used those for the ducts. And like Kansai Airport and all our modern airports, this was done 20 years back. We had these columns emerging in the floor plate, column free space. It's an industrial shed, and we had these columns throwing out air. We used physics to our advantage, cold air dumps, hot air rises, and we cooled only the bottom 10 feet layer of this entire office space, which got great light because of the north light truss, which was available. Simple example, the productivity of that office, they had data improved by about 25%. People stayed longer in that office. And so it's never too late. The answer to your question is never too late. At any time during the course of the project, at inception stage or in a brownfield stage, we can create wonders. It's just an attitude. Even if you don't have that attitude today, you'll be forced to do it because you're running out of time now. So it's time to wake up, everyone, and not just build blind glass boxes everywhere.
Like the area where architect services are not provided. Yeah. Just taking you to a different side. Like in most of our residential houses, particularly in peri-urban and rural areas, the mandatory provisions are not there. So far, whatever we are listening is for commercial buildings. But to me, I think energy efficiency in that area would also be a sizable thing. And there, the services of architect is limited, and it is the Mistri who designs the house. So I was thinking that how can we bring about by some kind of a green capacity building on our Mistris and all, by making things very simple. I was very impressed. You were saying all the time that it's a common sense, having a good ventilation and air conditioning enveloping of the building. So that side, I think, is also an area where how to go about that. Can we have a good capacity building, very simplistic programs for the grassroots level architects, I mean to say.
So I was about to tell you in one simple answer, the Mistri is no more than the architects. If it is an experienced Mistri, if it is an experienced Mistri and you trust him and you follow his or her advice, all that we are doing today is following the Mistris of the past, right? But the problem out here is we don't want to do that. We want to do what your neighbor has done. We will tell our Mistri, "Aap jaisa usne banaya, aap bhi waisa hi bana do." Right? You want to do a Spanish villa in remote Meerut, right? So that's where I think we go wrong. Apart from my casual the thing was that the Mistris of the past were great in thinking, because they knew how to build, and they knew the craft to build, and they knew how to respect the climate of the region, right? So if you were to go to interior hot and dry environment, you would have thick walls, you would have mud used extensively, you would have lesser openings. You go to coastal Goa, along the Konkan belt, you will find there is cross ventilation, there was an angan, there was a courtyard. If you go to Leh Ladakh, they knew how to build. All that it requires is keeping your eyes, ears, and mind open to using what our traditionalists did, right? But how to train them? I think we have all got a collective responsibility to go back and revive the past, rather than trying to teach them. Tell them that you did this in the past, then I think the chances of grasping is higher, rather than trying to skill them. Yeah, that's and the deliberate reason for me to choose commercial spaces was because they are guzzlers of energy. Residential, not much. At a commercial level, we are doing data centers, some of the largest in India today, and they are like crazy. I mean, they are like mini power stations, right? Whether here I'm consuming about 12 to 15 watts per square foot. Residential is much lesser. So, and you'll be surprised to know that more and more residential developments, mass developments today, we've been asked to, I think it is our role. We've been telling our clients to go as green as possible in terms of planning, in terms of, there were times in the 2000s where a developer used to say, "Mereko zyada windows mat de do, it's costing me." Today they are telling us, give cross ventilation space. Clients want, it's the market which is demanding that, at least 3 rooms in your apartment should have cross ventilation. I'm talking about the coastal areas. I'm sure cross ventilation is effective everywhere else. They're talking about natural light penetration. Kitchens used to get small windows, one pokey corner. They want more light into the kitchen. So ultimately we are coming back a full circle where, solar is being used to all the common areas. We talked about, Peter talked about solar heaters, which was there since a long time. Now we are going beyond that. So this is going to permeate into all sectors. It's not going to be just commercial spaces, but you're going to see it across spaces now. And the retail, we're doing retail too is similar. Sorry.
Thank you so much, sir. And the applause says it all. We are privileged to learn from you. And the point that we take from here is, yes, going back to our ground roots. If we talk about architecture, the way our old houses were designed, the way the courtyards were designed for the ventilation part, that is what we really need to go back to. So to felicitate, sir, I would like to call upon Mr. Manu Chakrabarti to please come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Ravi Saranjan. We had a very good interactive discussion in the last presentation, and moving forward. To ISHRAE all throughout our last year, and has been very vigilant in supporting all our initiatives and being there. Thank you so much, ma'am. It would be a pleasure to have you on stage, ma'am. To accompany, ma'am, I would like to request Mr. Ashish Tiwari, IFS Secretary, Environment and Forest in UP Government, sir. Please do come on stage for the launch of our book. I'd like to call upon Mr. Amitabh Sur, National President, ISHRAE, Mr. Chandrasekhar Narayan, Mr. Vishal Kapoor, Mr. Gautam Baliga, is the chair of the Healthcare Task Group, Mr. Sandeep Goyal, the team member, and Mr. KD Singh. The human mind is said to be the best work of art, and the greatest wealth that we have is our health. So this book is of great importance to us. Please congratulate all the team members who have brought it forward. Thank you.
And this was one name I wanted to invite personally out here is Dr. Roshni Saw. She is the chief editor of this book, and there's a big story behind. I will not talk about her in public, and we really owe a big round of applause to this lady over here. She's put in, I don't know how many hours editing this book. This is a very, very, very technically sound book, and it's taken a lot of effort on the part of entire team chaired by Gautam Baliga and Dr. Roshni and Sandeep. We also have Amit Mishra over here, if he's here. Please come on stage. You were also part of the team and contributed a lot.
I think with the COVID times, this is a health book worth a lot of importance. Thanks a lot.
I'll just request Gautam Baliga, who's the chair of this ISHRAE technical group who developed this entire publication, to come and just share 2 minutes about the book and what this book contains. So Gautam, over to you, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the moment that the healthcare technical group was really waiting for. It was 3 years in the making, and finally it has found the light of the day. And I assure you, this book is not this thin. The actual book is something like almost 300 pages. Okay, this is there was a hurry in printing, so just some sample pages have been printed. Basically, I'll show you a small presentation of the book, and you'll find that the people, or rather the professionals who are involved in making this book, the specializations that they brought into the subject it only tells you about how complex it is to, design spaces for healthcare. And healthcare spaces involves, uh, standards and codes which are both Indian as well as from abroad. And, there is hardcore HVAC knowledge that is also required. And all that has been put into this particular book. And we hope to make it useful for all the doctors and engineers and architects, because it is put forward in a very simple language. So just to tell you a little more about this book, can I have the presentation on the screen? Okay. See, it covers medical terms, infection concepts, infection control standards and guidelines, HVAC design considerations, fire and life safety, including smoke control, operation and maintenance, disaster mitigation, management and recovery, controls and instrumentation, testing, balancing, commissioning, and energy codes. The topics are divided into medical, HVAC, fire and life safety, operation and maintenance, testing and balancing, and the codes. And we've had, these people who have been part of writing this book, Mr. R.S. Kulkarni, Mr. V. Krishnan, Prashant Desai, and these are the people, and Mukesh Sutar were involved in the HVAC part, the core HVAC part. Then we had this Mr. Bipin Patil, who wrote the tab and commissioning part. We had Peter D'Souza, who is basically chief engineer from Lilavati Hospital, who wrote the maintenance part. Dr. Anusha Rohit, she is chief microbiologist, and she wrote about the doctor's perspective in this. Srinivas Valluri is a renowned consultant in fire and life safety, which is also an integral part of the HVAC for, medical facilities. Shankar Rajsekaran wrote about the filters. Sandeep Goyal and Amit Mishra wrote about the codes and energy saving. And C. Subramaniam, he wrote about, all the control logics that should be incorporated in all these facilities. With this, I really hope that it will be accepted book across the industry and contribute to making our healthcare spaces more safe. Thank you.
Sorry for taking us a short detour, but I think we had, firstly, I would thank Mr. Gautam Paliga. I think he's been a wonderful person, and DCI members also have benefited from 2 or 3 of his talks. So a very willing person. I think I just picked up the phone to call him and asked him whether he would be happy to share his knowledge with our team members, and he was so receptive, and he agreed immediately, and we had the privilege and honor of having 2 sessions with him. I'm sure that our members did enjoy. I just snatched these 2 moments to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Radhika Oberol. She's been the Municipal Councillor of South Delhi. And our journey along with the Delhi chapter of ASHRAE's journey along with Radhika Pogarji began when we donated a minus 80 degrees deep freezer to a hospital, a government hospital in Delhi. And since then, she's been with us on various of our activities, our K-12 activities, for which DCI was rewarded and awarded the Presidential Award. Large chunk of the credit goes to her because we did a lot of municipal schools with her where we did the K-12 activities. At Women at ASHRAE, she's been also championing the cause with us. And it has not been a single event that has happened without her. So can I just request that we all give her a big round of applause and thank her for all the support that she has given us. So if you'd like to say a few words with your experience of having worked. No, so just 2 minutes and then we'll take the program forward. So thank you very much for being here today.
A very good afternoon to everyone. As I just said, that I'm a complete misfit here. You all are engineers and I'm somebody who doesn't even understand the basic functioning of a pen. So please don't get offended by anything I say. I was just taking down a little points when Mr. Ravi was speaking. And I think that what is written here, that carbon neutrality is possible. So I think this is a very big achievement and you all are probably the champions of this. And because I also come from a party where our honorable Prime Minister is already, he's also dreaming about this, to have a more carbon friendly spaces or whatever you call it. I'm not an engineer by any means. So please don't mind the vocabulary also. All that I want to say is that it's always an honor to be a part of ISHRAE. And like Mr. KT Singh said, that the journey began when he donated basically a deep freezer to us. And that was much before the vaccination came. So apparently when the vaccination reached India, we gave it in, I'm not able to remember the name of the hospital. Kahan diya tha? Hindu Rao, yeah. So we donated it over there because that's a big MCD hospital in Delhi. And I cannot thank you, sir, for the kind of use it gave us, because the vaccinations were put in that freezer. And in fact, it was, getting used much before the other refrigerators were starting to getting, used in AIMS and all. So thank you so much for that wonderful donation from your side. And after that also, we've been together in a lot of other things, be it plantations or anything related to kids or women, as he rightly said. So I think I'm very honored to be here. Number one, it's a very nice concept to, make so many people come together and talk about what's happening now and what could probably happen. And when Mr. Ravi was speaking, one thing which I really liked when he said that we are going back to our roots. So we are going back to naturally ventilated spaces. And definitely when I come from a house which is not open on all the three sides, तो कभी कभी हमें भी लगता है कि ये ventilation का issue कैसे resolve करें. So I think these are very basic things and very things which are very in right now. And what I really liked when he said that the demand should never come from the client. I have even written that down. So thank you so much for giving this kind of honor to me. I am not an engineer, but I do understand that with a good engineer, you can have a wonderful a thing at your disposal. And thank you so much, KT Singh ji, for having me here. And all I can request you is that please have me in future also, whether or not I hold the post, but I would still love to be a part of ISHRAE. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Prol. And believe me, even if you are not an engineer, we all are contributing our bit towards carbon neutrality in our all possible way that we can do that. Moving forward, we have another interesting presentation from Grundfos. We have Mr. Gaurav Mathur from Grundfos, and he's the head area sales development at Grundfos Pumps. He joined Grundfos in December 2005 and has more than 22 years of industry experience. He has been involved in initialization and development of innovative products in air conditioning, pressure boosting, solar, water supply, and wastewater applications for Grundfos India, and focuses on water and energy conservation. It's a pleasure to have you, sir, and surely we'll learn a thing or two from your presentation. Over to you.
That one, no? Yeah. It is not disturbing you, no?
No, but yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I compliment ISHRAE Delhi chapter and ASHRAE India chapter for organizing this wonderful conference. And I'm really inspired by the presentations which have happened since morning. And as you can see, what I'm going to talk about is
how to achieve carbon neutrality goals through innovative pumping systems. It is something different, and I am taking a different approach this time, where I am going to touch upon the purpose which Grundfos has. We will look into some of the success stories which we have and what have been the enablers for those success stories. How do I connect them with carbon neutrality, and how you can actually contribute directly from those success stories and achieve your carbon neutrality targets. Then we'll certainly look into some future design ideas. And I feel that everything begins with a purpose. And what you see here is the purpose of Grundfos. And whatever we do, all our actions are driven by the purpose which we have. You can see that we work on trend-setting water technologies which conserve energy and water. And we ensure that we help our customers and the nation in achieving those targets. Similarly, if we look at our own purpose, in line with our purpose, we did a presentation on an innovative concept called distributed pumping on the ASHRAE, the ACRECONF platform in 2019. And I'm happy to share that we have a great success after our presentation, and it has been accepted very well. Plus, we have been able to see a lot of energy savings coming out of it, which I'll share in the subsequent slides. But to go forward, what essentially I'm talking about when we talk about innovation in pumping systems is that we have a traditional way of controlling the flow with the help of throttling. And that is where we went ahead and challenged and looked at an innovative solution where instead of a throttling and a pressure-based control, can we look at a temperature-based control by pump? And that actually revolutionizes many things. What we achieve is easy commissioning. We ensure that we have minimum pressure and maximum savings coming out, and the system becomes demand-driven. And these are some broad benefits which you are going to get out of it. But essentially, if you all are air conditioning professional and I ask you, what is the most important thing which you look at in an air conditioning system? And we all will agree that it is the temperature which is very important. And when you have a flow control happening based on temperature, it makes a lot of difference and you achieve a lot of savings. And I'm happy to share that after our presentation on ACRECONF platform, we have had a lot of successful projects. And with a distributed pumping design in India, we are into execution of around 12 projects into different types of buildings and different saving patterns. And we have projects which have been fully commissioned where we are actually seeing the savings happening. And this is all starting with the purpose. And at this platform, I take this opportunity to thank all our customers, all the designers who have supported us and making distributed pumping as a grand success. So thank you very much for that. But let's look at how do we really connect these with carbon neutrality, and what is that actually I'm going to talk about. During this process of developing distributed pumping system, what we realized that one of the key enablers was having digital tools being used to identify how the savings are going to happen. And Mr. Ravi spoke about from the architectural perspective, and we have a young engineer who spoke about how we can reduce redundancy and ensure that we have a system which actually performs well when the load profile is changing. And this is where we feel that one of the greatest enablers can be using digital tools. And we developed digital tools to analyze hydronic systems, and we looked at different hydronic systems by different placement of pumps, or what we call it distributed pumping. So if you see this particular slide, it is a hydronic system. And if you look at the another design, it is the same hydronic design, the same tonnage, everything remains same. But only thing which has changed is the placement of pumps. we have, instead of having a centralized pump, we have distributed it. And we have been able to use the digital tools to find out what are the kind of savings. And that is very important, because until and unless you know how much you are going to save and what is the kind of purpose which you are going to achieve, what are the objectives related to that, you will not really get the benefit out of it. And just for the purpose of this presentation, I have considered a project where we could achieve 30% of the savings. So what I am saying is that you have designed an air conditioning system, the pumps, everything was designed with a conventional way, having a throttling based control. And we just changed the placement of the pumps, and that brought you 30% of savings. I think that's something really innovative and we should look at. And if we connect these savings with carbon neutrality, the purpose of this exhibition can be really achieved with the help of innovative pumping systems. And that's where, if you see, we started off with trend-setting water solutions, trend-setting water innovations. And I believe that CO2 neutrality is also a trend-setting innovation. It's an idea. For you, carbon neutrality may be different. For his, carbon neutrality objectives may be different. So we need to analyze and ensure that we use proper enablers, which can give you whether your objectives are getting achieved with this philosophy or not. Do you need to change it? Because once the physical setup is done, it becomes very difficult for you to change. So these digital tools help you a lot. And that's the learning which we have from distributed pumping can be immediately transported when you have a carbon neutrality design, what is your purpose and how you can achieve by using different design tools. We have seen a lot of design tools being used in architects, in the architecture work, which has been shown by Mr. Ravi. It was very inspiring, but I think we have to go a step further and look into deeper on your pumping system designs and how you can innovate and do savings. Just for the purpose of this, for your understanding, I have taken data from a super ECBC building and what is the kind of kilowatt per TR which is required for a super ECBC building. And if we just implement 30% of the saving by placement of pumps, which is very much possible, because now I am using a smaller pump for a smaller requirement. Why should I run a bigger pump when my requirement is small? And that's the concept which we look at. And it's simple physics. It's simple physics which give you savings. It's the placement which ensures that the heads go down. And just by looking at this and having 30% of saving, you can see you have a potential to achieve around 7 tons of CO2 for a 5 TR plant. And if you have a 5,000 TR plant, you have 77 tons of CO2 consumption possibility just by looking at the design of your pumping system. So that's the level of potential which is available, and we have already seen that happening. The last part of my slide is about what do we really take it forward with. So if I may say that distributed pumping or placement of pumps, as the name suggests, you can have different level of savings for different projects. And you have to actually identify whether what placement is the most optimum. But what is important is to understand that what are the kind of solutions which we are using. And that is where we say that pumps are no longer pumps. You can actually use pumps at heat energy meters. You can have host of information, flow, temperature, and what is the power consumption from your HVAC pump, your system. And actionable insights can be taken by connecting it to cloud and having a lot of analysis which can be done. But that can be only possible if you have data. And as Mr. Ravi said, that data is going to be very important and we should know how to use it. But then first we should have data. And that is where we say, don't just use and look at pumps as it just providing the flow, but look at it intelligently, and they can do a lot for you in terms of making your system very intelligent. I'll touch upon IE5 motor, which is really very important. And Mr. Ravi, in this ACRECONF building, we have IE5 pumps for all water transfer application way back in 2019, which is a great success for us. And we could see, since the purpose was strong at that point of time, we could look at those innovative technologies at that stage and were implemented there for plumbing applications. The two slides which I'm coming up as future ideas is that you can actually look at pumps as your digital assets in your air conditioning systems, but we have to design it that way. And you can see here, we are using these pumps as a heat energy meter also, along with the pumping application, which is used for. And you can actually see how the energy consumption on the same type of zones, we see one area is consuming more and then actions can be taken. But that is only possible when you have distribution, when you have zones being divided, when you really look at the building in terms of how they perform over a period of time. And that's where the purpose comes in. The last part of my slide is that distributed pumping is not just for greenfield project. It can very well be implemented for retrofit applications also. And this is just a video of one of our installations which we have done. Just see how is it simple to just place a new pump in your pipeline on the AHUs and do a temperature-based control instead of a throttle-based control. So with this thought, I just thank you all. And it's been really inspiring to listen and to see all the successful stories. And we look forward for such innovative designs in future where we are able to do much more than just pumping the water. There's one more thing important which I would like to share is that we spoke about embodied carbon and we spoke about operational carbon. All what I spoke about is actually reducing your operational carbon emissions. But there is a lot which is happening on embodied carbon emissions. Where comes environmental protective declaration, which we call as EPD declaration. Grundfos Magna pump, which we have shown, has some of the range where we have a EPD directive declaration available, which can be used for your projects, and a methodology can be adopted to ensure that you have environment-friendly solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. So, yeah, it's up to 11 kilowatt, 11 kilowatt in 2-pole and 7.5 kilowatt in 4-pole.
And what would be the delivery time for these IE5? Suppose we had to order a pump for, with an IE5 motor. So what would be your delivery times on this?
Yes, sir. So we actually ensure that. So we have a lot of these pumps are now going. So we have ensured that the deliveries are between 6 to 8 weeks for the fast moving models. But if you have a non-standard model also, then we can give it in 12 to 14 weeks time.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a good presentation. And I think technically we all have benefited from it. To felicitate, sir, I would like to request Mr. Siddiqui to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Gaurav Mathur for this excellent knowledge exchange that happened. A round of applause. Thank you, sir. Just to fill in for the other events which are happening simultaneously, we do have some stalls. Please do visit them. There is a lucky draw drop box which is kept outside. Please make sure to put in your luck into it and wait for the results for after the tomorrow's session. Moving forward and to probably the last presentation before the lunch. We have a very, very interesting presentation saved for the last, and that is Carbon Neutrality Mission Really Possible? Data Centers by Mr. Sunil Gupta. We'll have a short video before the speaker comes in to present. May I request to run the video? Yeah.
जला दूं डायरेक्ट, अभी इतना टाइम भी नहीं है। हाँ इसमें चला दूं।
India has the second fastest growing digital economy in the world. By 2020,
कोई देख रहा हूँ।
India has the second fastest growing digital economy in the world. By 2025, India will have 850 million smartphone users and 200 million smart TVs, collectively consuming more than 5 hours of video data per device per day. India is increasingly becoming digital, shifting rapidly to web collaboration, e-commerce, and e-payments. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, robotics, and the emergence of 5G are going to extend the usage of the internet to billions of devices. India is also witnessing a shift of enterprise workloads from their captive data centers to public clouds or hosted private clouds due to the pay-as-you-use models and enormous scalability they offer. Enterprises and the government of India are now focusing more than ever before on self-reliance in their supply chains within the country, also leading to more data localization. All these trends are leading to the data explosion in India. To store and process this ever-increasing data growth and centralized cloud workloads, India needs large-scale data center parks instead of standalone data center buildings. These data center parks need to be scalable in terms of space, power, internet connectivity, support services, and a wide array of innovative value-added IT services. Yota, India's youngest managed data center service provider, is building data center parks in Navi Mumbai, Chennai, Greater Noida near New Delhi, and has upcoming projects in Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, and Gift City in Gujarat. Yota is backed by India's leading real estate, energy, and construction major, the Hiranandani Group. What makes Yota unique is its ownership of resources, massive economies of scale, ability to tap into vast amounts of renewable power for its customers, and unmatched expertise and experience in data center design, construction, and operations. Yota NM1 is Asia's largest and the world's second largest India has the second fastest growing digital economy in the world. By 2025, India will have 850 million smartphone users and 200 million smart TVs, collectively consuming more than 5 hours of video data per device per day. India is increasingly becoming digital, shifting rapidly to web collaboration, e-commerce, and e-payments. Emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, robotics, and the emergence of 5G are going to extend the usage of the internet to billions of devices. India is also witnessing a shift of enterprise workloads from their captive data centers to public clouds or hosted private clouds due to the pay-as-you-use models and enormous scalability they offer. Enterprises and the government of India are now focusing more than ever before on self-reliance in their supply chains within the country, also leading to more data localization. All these trends are leading to the data explosion in India. To store and process this ever-increasing data growth and centralized cloud workloads, India needs large-scale data center parks instead of standalone data center buildings. These data center parks need to be scalable in terms of space, power, internet connectivity, support services, and a wide array of innovative value-added IT services. Yota, India's youngest managed data center service provider, is building data center parks in Navi Mumbai, Chennai, Greater Noida near New Delhi, and has upcoming projects in Mumbai, Pune, Kolkata, and Gift City in Gujarat. Yota is backed by India's leading real estate, energy, and construction major, the Hiranandani Group. What makes Yota unique is its ownership of resources, massive economies of scale, ability to tap into vast amounts of renewable power for its customers, and unmatched expertise and experience in data center design, construction, and operations. Yota NM1 is Asia's largest and the world's second largest Uptime Institute Tier 4 certified data center facility that is spread across 820,000 square feet with a capacity of 7,200 racks, 50 megawatt power, and 4 fiber paths connecting the major telecom operators and internet exchanges. It is located at Yota Data Center Park within the 600-acre Hiranandani Fortune City campus in Panvel. Yota NM1 is built to the highest standards and has a host of unique features. 15-layer physical security, highly redundant power infrastructure, an advanced automated building management system that monitors Yota NM1, a fail-safe cooling infrastructure, and a wide range of support services, including dedicated cargo material handling area, dedicated office space, transport facilities for customers, and on-site lodging arrangements for both short and long term. With our long list of certifications, which continues to grow, customers are assured of all the necessary compliance and best practices. Yota provides both hyperscale co-location for wholesale customers and fully managed Yota tech services for enterprise customers. Under co-location, we offer full floors, suites, cages, and individual racks with varying power densities and fit-out options as per customer requirements. For hyperscale customers, we offer dedicated customized buildings on co-location model and interconnect their floors and buildings through redundant fibers. Under Yota Tech, we offer a wide variety of innovative enterprise IT solutions on a pay-as-you-use model. At Yota, we strive to deliver unmatched scalability, quality, innovation, and economies of scale by leveraging our real estate expertise, power distribution capabilities, data center design, connectivity solutions, and deep domain expertise in managed IT services. We aim to deliver value that's backed by innovation, partnerships, and trust, so that our customers get peace of mind, assurance, and above all, happiness.
Now about the next speaker that we have in line, the best saved for the last. We have Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO of Yota Infrastructure with us. He's also known as the data center man of India. He has built and operated the most third-party data centers in India. His efforts have been instrumental in India's data center growth story and has been recognized in the industry in the form of numerous accolades on domestic and global platforms. Mr. Sunil has been featured in the illustrious Data Economy APAC 50 list and is one of the 100 personalities to watch out for in the next decade, who are poised to heavily influence the direction and transformation of the global data center and cloud markets. We know how much we are dependent on data, so a huge round of applause for the data center man of India.
Anything will do. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, let me start with a question. How many of you are cursing me that I'm between you and your lunch? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this honor. Okay, let me ask the second question. How many of you are on your WhatsApp right now? I can see all the heads like this, right? Writing to your spouses at home that somebody is there on the stage who will still take another 30-40 minutes, and only after that you'll get lunch. Possibly many of you are on your corporate emails because today is a working day and you are answering your emails. And some of you may be on Facebook, somebody of maybe on your Instagram or something like that, right? Right. Somebody will be listening, and in case I was not physically here, you would have been listening to me on. Thank you so much, sir. But sir, I was actually not making a case for me on the stage and you taking your attention. I was making a case for data center, so that was the reason I was giving an example. So nice of you, sir. So nice of you, sir. So nice of you, sir. So you have made my job easier. I wanted to give examples like that. So fundamentally what I was saying, which we all of us know, our life has become digital personally and professionally. Personally, every moment, right? Morning में आप उठते हैं तो सबसे पहले लगता है WhatsApp check कर लो, पता नहीं पूरी दुनिया में क्या हो गया होगा. That's what we do, right? That is how our personal life has got so much entrenched into digital. And professionally, if email goes out, you can have a chutti from your office because you can't really do anything. Your SAP will not work, your ERP will not work, your office system will not work. Everything has become digital. Your machines are also now getting connected to internet. That is the dependence on data centers. COVID would not have been so, I would say, easy to handle if you were not able to do the video conferencing, which you were able to do and still manage your professional life. It would not have been so easier if the OTT platforms like Netflix and Alt Balaji and Disney and Hotstar was not coming on your TV all the time, right? How many of us know that we all are already a customer of data center? All of us. We don't know. But all of us are customers of data center, although indirectly. Every single click which you are putting on your mobile right now or anytime, anything coming on your TV, anything coming on your laptop or desktop is ultimately coming from a data center. It goes to a wireless tower. From there, it goes to a fiber. That fiber may go to some data center in India, or it may go to some data center in US or Europe or Singapore. And the content which you want to access, the video or the photo or anything, is coming from that data center. Now you can just imagine how our digital life has increased in the last 5 years, especially in India. Why in India mainly? We increased from or graduated from a 2G connection to 3G connection to 4G connection. In the next possibly 1 year or 2 years, our life will have 5G phones in our hands. So the speed which you get today may increase almost 50 times compared to what we get today. And even with today's speed, we are on phones all the time. We are creating content all the time. So when the speed is 50 times, you will actually see the resolution of the videos which you do, the also will increase 25 times. And if that is the case, the amount of storage required, the amount of compute required at the back end to store those videos and process those videos which are coming to you will also increase as many times. So there are examples and examples. Whatever you are doing, again, if I give an example, even in the evening when you will book your Uber and Ola, it will also be coming from some data center. It has just come into our lives so much. If our digital life is increasing so much, so has to be the need of increasing the data center capacity. Okay. In India, this industry was too small, simply because we were not having so much of content in our lives. The sector was very small, I would say, till 2013-14. We were having enterprises having some digitization, personal life digitization was very, very less, and the sector was small. As an industry at the back end, we were making a data center of a 1 lakh square feet of building with some 4 megawatt of power. And we used to sell as a business that building over 4 or 5 years, getting some customers who wanted to host their websites or wanting to host their, some application, banking or something. That was the scale. In the last 5 years, as an industry, we have started making buildings which are 4 lakh or 5 lakh square feet on average. One single building is consuming 40 to 45 megawatt of power, which is almost like 20 times bigger than an equivalent size commercial building, right? And this is not stopping. I can give you an example from 2013-14 onwards, our industry as data centers, we make one building of 5 lakh square feet, 45 megawatt. We sell that across to just 3 or 4 customers who are like cloud operators like Amazon, Google's, and some large enterprises. And the same customers after 1 year comes, can you give me one more building? And that is the thing which is happening for last 5 years. And that demand is not stopping because of the trends which I just explained. And we really don't know where it will go. There's one more thing which is happening. While many of the data coming on your mobile is still coming from data centers which are within India in Mumbai or Delhi or Bangalore, Chennai, wherever, but still a majority of data, especially the social medias, the Facebooks, the Instas and WhatsApp and YouTubes, is still not coming from India. It's still hosted outside of India. Now, government, because of many other reasons, mainly the citizen data protection, is determined that every single citizen's data is important. He should have a say on what should be done to his data. He need to decide whether that data will be used or not used. So government is saying that to ensure that, first thing we have to do is to localize all the Indian citizens' data into India itself. Now, that bill is in Parliament. The moment that bill is passed, which was supposed to get passed maybe 1 year back, we were hoping it will get passed in this session of Parliament, possibly next session it will be done. But the moment that bill is passed, it means every single of our data, which is on social media platform, which we all of us are using, will actually have to come into India, into the Indian data centers. And the moment that happens, to give you one example again, one single TikTok, which as of now is not there in India, it's banned, but when it was there, almost 30% of users on TikTok worldwide were Indians. And one single TikTok, only to handle the users of a city of Shanghai, was having 3 buildings, totally consuming 100 megawatt of power. Now just imagine if that TikTok, to handle the country of India, has to come into India and again become, let's say, they can start operating in India again. It will need about 5 or 6 very large buildings, more than 150 megawatt of power, just to handle TikTok for India. So the reason I was just trying to give you all this aspect is, this is one sector which, because of the various forms of digitization which has come into our lives, is growing crazily. In the last 5 years, it has grown crazily. And we all are expecting in the next 7 to 10 years, this sector will go minimum 7 to 10 times more. So typically we tell data center capacity not in terms of square feet, we talk in terms of megawatt. India was about 200 megawatt till about 2014. In the last 5 years itself, so much of capacity has got created. This 200 has already become 400. In the last 5 years, the industry has become double. And we are, as the industry, feel that is this industry from 4,000 megawatt, 400 megawatt will grow to 2,000 megawatt in the next 5 to 6 years, which is minimum 5 times. This is the target which the government Ministry of IT is also keeping, and they are incentivizing the industry, trying to create a lot of environmental, I would say, incentives to ensure that the industry is able to grow 5 or 6 or 7 times bigger. Now, how this is related to this conference? Data centers, as I just explained, are power guzzlers. One single building, if it is consuming a 5 lakh square feet of building, if it is consuming 50 megawatt of power, you are actually talking about one building of data center almost equivalent to 20 commercial buildings of the same size, right? And second part is, because these data centers are not for people like us, these data centers are for equipment, the servers on which the content is, and those websites which the servers are hosting cannot go down even for 1 minute, right? These data centers need to operate 24/7. So it means the power consumption in this data center is totally same, whether it is daytime, nighttime, nothing like office की छुट्टी हुई शाम को तो power की capacity कम हो जाएगी. It has to be 24/7 full 50 megawatt if the building consuming, it has to operate at the full level. Now, because these equipment are consuming so much of power in data centers, they also generate as much heat. One single cabinet, a small cabinet like a Almira in our home, which hosts the servers of customers, that cabinet consume on average 6 to 7 kilowatt of a sustained power. If it consumes that much of power and you've got thousands of such cabinet, you can just imagine the type of heat these generate. And what we have seen that the amount of heat, very concentrated heat, which is generated by data centers, if you reduce the precision cooling in the data center, basically increase the temperature to beyond the sustainable limits, within 2 minutes, all these equipments will go off. Basically, they are so much sensitive to temperature that in case the the cooling goes off, even for 2 minutes, the equipment will literally just get switched off, which means your air conditioning becomes as much important as much as the main power which is going to the equipment. So in data center, if I am putting, let's say, a 30 megawatt of power to the IT equipment, I need to put additional 20 megawatt of power just to cool those equipments. So that is the amount of power we all are consuming. Now, where the challenges are coming in? If as India, we are consuming 400 megawatt of power, we want to increase it to 2,500 megawatt of power. What is the amount of carbon dioxide we as an industry will create? Again, to give you some numbers, worldwide data centers today are consuming almost 3% of the energy, which is a little higher than the entire airlines industry alone. And the statistics are saying, if the digitalization keeps on going the same way, if the data centers keep on getting made the same way, this number may increase to 4 to 5% if the things just keep on going the same way. And this mainly is still fossil fuel based energy, and it is not actually a green energy today. For the city country of Singapore, which possibly has got one of the highest data center density in a small footprint, the problem became so acute that the country had to put a moratorium in 2019 on further construction of data centers, right? They said that as a city, small city, you have got so many data centers that data centers are consuming almost 5% of the total power of Singapore. Just imagine, just couple of buildings in the whole of Singapore consuming almost 5% of the total energy of Singapore. And they were saying, if we just continue like this, it might become almost 10% of Singapore's power. You can just imagine the impact of only some of the buildings. And today, after 3 years, even when they have lifted the moratorium, they are saying you can only make very small data centers. And even those data centers have to be 100% fed from green energy. Only then will allow the rentals. Otherwise, you cannot do that. Now, see the situation in India. We are extremely, I would say, at a lesser capacity compared to what we as India need because of our population, smart TVs, smartphones, 4G connections. Our consumption of digital is so very high compared to a small city like Singapore. Our data center needs are much, much bigger. Today, India is just about 1/7 of what a China is, or 1/15 of what a Europe is, 1/40 of what a US is. So when all the Indian data comes to India, you can just see what type of growth India will have. And at that time, what type of power we will consume and what type of carbon will be emitting as the industry. So what is the industry doing? What is the government doing? Today, I would say the narrative in the industry, the main factor in the industry is still और ज़्यादा capacity बनाओ, build more, because demand इतना ज़्यादा है, we all are rushing to build more and more data centers. We want to make sure that we put our own substations in our data center campuses. We want to make sure कि हमारे को 2 लाइनें आ जाएं HT की 220, 110 की. We at the moment are a little less concerned. I may not have to say that on this stage, but I can tell you, today the industry is a little less concerned कि मेरे को power की quality क्या मिलेगी. We are more concerned कि मेरे को power जरूर मिल जाए और 100% मिल जाए because I need to feed my data center, right? While the narrative in the bigger mature markets have already changed, कि power तो मिल ही रही है, that is guaranteed, but you need to change it to green energy. In India, I think we are lucky that because we are a little late entrant and we are going into data centers now, we are making bigger buildings now. Possibly we can carry the narrative of growth and sustainability together. So when we, as whether it is Yotta, we or any other operator in the industry, we are now, when we are constructing new data centers, new campuses, we are by default factoring that while we put our substations, while we obviously take a connection from the utilities and to draw the power which they are giving, but at the same time, we are also ensuring that either through open access or by creating our own, let's say, dedicated captive solar plants and then taking the power again through open access, we are also able to get as much green power as possible. That is what the industry has also already started doing. Now, why I feel that this is what industry will do by default, not only because it is going to for the good moral cause of carbon neutrality, which is a great thing to do, which has to be done, but I would say it is also making a big business sense for the industry. So they will do it by default. If I'm getting a power, even at a very high voltage connection of 110 or 220 kV, if I'm getting a power, after all the overheads, I get a power in my data center at still at average 7.5 to 8 rupees per unit, right? If I'm able to get equivalent amount of power or as much power I can get from a solar plant, which somebody may have made in a remote location in Tamil Nadu or Rajasthan, and I'm able to wheel it into my data center by using the utilities and pay them wheeling charges, transmission charges. After all those overheads, my power per unit still comes at 6 rupees compared to what I would have gone for a normal utility at 7.5 rupees. So I still has got a very strong, pure commercial reason to actually adopt green energy instead of going for a fossil fuel based energy. And that I would say industry people may not admit it as openly, but today the drive which industry is doing big for adopting green energy, because obviously pressure is coming in that you guys are power guzzlers, you have to do, but the industry is not really doing it only because it is a good social cause, but they are doing it because it's also making a lot of economic sense to us. There's another reason why we as the industry are doing it. Government in the last, especially the current government, is extremely focused on digital. I think we all know that. Either as a consumer of digital, because they are automating everything, they're trying to automate everything. Aadhaar and Ayush and many of the things are examples of that. So they themselves are huge consumer of digital. But government is also acting as a big enabler of digital. They are incentivizing people like us. State governments today, you will be surprised to know, state governments are acting as private entities, competing with each other to get data centers into their states. Because obviously it creates employment, it will generate economic activities and all this stuff. And they are linking their benefits, a stamp duty benefit or whatever benefit they are giving, to are you more green? Central government is coming out with a big capital subsidy scheme for data centers across the country to push digitalization. And they are saying we are willing to fund your capex, but you have to go green. So much percentage of your energy, Mr. Data Center, has to be green, and depending upon how green you are, we will give you more subsidy. So government itself is subsidizing, so it's a subsidizing. So basically for us, it makes again one more commercial sense that we go green by default. This is another reason. The content which comes to your mobile, it may be coming from Google, for example. It may be coming from Amazon. These are the people who ultimately become the customers of data centers, because we host people like this, and then the content of these people come to your mobiles. These people, many of them, either voluntarily or otherwise, if there's a code in their country, have signed up voluntarily, possibly, for reducing their carbon commitments, for reducing their carbon footprint. They are now including in their contracts when they take services from data centers like us in India, they are now including in their contracts clauses that unless you reduce your carbon per kWh from the current level of maybe 700 gram per kWh or whatever it is the current one to say 150 gram per kWh, we will have to compensate them some money for every kWh which I'm creating, which is creating more carbon dioxide. So, and I can give you a reference, or without taking the name, I can give a reference to one of the contract which I have signed recently with one large European customer, where if I calculate the amount of payback I'll have to do that to a customer in case my current electricity still remains at the same carbon level. So for example, my data center is in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. Maharashtra today on average for all the sources is around 690 gram of CO2 per kWh of energy per unit of electricity being consumed in Maharashtra. This customer wants me to reduce it to 150 in the next 5 years. So if I don't do that, they have a formula that for every extra gram of carbon you will generate, you will have to pay me back. And when I calculated that as a part of my total contract value, I was ending up paying almost 20% of my contract to this customer back simply because I am generating more carbon. Simply because I am not having more solar compared to the fossil fuel energy. So the point I'm trying to drive is that this industry is a huge power guzzler. It will continue to increase the consumption of power, which they'll do simply because digital is very high. There'll be many reasons, either a government incentive or penalty, or a customer enforcing on us, or simply my own commercial reason. We will have to, by voluntarily reasons or by force, we will have to adopt green energy, and that's what the industry is doing. Now, second part. So this is about changing our energy from a fossil fuel energy to a green energy, and that's what I talked about, and we are doing that. Unfortunately for us, a option of putting a solar panel on the roof actually beyond a point does not make sense, because if the building is supposed to consume 45 megawatt of power, a full terrace full of solar panel actually may create a 200 or 250 kW of power, which will be good enough for a little bit of lighting in my building, but not more than that. So for us, the only way to have that much of green power is to actually have it in a 300 or 400 acre plot in some remote area with good sun exposure, evacuate to the nearest substation, and then wheel it into my data center. That's the only way we can do that. I'll come to this topic a little later. Second way we can contribute to greening of data center is by actually reducing my energy consumption. So one is I replace the fossil fuel energy by a green energy, but second is, can I reduce my energy consumption itself? Now in data center, mainly there are two types of energies. Energy going to the server, the equipment on which the websites are running. Second is the energy going towards cooling it, as simple as that. There is possibly lesser control we as operators have in terms of how much energy goes into the equipment, because those equipment are brought in by customers. Those equipment are manufactured by people like Dell and HP and all these equipment manufacturers. So they are doing their bit in making their equipment more efficient. But what we can do as data center operators is to reduce the energy required to cool the equipment. That possibly is in my hand, right? Which means I try to make my cooling efficient. And that is where I think majority of the most of the dialogue, the technical dialogue when we talk to our MEP consultant as the industry, is always to reduce what we call as our PUE, power usage efficiency, which is nothing but the total power consumed in the building divided by the IT power consumed, which is go to the equipment. So lower the PUE, it means more efficient I am. So the whole dialogue in the industry, which we have for years now, and obviously it has become more and more prominent. We as India, we were operating our data centers at a PUE of 1.8, 1.9 till about maybe 5-6 years back. Today, we already are talking about PUEs of less than 1.5, right? Design-wise, we have started building data center at 1.45, 1.4. Maybe you can't reduce it below that because of the tropical, weather of India. You really, you cannot create that much of delta between what is the weather outside versus what you have to do inside. But We have already, as India, we have already started building data centers with PUE of 1.45, which means for every 1 unit of power going to equipment, we are consuming another 0.45 or another 0.5 of electricity to cool that data center. Lots of things there, whether I use a water-based chillers, whether I used an air-cooled chiller, whether I use gas-based chillers, whether I do a containment, I basically segregate the cold air with the hot air. There are so many technologies which in data centers we adopt to ensure, so it is basically by design and also by way of operating practices. We adopt many technologies, ultimately with the goal, can I reduce my PUE? Because every PUE reduction, every unit is actually a saving which you pass on to your customer, and your customers have started measuring you based on that. So fundamentally, again, coming back, I talk two things. I need to change my energy consumption from fossil fuel energy to a green energy. That is one challenge we have, and we try to do it by creating our own or by taking it on open access from exchanges or from some green power producers, or we try to create our own plants. And second is we try to reduce our consumption of power by making our air conditioning more effective. What are the challenges we are facing in this, which possibly we collectively as the industry, because your industry ultimately makes designs for us, so it is a challenge for all of us. What are the challenges? One challenge which is more of a regulatory challenge is that even today, the amount of solar power plant you can create, the size of solar power plant you can create cannot be bigger than your maximum demand. So if my data center building will ultimately consume 45 megawatt of power, for example, regulations will not allow me to build a solar plant of my own more than 45 megawatt. And these regulations are state specific. Most of the states possibly have this limitation. Now what happens? Sun is there only for 8 hours in a day, right? And it's not there in the rainy season. So effectively, you can produce energy only maximum 1/3 of the total time. If I take the total hours in a year, my solar power production can be only and only 30% of the total time available. It means if my plant size is only as much as my maximum demand size, and that plant can give me only 30% of the time, the maximum power compared to my demand I can draw from green sources because of this limitation is actually 30%. And 30% is the highest efficiency. Actually, it does not cross 23-24%. So even though I have the capability to build a plant which is 3 times bigger than my demand, because then what I would have done, I would have generated much higher power in the daytime, banked it with the utility provider, or possibly if the energy storage solutions become cheaper, I would have stored it and I would have used that solar energy which I created in the daytime, I would have used it in my nighttime. But both the solutions today are not possible. First, because of regulatory requirements, we can't really build a plant bigger than what my maximum demand is. And second is because energy storage is still very, very costly. So you really can't do it, right? These are the challenges which as an industry we all are facing. We are maximizing how much of solar power we can generate. Beyond a particular size, we always go for creating our own captive solar plants. Like my group has got enough land, because this backed by a real estate operator, so naturally they have got land banks across the country. So in some area which is exposed to sun, at some point of time when my power demand increases, I will actually create my own solar plants. But till that time, good is that even if there are some people who are already producing solar power, I can always have a contract with them. Law allows us to take an open access agreement with them. If my consumption is more than 1 megawatt, I can have contract with them and have some part of my power from them. But overall, it is still a challenge for industry to fulfill their 100% of the power requirement through green sources. Good part is the overall, I would say the government, I would say the attitude or the thoughts about the industry are extremely positive. We have been working with government for so much of time now, and in the last few years we have just seen how they have changed, and they're trying to find every single way regulatory or non-regulatory ways to support the industry, because ultimately they also know if India has to achieve out of $5 trillion, $1 trillion has to come from digital. And that $1 trillion of digital cannot come unless you create the underlying infrastructure of data center in the country. So the government is extremely positive, extremely supportive of that. And as an industry, we are all like working to make sure that we build the data centers at the scale which the country needs, but at the same time, we build them with as much green energy as we can. So this is what I wanted to share today. In case you have any questions. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Many equipments which should be less energy consuming. At the same token, since you are data center expert, are the data center industry or scientists are looking into it that the data centers which are being made should also be less energy consumer? Because we are talking about every industry to improve their quality and save energy. At the same token, when data center demand is too high, what are they are looking into to reduce the demand of their consumption into their subject?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. I touched upon it just a little bit, but I can elaborate more, sir. There are 3 or 4 facets to this, and I can come on each one of them. There are 4 or 5 ways in we can reduce our energy intake for a data center. Number 1, the software, the websites which are running into data center. If the software coders make their code efficient, that for doing the same thing, a less coding cycle happens instead of more, it means they will consume less CPU cycle. It means less power will be consumed. So that is the software part. Second is if the hardware manufacturers, the Intels and the IBMs and Dells and HPs of the world, if they start making their equipment more and more efficient, and everybody is working towards that direction, I'm just giving you what all can be done, then your data center can be more efficient. Over the years, the equipment has become much more efficient, no doubt about it. The third part comes on data centers, where, as I said, that what is in our control is we cannot control how much power will go to the equipment because customer equipment demands that. What I can control is, can I make my air conditioning efficient? And that is where I said by maybe having a water cooled chiller or air cooled chiller instead of a gas based chiller, which is a little more efficient, right? By having containment, we call it cold aisle containment in data center, by having very tight containment that no matter what, no cold air and hot air mixing can happen. But there's a lot of automation that in case the demand of the server hall is lesser, automatically the PAHU machines will stop and they will not keep on just unnecessarily, circulating the cold air and all. So by doing many steps, we can actually reduce the amount of the air conditioning we require, and every air conditioning reduction by default means the power reduction, and that by default means carbon reduction per se. So there are these multiple ways, sir, we are doing it. There is one more way, sir, which actually again it's doable, but at least for last 20 years we are not able to do as an industry. It is possible in cooler countries. So most of the time the questions come to us, आप ये बॉम्बे में, चेन्नई में, दिल्ली में क्यों बनाते हो? इतनी hot cities हैं. Why do you make in Himachal? Right? Why do you make in such areas which are cool? Because then हवा ही ठंडी है तो automatically सब ठंडी आ जाएगी. Just make air filter, so you don't have to spend on air conditioning. Now it is absolutely valid, sir. In Europe and in all the cooler countries, Iceland and all are actually promoting their dental industry like anything. क्योंकि वहां पे इतना ठंडा है तो उनका PUE जो है is almost close to 1. They don't need to run chillers or any machines to do air conditioning. They have a by default natural air conditioning. In India, while we have that option because we have many places which are cooler, the challenge comes, sir, when we do a site selection for data centers, other factors also come into picture. One, the local demand. You may not have a local demand, for example, in Shimla, for example, right? You need to have customers also there to consume your data center. Even if customer is remotely, another facet of data center which is equally important like power and cooling is fiber. Because whatever content I'm hosting need to go to mobiles of all of us. So the amount of fiber and internet which need to come into my data center has to be extremely redundant and voluminous. So if I don't have that much of fiber, कि कितना भी कट लग जाए, and India में we know we are infamous for कि कभी भी कोई खुदाई करके fiber को कट करके चला जाता है. We all see that on our roads. कुछ खुदाई हुआ and fiber कट गया. In cities like Bombay and Delhi and Chennai, bigger cities, the telecom operators put their fiber in lots of redundancy. कि एक कट लग गया, still आपका connection चालू रहेगा. एक और कट लग गया, फिर भी connection चालू रहेगा. So they say two cut not out, 3 cut not out. Telecom operators are not able to make that dense fiber networks into smaller cities because it becomes very costly. And that is why, because of this issue, even though from a cooling point of view and power point of view, I should have made data center in cooler regions, we can't make it. We end up making in Navi Mumbai, we end up making in Greater Noida, we end up making in outskirts of Chennai. That's what we end up.
One question. The technology has changed to direct cooling in the server with the liquid circulating in the
yes, sir.
Directly into the server or immersing the servers into the liquid this. So that has helped to reduce the PUE to 1.2 directly now.
That's true, sir.
So in fact, we are doing 2 data centers with the PUE of 1.2 now. So what is your opinion on that?
Absolutely, sir. Another way to reduce the amount of cooling required is, as of now, let me just elaborate your question, sir. As of now, the way we cool our data centers is that you have a big server hall, there's a raised floor, the equipment cabinets are there, equipment are there. You have got a AHU machines on the outside. Those AHU machines are getting the, the chilled water from the chillers on the top. These AHU machines throw the cold air below the plenum, and from the grills, you start getting cool air. That is the traditional way in which data center industry cools its equipment. Now, what sir is talking about is the another thing which can help us in reducing our cooling load is you actually take the water all the way inside the server itself. So you've got very, very small pipes carrying water, which actually get inside the server up to the CPU and the memory chips, which are actually running this, because they are the source of heat. When they process your, your all the software, what you are processing, your request goes to a website and some processing happens. That processing generates heat. So if you are able to take water right up to the chip, you can actually take the heat out right then and there. So your air conditioning requirements become lesser. So answering your question, sir, it ultimately again becomes a performance and price ratios.
Slightly
Those
expensive,
things
but
are
it pays
possible.
back within 1.5 years.
Exactly.
What the
So these
calculation is.
things, many customers are doing it, sir. In fact, I was referring to this European customer of mine. He's famous for manufacturing his own equipment, and he does this by taking water to the chips. He actually said, I don't need your chillers and all. मेरे को dry cooler रखने की जगह दे दो, थोड़ी copper pipe दे दो, मैं अपना पानी लेके आऊंगा और अपनी chip तक लेके जाऊंगा. That's what that guy said. And we have actually done the MVP engineering for that guy. So, and he's very confident by doing this. I'm yet to implement that customer. It will take some time, but he was very confident that PUE will reduce to what you're saying around 1.2, right? Not all. In data center, sir, you are actually not making data for one customer. These are multi-tenanted data centers. You have different customers. If a customer comes in and the choice of the equipment lies with the customer. So if let's say Google comes and he says, okay, I want to take water to the chip, he brings the equipment and I'm happily serving him, reducing the POE. But if another guy comes, let's say ICICI Bank comes, usko core banking apni host karni hai, but he don't want to go for that, the server with cooling because usko lagta bada mehenga hai, then he will come with a conventional server and I still need to serve. So ultimately, as a totality, data center wise, mix of this type of customer, mix of this type of customer, you end up having a average POE and not really what you ideally desire. Sir. Sir, my knowledge is a little limited on this. You'll have to talk to my people who understand this better than me. Yeah, so sorry. Yes, sir. So we have started using them. In fact, I can tell you that because we saw this industry graduating from an average 2.5 kVA per rack to 6-7 kVA per rack, and the overall building instead of 4 megawatt consuming like 30 megawatt, we saw it, and Anilji actually were there along with us in the journey. We saw that kitna bhi kar lo, PUE beyond a point improve nahi ho rahi hai. So then, and ASHRAE and all have come with the global recommendations now that you don't need to necessarily keep the temperature in server hall to what we used to do 22 plus minus 2. That's what you do. Most of the IT equipment can easily operate at 24, 25, 26. In fact, they can sustain 18 to 27 as the ideal. And in fact, they can go beyond that also. So the latest recommendations, which have come from standards bodies and which many of the global customers have started accepting now also, very well run your server hall also at a higher temperature. And by default, you can also calibrate the temperature at your chillers also at a much higher intake temperature instead of a lower one. So we already, like, if you ask specifically about Yota, that is what we brought into our designs also. The chillers we are using now are not a regular chillers which you possibly use in a commercial building. These are chillers specifically made for a 24/7 cooling of a data center environment, high density cooling, which operate at a higher intake temperature. And that is one of the reasons that as an industry, we are able to reduce the POE to around 1.45 compared to what we were doing like 1.7 earlier. We are doing it already, sir.
So while there's been a lot of discussion on PUE and air conditioning systems, there are other issues relating to the efficiency part of it, harmonics, controls, fire safety, and things like that. And what I believe, when we've been reading the March 2021 fire of the data center OBC in France, when data center fires happen, humanity suffers. When something happens of that sort, it's a major catastrophe. So our proposal and request is that we need to improvise also on the fire safety standards at the data centers. So we have got one IS 12456 2004 in India, which has not got revised in last 18 years. So there is a lot of, I think, need to also look at the safety aspects, because that also, with so much of high systems operating, the kind of heat sinks which are working, the kind of systems which are to be more professionally driven, I think it's time that we should also develop, you as a policymaker in the country should also help us in education of that sort, so that we can improvise our things.
Sir, I would like to have definitely a dialogue with you on this, because fundamentally we felt that as an industry, we already are adopting possibly the latest and the best fire safety means as an industry. In fact, we have not now, but a couple of years back, we used to have a big run-in with the authorities, because fire code change nahi hua, and they used to try to measure our fire practices with that of a commercial residential building.
right.
अरे पानी नहीं है तुम्हारे इसमें कैसे कर दिया तुमने? तुम्हारा window नहीं है, बिना window के कैसे चलेगा? Right?
Smoke management नहीं कर.
And when we used to smoke management, when we used to say कि हम तो FM 200 use करते हैं, Novec 1230, they used to say what is that?
Exactly.
Right? So maybe then obviously again with time people, because so many people started approaching them, they also have learned, there have been demand, if you have heard that, as industry which government has accepted, beside giving infrastructure to data, they are making a change in the building code, national building code itself, recognizing data center as a separate category of building. And also they are planning to make changes in this fire provisions also, which will possibly go into the state level this thing, that data center as a building will have a very different type of fire safety mechanism compared to what typically you have a residential or commercial.
Sure.
But fundamentally, sir, I think, and again, I can see it for last, and this is only improved. Even in 98, 99, when possibly I built my first data center, we used to have this FM 200 type of suppression. We used to have detectors, we used to have addressable detectors, automation, VESDA system for early smoke detection.
Sunil, that's one thing that I completely agree with you. Your benchmarking is much higher. Now, I am very sorry to say, today we did one of the projects wherein we landed up making, in the part of the profile, we talk about net zero. It's not only just carbon neutrality. You're talking about water. We did a project wherein we did the estimation of the population based on 10 packs per person, did the washrooms for them, because my code did not have the occupancy criteria for a data center, which is not 10.
Correct.
So since we were working on the authority side of it, we did the washroom calculations on 10 square meter, put the toilets over there, which will never be used because there's no many people there. And then we did water tanks and we did pumps and we did everything. So our request to you is also help us on policy.
Sir, these things I can tell you, we are getting into a little bigger debate, because it's not limited to fire. No, I'm answering that. It's not limited to fire. As I was saying, this is the challenge which we as the industry, we are facing like crazy. We have been able to get it addressed at a state data center policy level. Like अभी मैंने Greater Noida में अपना campus शुरू किया, तो यूपी की data center policy में हमने ensure करवाया कि वो आए. Similarly महाराष्ट्र में करवाया था, चेन्नई में करवाया, बहुत जगह करवाया है. आपने तो खाली washrooms की बात की. I talk about parking.
जी.
हमारी पूरी data center की 5 लाख square feet की building में मुश्किल से 50 लोग बैठते हैं. और वो भी कभी-कभी आते हैं.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But we were asked to make, let's say, minimum 1,000 parking. Now that will just go waste. Right? And data center buildings are 1,500 kg per square meter compared to a 450 in a commercial building. So you're just wasting so much of precious capex just to create a parking which you'll never use. Possibly it'll be used for a good football or hockey field, but never nothing for else. So we have been able to get the change, and because you were trying to get it done at every state level, that is why the government has accepted. Again, I was coming to that. The government is very, very proactive. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, and all very, very proactive. They are ensuring now that the national building code itself will carry dental as a separate class of building, and all these issues. Like for example, on every floor, except for the ground floor where you have visitors and all, we only have one co-use toilet. Nothing else.
Thank you for your support. I'll not
Yeah.
take much time, but we need the IOTAs, the STTs, the NTTs, and the Infosys of this country
Absolutely, sir.
to handhold us. I've been the part of National Building Code Committee for 20 years. Very embarrassing that we are not still ready back in our courts, but we need your handhold.
Absolutely, sir. So
Thank you,
it's
sir.
in our own interest. So it's a collective interest of all of us.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
So nice, sir. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I have a suggestion and a question.
Yes, sir.
So when you talk about this reducing energy consumption, a simulation, CFD simulation can help you reduce or optimize the cooling that is needed in data centers, by precision cooling and estimating the heat needed for cooling the data center. So the question is, how mature is the data center industry at this point of time of using these kind of simulation tool to understand what is the power requirement and to deliver that kind of power so that you can, save a lot of power?
You'll be surprised that we cannot build and design our data center unless we use this. So maybe I can differentiate, because when you also may get projects, you'll get two types of data projects. A corporate customer wanting to have his own data center in his own head office in one corner. They want to make a glass room which looks very good, and they call it data center. It may be a server room, but they call it data center. That is also a data center project. And a 5 lakh square feet of a third-party data center, which is created by specialized providers like IOTA or NTT or STT, is also a data center project. In first category, typically I would say the sensitization of what a data center means, what implications of high power, high cooling issues and all, most of the time people are not aware. Now they are getting aware, but at least till 5 years back, that was not there. So you will always find that these practices are never followed, right? इनफैक्ट वहां पे ये भी देखा है कि डेटा सेंटर इतना क्रिटिकल है, बस शाम को कोई एडमिन वाला बच्चा पावर बंद करके चला गया, पता चला सारा कंपनी बंद हो गया. ऐसे भी चीजें हुई हैं कैप्टिव में. बट द मोमेंट यू कम टू थर्ड पार्टी डेटा सेंटर, यू आर पुटिंग thousands of crores in single building. You are talking about hosting the biggest of the global banks and hyperscalers into your data center. So this is by default. We can't do our IST level 5 commissioning unless we have actually at the initial stage we have not done this. This step. We do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
And for the rest of the questions, we can surely take it offline and during lunch, because I think a lot of people are coming in between lunch and you. Moving it forward, I may request Mr. N.K. Singh, founder, Data Center Guru, somebody who has spent around 2 decades in data center industry, to please come and felicitate Mr. Sunil Gupta on the stage. I know we are all tired, but yes, a round of applause will be appreciated.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Before we move on to the lunch, I'd like to thank our title partner Kirloskar, sustainability partner Danfoss, blue partner Grandfoss, innovation partner LG, technology partner Daikin, and green partner Systemair, Emerson, and Xylem. And we break for the lunch. We come back at 3:15. We'll start sharp at 3:15. Yeah, please do go around the booth for the stalls that have been put by the partners. Thank you.
Sorry, I asked you a question. Thanks, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. अच्छा जी, ओ वाह, क्या बात, रिलायंस जियो वाला। चाहिए, समझ गया सर। पंजाब एस्ट्रोलॉजी टीम।
Society every year and bringing in a fresh outlook to our industry intelligence. ASHRAE, disseminating knowledge through technical the Indian Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers, ISHRAE, stand tall in the Indian industry with over 10,000 professionals as members and almost an equal number of student members. Founded in 1981 and headquartered in Delhi, we operate from chapters.
Experience.
Green City zeichnet aus, dass es zum einen eine gemeinsame Idee hat. Die gemeinsame Idee ist das Leben nach der 2000 Watt Gesellschaft. Es gibt sehr viele kleine Projekte und das ist ein Lebensgefühl, was hier die Leute zusammenhält. Und das ist das Schöne und deswegen arbeite ich auch gerne hier.
We were founded in 1951 to create a global network for rebuilding after World War II.
बताता हूँ अभी क्या हुआ। नहीं हुआ है। वही तो सब एग्जैक्ट फिगर मुझे भी अभी देखना पड़ेगा मोबाइल में देख के। 140 और 240 हाँ 380 बोल सकते हो। मैं कर रहा हूँ एक बार श्वेता से बात तो करो तुम। उसने इतनी बड़ी गलती मतलब हर चीज में गलत। कल में भी परेशान नहीं आज भी एक रूम बुक किया बोल रही है। अमाउंट एक मिनट देख लेते हैं। इसके दो प्रेजेंटेशन है इसमें कौन सा है इसका बस ये अमाउंट का कॉपी कर लेते कर दिया। ये
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to ACRECONF 2022 Carbon Neutrality Mission Possible. I hope all of you had a great lunch and enjoyed it. Now we need to move forward with the second session, second half of the day. and I'll be your MC for that. Before we begin, once again would like to thank our sponsors. Title partner Kirloskar Brothers Limited, sustainability partner Danfoss, networking dinner partner Willow, blue partner Grundfos, innovation partner LG, technology partner Daikin, green partner Systemair, Emerson, Xylem, and lunch partner Paramount Polytreat. Thank you so much for the wonderful lunch, Paramount. Also our annual partners, ALP Aeroflex, Bry Air, DRI, KissCam, Standard Refrigeration, Advanced Valve, Aircon Engineers, Paramount Polytreat. Thank you so much to all our sponsors for giving your continuous support to ISHRAE and Delhi chapter. Now, as we move forward with our next round of presentation, we would like to call upon Mr. Nadeem Rahmani. He is Manager HVAC Product from Paramount Polytreat Chemical Private Limited. Paramount Polytreat Chemical is an industry-leading supplier of high-quality surface treatment chemicals, specialty chemicals, industrial protective coatings, and other HVAC products like adhesives. Can we have Mr. Nadeem for the presentation? Thank you so much.
Up down.
Good afternoon, respected ASHRAE members, all the dignitaries from HVAC. I am Nadeem Rahmani, Manager, HVAC Division, Paramount Polytreat Chemicals Private Limited. Thank you for coming and give us opportunity to explain our product range. First of all, I start my presentation with company introduction. Second, I will present my company product, and in the last, I will take question and answer session. Paramount Polytreat Chemicals Private Limited is an ISO certified company founded in 2004. We have offices in 7 countries: India, Canada, UAE, Italy, USA, Egypt, and KSA. Our product range for HVAC system, fire retardant, insulation protective coating, 2-hour fire rated duct coating, fire paint, star coat CRC, entry coating.
एक सेकंड
our product range from HVAC system, fire retardant insulation protective coating, to our fire rated duct work system, fire paint, star coat CRC, anti-corrosive coating, star coat FRP for MX duct and pipe, solvent base, water base, and bitumen based insulation adhesive, Anifix 530, Anifix 550, Anifix 8523 for green buildings, and Anifix BA60 for food grade antibacterial duct sealant Chemex Seal 30 to 17 UL listed. First of all, we will discuss our product from fire retardant insulation protective coating. Before that, I would like to share an experience with you. Once I was invited in Chennai to a site in Chennai. There, even the contractor didn't left the site and insulation badly damaged. Nitrile rubber was badly damaged due to the construction work. In that condition, they asked suggestions what to do because the insulation was 40 feet above. In that condition, they are not able to wrap the fiberglass cloth. In that condition, I suggest them do our star coat, star bond 3036 super, because we can apply this coating without fiberglass cloth. We can apply it directly over the insulation. It creates a flexible film over that, and there is no joint in. The advantages of a star bond 3036 super: it is non-toxic, non-flammable, antifungal, antibacterial, high temper resistance, waterproof, and it is washable. Star bond 3036. I think everybody well known about star bond 3036. In a star bond 3036, it's look like something like this. Over the insulation, first we do a coat of star bond 3036, and after that we wrap fiberglass cloth over that, and after we do a coat of the coating, and after that your insulation is protected for 15 years. The best thing about our coating, it is fire retardant class O, and if your insulation is in exposed, so we can give you color of your choice which suit your interior. Paracoat BPC, it is for buried pipeline. Advantage of Paracoat BPC: no effect of sodium, potassium, and salt present in soil, chemical resistant, corrosion resistant, suitable for all zones of India. Star Coat FRP, our anti-corrosive coating, the excellent anti-corrosive property, water resistant, excellent impact, suitable for metal and concrete. Now our main product, to our fire rated duct work coating, our fire paint Star Coat CRC. We can use Star Coat CRC over the duct, and the advantages of our Star Coat CRC, it is a single component water based coating. In some fire paint, you have to mix 2-3 components and then you have to apply it. But you can use Star Coat CRC directly over the duct. Excellent heat resistance up to 1300 degrees centigrade, excellent chemical resistance. Solvent base, now we'll talk about our adhesive range. Solvent base, water base, and bitumen base insulation adhesive. Anifix 530 and 550 for cross-link, closed cell, star glue 8110, water and heat resistant. Anifix BA60 is our cold bitumen adhesive. Magic 8523, it is our non-flammable solvent-based adhesive. In India, we have many of non-flammable solvent-based adhesive, but we have certificate of Magic 8523 is a premium quality solvent-based adhesive which is non-flammable, and the advantage of 8523, excellent bonding to porous and non-porous surface, chemical resistant, non-toxic and non-flammable. Our duct sealant Chemex Seal 3217, food grade antibacterial duct sealant, fire retardant, water-based vapor barrier sealant. And advantage of Chemex Seal 3217, excellent addition with GI, AI, FRP duct and panels, highly elastic in nature, does not contain lead or mercury compound, and suitable for all zones of India. This is all about our product range. If you have any question, I am happy to answer you. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And any thickness of the fire paint for the 2-hour rating? What do you do about the gaskets for the fire rating?
The thickness 700 micron to 1 mm.
And what about the gaskets in normal conventional ducting? You use the rubber gasket. So how do you take care of that for the fire rating?
Our technical team is here. I will assist you personally, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Nadeem ji, for this wonderful presentation. Now, may I please call upon KD sir for this facilitation. KD sir, can I please have you on stage, and can we facilitate Mr. Nadeem? Please. KD sir, we need you for the facilitation. Thank you so much, Nadeem ji, and thank you so much for the wonderful lunch as well, Paramount team. Moving forward, we have Mr. Kanagraj Ganeshan from our technical chair ACRECONF team. He'll be introducing our next speaker for the day. May I have you, sir? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we connect Andreas? So good afternoon again. So it is my privilege to introduce the next speaker for the afternoon, Mr. Andreas Binkert. He is joining us from Lucerne, Switzerland, and he is a president of 2000 Watt Smart City Association. And he has been coming to India for past 12 to 14 years now. So, and he's also a good friend. And he has a very good topic presentation on 2000 Watt smart cities and how it is going to get implemented to the Indian context. About his background, he studied at ETH Zurich. Then he spent some time in United States, where he has worked in the office of SOM. He was also lecturer in University of Colorado and Clark. And currently he is also part of a real estate developer agency out of Switzerland called Nush Development. So Andreas, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect. So
you can hear me too, Kanak?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kanak, for your nice introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. In my hometown, it's still morning, but I hope you had a wonderful lunch and are ready to hear some things that may differ a little bit from all the technical aspects we've heard this morning. I was very impressed by the presentations I was also allowed to listen into. And I have to admit, I'm not a technician. As Kanak said, I'm an architect and I'm an urban developer. And I would like to share with you the Swiss concept of 2000 watt smart cities. Now, since I'm remote and I'm not sure whether you see everything I see, I just hope that somebody would warn me if I speak or you don't see pictures. You should now be seeing our second slide.
Presentation, first slide, yeah.
Perfect. All right. So here we go. I have 30 minutes. And I would like to start with a fact that you might already know, but it's always, again, impressive and somewhat scary to think that 180,000 people every day migrate to the cities around the globe. Wherever you see those light spots, this is where people flock to. This is where people hope for a better future. But that rush to the cities, and India is no exception here, has come unexpected to these cities and has created an uncontrollable growth. Just a couple examples that you might know already. In the last 40 years, Delhi has more than quadrupled in size and in population. Chennai, at the end of the line, at least almost tripled. This is a size expansion that nobody was ready for. And it brought a lot of unfortunate things as well. For instance, premature mortality from people who live in unsustainable lifestyles on the edge of the cities. And our fight for survival draws them to the cities. They hope for a better life, but the reality is that this is a vicious cycle. In Europe, we think that bad air and congested water is a fact that happens primarily in Shanghai, in China. They may be so, but even in an Indian paper, I found this article that puts India in every aspect: ambient ozone, ambient particulate matter, household air pollution, and air total pollution on top of it. India is leading the world in that unfortunate aspect. And so it's also cities like Mumbai that suffer tremendously under this situation. So the question is, what's going wrong? The bigger the cities grow, the bigger grows the attraction to those people from outside the cities, but also the bigger become the risks. And many of those newcomers don't know about them. You know, because we all of us most likely live there. Congestion, traffic jam, pollution, and as I mentioned, health hazards are a tremendous danger. What had started originally as a fantastic idea, you know, in Europe, we think of the oldest town being the Greek polis. The Greek polis gave then later on in the industrialization the name metropolis to larger towns. And then later on with globalization, we started to call them megalopolis. Well, I'd like to call them now dinopolis. These are the dinosaurs of our age. And you know what happened to the dinosaurs in history? They are too big, too hungry, and too wasteful. So what is the smart solution to these problems that all cities suffer under? Two things. Developed cities must drastically reduce their footprint whilst increasing the quality of life, and developing cities shall be given the chance to prosper without excessively emitting climate gases. Man-made CO2 must be reduced globally. It's not an Indian problem. It's primarily a Western problem, America and Europe at the helm. But with a growing population in India, this is a problem that we need to be very, very carefully watching in India. 2,000-watt smart cities paved the reduction path to such smart and sustainable living, and they paved the path towards net zero. we've tested a comparison between Zurich and Nagpur. And we found out that not very surprisingly, Nagpur is lower in energy consumption. But as soon as you get into the more affluent part of the Nagpur population, you see that, I don't think you see probably my mouse now. You see that the orange pillars here are getting growing bigger and bigger also, the more wealthy the population gets. It's almost getting as bad as Zurich. Whereas the poorer population, the ones that don't have air conditioning, the ones that don't have refrigerators, cars, telephones, they are much lower, obviously. But what that means is that if we would draw a line at 2,000 watt per person, we would have a reduction potential on the upper side for the wealthier people, but also at the same time, a wonderful development potential for the lower income side. What does that need? Does that need new technologies? All of you are technology specialists, much more so than I am. But is it technology that we need? I don't think so. I think we need a change of mindset. We need to start wanting to have a minimal impact, not a maximal impact, as we always thought was good until recently. We need to think in resilient structures. You know, I have a couple pictures here on this slide. You see here the oldest hut man built. That oldest hut was built out of materials that would disintegrate after the man doesn't use it anymore. It was just a shelter. It was just something that helps him survive better, that helps him get more comfort. Comfort and security, as you see in the second slide, were always very, very important for the survival, because when we look at the Maslow pyramid, we understand that at the base of it come those needs that you need for survival: shelter and shelter and food and fresh air and fresh water. And only the very lucky ones of us can think of the top of the pyramid, of love, of belonging, or self-esteem. But that's what we are aiming for. That's what we strive for. That's what we'd like to have. And for a long time, we thought things like these high-rise buildings, fully glazed, were a symbol of our success. Now we have come to realize it's not a symbol of success. It's wasting energy. It's wasting resources. And together with Kanak and many others in India, we developed some rules and regulations, some guidelines called low carbon, resource efficient, affordable housing, amongst many others. And that to me is that change of mindset. That's what we need to do. We can't think of man only, from anthropocentric to biodiversity. Now in your country, that was much longer common sense than where I come from, where man is the only thing that counts. And we have to change that. And to change that, we also need to think of modesty and sufficiency as goals that we want to achieve, especially in developed economies, whilst developing economies still request the right for sustainable growth. And we understand that. So coming back to that question of technology, technology is neither good nor bad. Technology serves a purpose. We want to reach a goal with the help of technology, but we have to adjust our goals. Here is the most important adjustment that we have to do: reduction path to net zero and to sustainable living. What we use today, especially in the Western world, is way too much energy per person, and we are emitting way too much CO2 equivalent. Whether it is exactly 6,000 or 8,000 makes no difference. But what we know is we have to go down to net zero. The Western world until 2050, India at least until 2070. So how do we get there? How can we reduce the consumption that we have to zero? Now, I'm afraid I can't tell you how that works. And I'm also afraid nobody else knows how to get to net zero. Theoretically, yes, technologies are here. They're also here in Switzerland. We have Climeworks, a company that you might have heard of that sucks CO2 out of the air. Fantastic. It works. Technically, it works. Financially, energy-wise, not yet. So what we have to do is hope for it. We hope for it. Just like Kennedy was hoping to fly to the moon when he first announced it. He had no idea how to fly to the moon. And we have no idea how to get to net zero. But that's our goal. We have to adjust our goals. And this is one of the most important. So how do we get there? One thing I can tell you is we know how to get partway. We know how to get to 2000 watt per person. And you're technicians, I don't have to explain to you what 2000 watt means. Often I do. I have to tell people, look, this is what people use on their daily basis all throughout their lives. They just have to reduce their energy consumption with a factor of 4, and they have to reduce their waste production by a factor of 9. That is a tremendous task. And for that, my university, where I studied when I was much younger, ETH Zurich, came up with the idea of the 2000 watt society. And the idea is to be fair, to be sustainable, yet comfortable. And it includes all factors of life. You see here one of our typical presentations we use in Switzerland. It's in French, but you can guess it needs infrastructure, it needs housing, it needs mobility. Then, of course, we're consuming, we're eating, we're drinking, we're having clothes, and we need alimentation. All of that together, 2000 watt per person, for every person. And it doesn't matter whether you come from Kuala Lumpur or from Zurich, or from Nagpur, or from Basel. 2000 watt is doable. But for city building, we have to change the way we think of cities. If I start with the building, we know how to make a smart building that can operate carbon-free. So that's fine, that's a great start. We take several ones of these buildings and that makes a community, a smart community, by connecting these buildings in a smart way. And if we do the same with such a little community to create several communities together, connect them with public transport, with suburban trains, with bus, with wideband. We heard this morning, wideband is very, very important. Then we get a smart town. And many smart towns together is what create a smart city. It's not the Mumbai we know today. It's not New Delhi. It's also not London or Sao Paulo for that matter. We have to rethink cities. And I would like to now make a little experiment and see if I can show you this movie. Now I have to quickly, you have to allow me to change the mode here. Let's see if I can show you this movie. And please let me know if it works.
And we want to feature the benefits of living and working within that community. Our focus on the power of place is to showcase the change makers who are creating the healthy and holistic communities of tomorrow. We're proud to feature a project identified by our Swiss chapter, Living the Sustainable Experience.
Green City zeichnet aus, dass es zum einen eine gemeinsame Idee hat. Die gemeinsame Idee ist das Leben nach der 2000 Watt Gesellschaft. Es gibt sehr viele kleine Projekte und das ist ein Lebensgefühl, was hier die Leute zusammenhält. Und das ist das Schöne und deswegen arbeite ich auch gerne hier.
So the idea of the Verteiler is to reduce food waste in a very easy and pragmatic way. 30% of the food in households is thrown away, although it is good and edible. And the idea is if you have too much food, maybe you went to the supermarket, bought too much, and then you don't have the time to consume it, or you go on holidays, you can just put it in the cupboard and other people can take it up. It's not a social idea, but an ecological idea that food that is still good and edible and looks nice can be just taken by others.
Smarte 2000 Watt Quartiere sind der Schweiz ihre Antwort auf den Klimawechsel. Wir versuchen von heute mit einem Absenkpfad, der vorgegeben und definiert ist, auf 2000 Watt und 2000 Kilo Klimagas pro Person zu kommen im Jahr 2035 und von dort mit neuen Technologien, die wir heute noch nicht kennen, können bis Net Zero ins 2050 gehen.
Die 2000 Watt Kriterien sind für FIAPZI in der Schweiz wichtig. Sie sind weltweit wichtig, weil sie für alle Menschen auf der Welt wichtig sind, wenn wir unsere Klimaziele erreichen wollen. FIAPZI hat als weltweite Organisation mit Niederlassungen und Chapters in über 70 Ländern die grosse Chance und den Hebeleffekt, die bekannt zu machen und auch in unser Programm weltweit zu integrieren.
Als wir damals am Reisen waren, haben wir gewusst, wir wollen irgendwann zurück in die Schweiz, aber nicht durch irgendein Wohnprojekt, sondern wir sind extra zurückgekommen wegen der Green City. Wir haben uns für das 2000 Watt Projekt entschieden, weil uns der ökologische Fußabdruck enorm wichtig ist im Leben. Und Wohnen macht ganz einen grossen Teil aus dem ökologischen Fußabdruck. Und genau das kann ich hier in der Green City ausleben. Wir haben eine wunderbare Gemeinschaft obendrauf noch zu diesen 2000 Watt Ziel. Und das ist wunderbar und ich hoffe, es gibt noch ganz viele so Projekte schweizweit und weltweit, die genau das umsetzen.
We are very proud with what we did here together in Green City Zurich, and of course we use that to expand. So we built many others in Switzerland, and we wish to build much more in Switzerland, but also outside Switzerland.
Nachhaltigkeit ist für unser Unternehmen schon immer ein wichtiges Thema gewesen. Wir haben aus diesem Grund im letzten Jahr auch unseren Transport CO2-neutral gestaltet. Ab diesem Jahr werden wir auch unsere Standorte CO2-neutral gestalten. Und da spielt natürlich so ein Standort wie Green City eine grosse Rolle.
Ich kann von hier raus und finde ich diesen wunderbaren Platz da draußen mit wahnsinnig vielen Leuten. Meistens ist es auch sehr schön. Das hat sich auch sehr bewertet bei uns in der Zeit der Pandemie, also als wir uns zurückziehen sollten. Also es war sehr schön, einfach diese Begegnungen, die wir dort haben konnten mit verschiedenen Leuten aus ganz verschiedenen Kulturen. Das macht das auch so lebenswert hier. Und daraus sind einfach wahnsinnig tolle Situationen auch entstanden und auch Projekte, die wir hier gemeinsam mit den Nachbarn aus ganz verschiedenen kulturellen und sozioökonomischen Gruppen, aus Hintergründen, können wir einfach alle zusammen miteinander eben sowas Gemeinsames machen.
Thank you to our sponsors and partners. We want to hear about your successes and challenges. We're all in this together.
So, let me go back to my own presentation now again. Is it visible now?
Yeah, we can see it, Andreas.
Perfect. All right. So I hope that this short video, which we showed at COP26 with quite some success, also was enjoyable for you. It shows you a Switzerland that you might not have known yet. This is not about white mountain peaks and fairy tales and cheese and chocolate. This is about everyday people. They're not the people who are the richest people. They're the average person. And that's what we're facing in Green City Zurich. This Green City Zurich project was really the proof of concept for us. And when I look back at it, this is now almost 20 years since, I have to smile at how naive we were in certain things, but also what a vision we tried to bring. At the time, what we've done here with trying to create an environment that is carbon neutral looks a bit old-fashioned. I'd like to show you some examples, though, that I think are necessary for all towns, not only in Switzerland. High density, minimized embedded energy, zero carbon in operation, We've heard that earlier also about the PUEs, that we have to get better with photovoltaic problems, with the question of storage and production on-site or not on-site. All of these things we tested here for the first time. And these are a couple of slides I took out of the presentation booklet for Green City. You see how proud they were of these first photovoltaic cells, even though they only cover, as we heard this morning, same number, 25% on-site, 75% off-site. The environmental protection is one thing only. Next is, of course, we have to try and distribute the energy best possible. And that's what we call an energy ring. You know, energy is divided into energy and exergy. Exergy being more the high-class electricity energy that can do almost anything. And the not so flexible energy is called anergy. And the energy is heat or cold. So what we've done is underneath all of Green City, there is a double ring of cooling water and warming water. And we use 41% groundwater and 59% geothermal. Together, all of our energy is green and carbon minimized. All of that only works if we have a smart grid at the same time. We've heard that this morning already. Same true here. We have to distribute and try to recover energy, but we can only do that with the proper valves. These valves have to be all computerized. Computerization has to be centralized. We have to have a measuring, displaying energy consumption tool, and we do. But on top of that, we also, to really become sustainable, have to think of the social implications and the economic implications. Economic is simple. If at the end of the day, you're not richer than you were in the morning, why get out of bed? And that's true not only in Switzerland, it's true in India and anywhere. So if we think of the sustainable development, we have to think of a bankable development. People aren't willing to spend money just to throw it away. They're willing to spend money to invest it. And that's what 2,000-watt cities prove to do. Here you see an application that everybody gets who lives there to put on this handy, and they can see all kinds of things. They can talk to the neighbors. They can share tools that they have. They can share rides into town, and they can also, of course, control humidity, heat, cooling, and their consumption. This is what it looks like. They're very proud of it. And when I look back now, it makes me smile, because that is common sense today. Then it was totally new. Also totally new at that time, 20 or 15 years ago now, was energy contracting, at least to Switzerland. Here's how we heat and cool Green City. We gave the contract to a public entity, EWZ, and they are managing the operations, heating and cooling, ventilating and airing out the whole town. Of course, with the help of a redundant wideband fiber optic data net that goes throughout Green City, and from Green City throughout all of Zurich, and from all of Zurich all throughout Switzerland. That's essential. Where do we learn all that? We didn't invent it. It was again invented at the university I studied at, the ETH in Zurich. They had the first energy net with a lot of storage capacity. They had 3 huge storage capacity or storage areas in the rock underneath this town. And I have to always tell my friends in India, don't get too excited about energy nets. It is important. We need it also in India, but it's more difficult in a climate that is always warm or hot. Switzerland has the advantage of having cold winters and warm summers. So it evens out. On average, this is a comfortable weather in Switzerland. So all we have to do in winter, we have to pump out heat from the ground. And in summer, we have to pump back heat into the ground. So it's like emptying and filling the batteries, the natural batteries we have in the ground. Easier in Switzerland, more difficult in India. On the other hand, what's much more difficult in Switzerland is photovoltaic, because we have a lot of clouds and fog. And when we heard this morning, 1/3 can be produced on photovoltaic. In Switzerland, that's 1/5. So it is not quite as simple in Switzerland as it is in India, which simply means every country needs to find their own best technologies. Here's yet another example. I won't show you this movie because we don't have time for it. This is another campus with 5,000 people that is totally carbon neutral, and is yet another one out of, by now, more than 40 certified towns. And why do I say certified? Because 2,000 watt is a certificate. And I will like to talk to you about that certificate a little bit later on, because it's important that we can measure the success. Not that I would be interested in certificates. There are lots of certificates, LEED, Greyhound, we all know them. They're not the solution to the problem. The solution is the concept. And here's the concept. This is what we think as a product, how to build cities. We need density, mixed use, and connectivity. And to go into it a little bit deeper, we have to devise a way to have a centrality that works. We need efficient and smart buildings and energy consumption. We need the same for mobility and governance. And especially for India, we adopted smart food and tech centers into our label, into our certification. Let me quickly show you what that could look like. Here are 4 master plans, preliminary master plans, that we're doing together with the Pune metro region. Every community needs to have a motor. If people live here, but they can't work here, they commute. And that's what we don't want. And I was very happy last time I was in Pune to see all these big billboards saying, walk to work. This is one of the very, very important 3 points. We have to have accessibility in walking distance. Everything we need on a daily basis should be reachable on foot. And so consequently, we worked together with the French University of Sorbonne to create what's called the 15-minute city that contains all these things we need on a daily basis. But we also need work. That's part of the 15-minute city. And if we can all do that, then we might reach our goal, the reset goals of having a new way of making people happy. Here's just yet one of these examples. Not important to go into the details here. Unless you have questions, we can get back to it. But I'd like to end up with showing you a little bit about the certification that we have. This 2,000 watt smart city certification with the 6 elements I mentioned: smart governance, smart centrality, smart mobility, smart energy and environment. The buildings need to be smart, and as I mentioned, smart food production and tech centers. And all of that, again, needs to have electric and electronic means to distribute the knowledge and to get the results, to control it. So we need a digital twin. We're making a digital twin of every town we go to, and we make this not only 3-dimensional, but 4 or 5-dimensional. And out of that, we have created a smart certification that you can have on your handy. And therefore, we need an app, a toolkit app, because what we've done in Switzerland is okay. Switzerland has 8.5 million people, and they know how to do it now. That's fine. But if we go to much more important countries, such as India, we need to have a toolkit to allow and enable Indian administration and real estate professionals such as you to assess the sustainability of what has been planned, because there's too much greenwashing out there. And we don't want to greenwash. We want to reach our goal. That's net zero in India in 2070. So here's a process that we're doing. We have a low barrier to enter. We say, okay, can you make sure that you have the necessary density, that you have the necessary mixed use and good connectivity? If yes, then that impulse is good enough to get you to the self-assessment level, where you then look in a traffic light analysis, which I show you in a second, whether your site that you're developing or your existing site that you're redeveloping is fit to become 2000 watt. And only then do you require people like Kanak Ganizan to help you with his knowledge as a certified consultant to finally get the label for 2000 watt smart cities. Now here again is this traffic light system that people can do themselves. The 6 elements: governance, centrality, mobility, energy, and building, and then food tech centers, are divided into 5 subcategories each. And even if you don't do the calculations, you can say, do we think we are there? Then it's green. Do we think we are absolutely not there? Then it's red. Or do we think that we could manage with a little help? Then it's yellow. And if you have more green than red, we are willing to go into step number 3 and work with you on what we call a master plan. Because then we want to do a scorecard and see how good you are with your town. You and us working together to find out whether we can have at least 50% of all total maximum 800 points. Now you may say, all right, that's fine in Switzerland because it's a rich country and they can afford it. But we wanted to prove that we can do that in India as well. So if you compare our certificate, 2000 watt smart cities, with some of the others that you might know, you can see that all of the elements that are red in the other elements we can do, because 2000 watt is not a certificate for buildings. It's a certificate for society. So it contains many more elements, but all the elements that are green already, if you come with one of the others, if you come with Leeds, for instance, we can hook them off. We just click the boxes and say, okay, that's fine. We concentrate on the ones we don't have so that we don't have to spend extra effort to get the certificate. And here's the first certificate in India. We've been working now under the auspices of Kanak and his team together with the university to find out whether this campus near Pune can become a 2000 watt site. And here's what we've done. We looked at the degree of fulfillment, and we said 50% is the minimum compliance. And we looked at the different elements, assessment of electricity, or what criterias may not be applicable for that particular one, or how much is the binding factor? Did they say it's yellow? Yeah, we can probably do it with a little bit of help. Or did they already have it green? That's the binding factor, 100%. The other one will be 50%, or 0 if it's red. And then the justification, we have to control it, and the evidence in the end. So this is what came out when we first went there. We looked at these 6 factors. We analyzed, we judged together with them, with the university professionals, and we found out, whoa, the points that we achieve are not sufficient. What we found is that the degree of fulfillment in the beginning was maybe a third of what it had to be. And if we were looking more carefully, saying, what would we have to do? You know, that's the yellow. What would we have to do to make it more successful? We found out that we could have a better degree of fulfillment, but still not sufficient to get the certificate. So we went through every detail of those 30 factors that we've looked at just before together. And we said, okay, are they green? Are they red? Are they maybe blue because there is something in particular? And the teams went through it. And you know what happened is, whilst we were discussing the problems, we found potential solutions. Not only in smart governance, also in centrality, also in mobility, also in the other factors that you've seen, those 6 chapters that we have. And look what came out. It was exciting for me to be in this room in Pune at the university and to first have heard how these professors and how the staff and many students who worked with were sort of reserved and thought, these guys from Switzerland, they want to sell us something. And then they found out we don't want to sell them something. We want to just have them have their own ideas of how their environment could be improved. And look at the results. With the exception of this newcomer thing, smart food and smart tech centers, in November, we had reached 70% or more on 5 of the 6 factors. So we spent November and December to find out what we could do to get the smart food production and tech centers also to where we have to do.
Yes.
And
Can you complete in 2 minutes?
absolutely, that's the goal. Here it is. It's a mission possible, not only for the Symbiosis University, but for many other places that we are now testing throughout Maharashtra and the country. And just 2 days ago, I had the honor to be received by the ambassador of India to show him what we do. You see the 6 factors behind us there, and we are happy that he has supported us and will support us through the next couple of years, just like the Swiss government has supported us. So what are the take-homes? Building sustainable urban communities in India, is possible. Careful planning and inclusion of all stakeholders from private and public sectors is a prerequisite. The technologies are here, but they must be adapted to the local context. And the reward is more than just a trophy. Here you see the trophy that we will hand over to the university in a few months. The real trophy is a greener and a better world. So with the help of all of these people and a help of people like you, the professionals, I am convinced that we can build a new ecosystem and 2,000-watt smart cities as a road to net zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. So we can take a couple of questions if there are any. Yeah. Okay. Maybe you.
Some of the cities that have been designed, the Dome in Saudi Arabia and others, is there any model that is close to the kind of ideas that you are talking about?
So the question is, Andreas, how do you see the cities which are getting developed in Middle East? Do you see something which can be closer model to the Indian context?
Yes, thank you for this very good question. Of course, in Switzerland, the situation is different. But when you say Middle East, we again have a totally different ecosystem. It's hot, it's dry. We've spent some years in the Emirates. And of course, Masdar city, which is something a little bit bigger than what our townships are, but works with exactly the same tools. So yes, it is possible to do it. But what we have to keep in mind always, and I always have to tell my technicians, so please forgive me if I say it here again, no tech before low tech, before high tech. Only then can we afford it. And it also works in India.
Sure. Thanks, sir. Can we have mic? So can you speak on the mic so that he can also hear?
Where do you see the place for regulations in all this? And while working in India, did you ever feel that some cities would come up very well if you could change certain laws? In the Middle East, there was a financial center that was built, and the Sheikh of Dubai had a new set of laws for that particular place in order to make it more sustainable and something that could happen in a short time. Do you see such things in India?
Again, a wonderful question. absolutely essential. That's why the number one point of our 6 points is called governance. Yes, we need new laws. You know, we made our laws when things were different. We heard that this morning too. If a law does not allow you to do more than 100% of your consumption, then how can you spend 8 hours in sun and 16 hours at nighttime and still have enough energy? It doesn't work. We have to change that law. And it's true for Switzerland too. We have to change our laws in Switzerland too. And that's why in governance, what we are trying to do is not a trick. It's just a trial how to do it, is we form a PPP together with the government. In Pune, for instance, the Pune Metro Region Development Agency has formed a joint venture together with us. It's a 50-50 joint venture called 2000 Watt Smart Pune. And that has the right to adapt the laws as long as they're in keeping with the Indian regulations, but we can tighten them. We can make it more difficult. We can make it also so that the decision-making power is not in Mumbai for a township in Pune, but it is in Pune with the people who are there. But again, this is just a try. We hope that we have success with it. We can show examples, and I welcome all of you when you're in Switzerland to give me a call. I'll show you around these towns. I show you how they can be self-governed to a certain moment. It is necessary to do that, but we're only on our way. We haven't reached the goal yet.
Good. So we are running out of time, so maybe we can conclude at this point. Thank you, Andreas, for the good presentation. And if there
Very
are
welcome.
any questions, we can take it off lately. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for this wonderful, informative session. We hope to achieve our target of net zero by 2050. And thank you for your association for paving this path of reduction and carbon reduction and smart, sustainable living. We will surely send our acknowledgements to you across. Thank you so much. Moving on, we have with us Miyami Som from Daikin, Japan. Daikin is our technology partner for ACRECONF 2022. May I have the stage for Miyami, please?
Can everyone hear me? Okay, if you have any trouble, let me know. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. It's good evening in Japan. Okay, and thank you very much for your kind introduction. Again, I am Minami Soma from CSR and Global Environment Center, Daikin Industries. Okay, so I'm aware that today's overarching theme of today's seminar is the carbon neutrality. I would like to express my gratitude to the ISHRAE for giving me this opportunity to explain about what we do to contribute to carbon neutrality. So in today's presentation, I'd like to introduce Daikin's activities on maximizing the value in well-being and minimizing environmental load through spreading energy-efficient air conditioners and low GWP refrigerant. So next slide, please. Okay. Sorry, which slide are you showing now? Sorry, I can't see which slide you are showing at the venue.
Have you shared your presentation?
Yes, I have.
Okay, it's not showing. Just wait for a moment.
All right.
Okay. So we are just loading your presentation in.
All right, I'll wait for you. Thanks. All right. Yes, that one.
ऐसे ही रन करते हैं व्यू में जाओ एक मिनट
Okay, next slide, please. Yes, that one. Okay. Before I go into the detail, let me briefly show you our company profile. As this information can be reached on our website, we will just have a quick look of each slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are key figures and some keywords that describe our company. We have nearly 100 years of history and have about 84,000 employees all over the world in around 160 countries. Next slide, please. Okay, our chairperson is Mr. Inoue and the CEO is Mr. Togawa. And we have more than 300 group companies worldwide. Next slide, please. Yep. Okay, so these are our products. We have businesses of both air conditioning and fluorochemicals. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so we have more than 87 production bases in 28 countries, including India. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so now I would like to show you the background of our activities. To be specific, both positive and negative aspects of air conditioners. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll start with the positive side. Okay, cooling is essential for human activities to realize productive work in tropical regions like in India, and as well as keeping health and comfort of the people. So cooling is necessary for your quality of life. So with this background, Daikin is expecting that the demand for air conditioners is rapidly growing in developing countries. Okay, next slide, please. Yes. However, when the demand for air conditioners increases, it will also induce larger demand for electricity. And this will lead to construction of new power plants that will increase CO2 emissions. and thus resulting in accelerated global warming and climate change. And I am sure many of you are aware that these days, abnormal weather such as heat wave, floods, and forest fires are causing lots of damages all around the world. Next slide, please. So air conditioners have huge values respectively in human development, health, well-being, and economic productivity. As we are air conditioners manufacturers, I think our responsibility is to provide a solution in which the benefits of air conditioners and environment friendliness go hand in hand. Next slide, please. Okay, so from now, I will talk about the detail of Daikin's policy on carbon neutral and then specific activities that we do. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is our policy on carbon neutrality. In July 2018, we have published Environmental Vision 2050, in which we aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And we also declared last year our midterm goal of achieving at least 30% carbon reduction by 2025, and also by 50% reduction by 2030. Okay, next slide, please. So to fulfill these goals, we think there are two main issues to address. So these are transition to energy efficient air conditioners, which use inverter technology. And the second one is conversion to use lower GWP refrigerant, namely R32, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Thank you. Okay, now let's take a look at the first pillar, spread of inverter technology and its contribution to net zero emission. So as IEA reported last year in its publication, The Future of Cooling, energy demand will further increase as the number of installed air conditioners is expected to increase due to climate change and increasing income levels. IEA also highlighted in the report that appropriate policy actions are necessary to reduce future energy demand. So while climate change and energy are very important global agendas, the reduction of energy demand through the dissemination of higher energy efficient air conditioners is also vital to achieve our goals. Next slide, please. So what is the actual problem? Generally, worst case scenarios like this, as shown in the kinetic diagram on the upper left. So demand for air conditioner increases, and then demand for electricity will increase accordingly. And consequently, you need to build new generation capacity with additional public finance burden. Okay. I think no one will be happy with this scenario. So we have to think about technology which can help to avoid this problem. Next slide, please. So we think inverter technology is the answer. So we believe that one such solution is promoting higher energy efficient air conditioners that use inverter technology. And we have disseminated one so far since 2007. Inverter technology can reduce power consumption by more than 50%, according to our field testing result. So dissemination of inverter air conditioners could bring benefits of avoiding new construction of power plants, generators, And also consumers can get economical benefits by switching to inverter units, because they don't have to use the additional electricity. So potentially, consumers can avoid unnecessary electricity costs in every month. So we promote the extensive use of inverters and aim to lower CO2 emissions by reducing energy consumption when air conditioners are used. So we will keep on promoting inverters globally, including India, to further contribute to reduction of CO2 emissions. Okay, so next one, please. Okay, in relation to energy efficient air conditioner, other than inverters, we are also encouraging to use heat pumps globally, including in India. So heat pumps could satisfy 90% of global heating needs with lower carbon footprint than gas-fired boilers. So by using heat pump, we believe India has a potential for reduction in CO2 emissions by close to 10%. So further policy support and innovation will be needed to reduce upfront purchase and installation costs. So removal of market barriers for innovations, improvement of energy performance. So that's for heat pump. So next slide, please. Thank you. So now I'd like to move on to the next key issue, the transition to use lower GWP refrigerant, that is R32. So remember, the key message is greenhouse gas emissions can be reduced by transition to use lower GWP refrigerant. So since 1980, R22 has been a mainstream refrigerant for use for air conditioner. However, R22 largely contributes to the destruction of the ozone layer, as many of you are aware. So thus, R22 was restricted by Montreal Protocol and replaced the alternative refrigerant. And after the Montreal Protocol, R410A refrigerant were widely used for air conditioners as an alternative refrigerant of R22. On the other hand, R410A has high GWP value with huge negative impact on climate. So consequently, new alternative refrigerant R32 was developed. So the global warming potential of R32 is 1/3 of that of R410 refrigerant. Next slide, please. So these spreadsheets describe how R32 has penetrated worldwide. Here in India, around 90% of residential air conditioners use R32 as of last year. Daikin is supporting the conversion of refrigerants even in emerging countries in order to expand the use of R32. So in 2011, we offered free access to 93 patents for the application of R32 equipment. And also in 2019, we pledged to offer free access to about 100 patents so that air conditioning manufacturers like us around the world can develop equipment that use R32. So R32 has become widespread refrigerant globally since then. To summarize, by using R32, we can reduce the negative impact of air conditioners on global warming because it is low GWP refrigerant. So, well, that is about two main issues we have tackled to contribute to carbon neutrality. So next slide, please. Now, other than the two main issues, let me briefly introduce another activity that we do, which may contribute to carbon neutrality. Okay, so as the graph shows, 11% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions are a result of land use by humankind. So in addition to conducting its air conditioner business, Daikin is also focusing and contributing to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by carrying out forest conservation. This will also help us to contribute to CO2 emissions reduction. Contribute to reduction of CO2 emissions and also giving back to society. Next slide, please. So the goal of this project for 10-year period is to contribute to reducing 7 million tons of CO2 emissions by 2024 by conserving some 11 million hectares of forests. So we do this in India as well. In Northwestern Ghats, villagers are provided with efficiently burning cooking stoves, which means they don't have to cut down as many trees for fuel wood. So this will also help us and support to prevent conservation of trees and help to protect our forest. The number of trees used for fuel was reduced by 10,800. Next slide, please. So let me wrap up my presentation. Okay. Yes. By encouraging to use inverter technology, heat pump, and R32 worldwide, Daikin provides new value that makes people and space healthier and more comfortable, while reducing environmental impact at the same time for the earth, for cities, and for people, and above all, for the society. Next slide, please. Actually, this is the last one. So if you have further questions, you can either write to me or one of my colleagues, Mr. Grab Metani from Daikin, India, is at the venue, so you can ask us questions. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minami Som, for this knowledgeable presentation. Thank you so much, Daikin, for being technology partner with ACRECONF. If there are any questions, do we have any questions from the audience before we move forward? We would like to move forward with the felicitation ceremony for Mr. Anil Kumar Yadav, Director Business, Daikin, India. Thank you so much, sir. Please, can we have on stage? And to felicitate Mr. Anil Kumar Yadav, may I please call upon Ms. Shruti Goel from CWC, Delhi Chapter ASHRAE. Thank you. Please, ma'am. Round of applause, please. Once again, thank you so much, Daikin, for your constant support with Delhi Chapter ASHRAE. Moving forward, we have a panel discussion on net zero aspiration achieved, moderated by Mr. Sandeep Goel. Sandeep has over 25 years of building services consulting experience and has worked as hands-on design engineer and thereafter as project director with successfully designed systems for numerous projects. Sandeep has been closely involved in the design, coordination, and innovation of MEP services, design of over 500 projects, which also includes mixed use, hotels, hospitals, commercial offices, retail, residential, high-rise projects, and plotted development. Mr. Goyal is a committee member at National Building Code of India 2005 and also 2016 Part 4 Fire and Life Safety, Part 9 Plumbing Services, Part 11 Approach to Sustainability. He's been a former visiting faculty for last over 15 years of Masters of Building Engineering and Management at School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, a certified fire protection specialist, NFPA USA, and member Skycrapper Editorial Board 2015-17. Mr. Goyal has attended over 100 design coordination meetings overseas at US, Canada, UK, Middle East, Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Nepal, and list goes on, given as significant. We have Mr. Sandeep with us. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. I'll hand over to you for the panel discussion.
By the time my colleague puts up the things on the system to witness and look at, I'm sure it's an interesting topic, carbon neutrality, talking about it. I think you see pictures in India. How much does a 1 ton of carbon look like? Black hole. How much is the man standing? There's still so much to learn, in terms of, and it's very exciting, I would say. In today's time and day, when we feel, go ahead. All good. Thank you. So can we put this on? Yep. Thank you. So in today's time and day, it is so exciting that the journey can continue further ahead. When, at certain point of time, we looked at green building rating systems. When we started doing that in 2006, 2007, it was exciting. But then as human beings, we tend to do more things. And now we create more challenges for us. And I would not say that these are challenges. These are requirements for us to comply to. So from that perspective, to open up the discussion on the table, I would like to first tell you that, we planned this conference which said carbon neutrality mission possible. And I later realized, I think that was not the right topic for the conference. My apologies to my organizers that we chose the wrong topic. I think the topic should have been, it's a mission critical. Because we have no choice today. If you do not take it up as a mission possible, when we talk about mission critical, it comes as a mission critical factor of a system is a factor that is essential to business operation or an organization. Failure or disruption of mission critical factors will result in serious impact on business operations or an organization, and even also cause social turmoil and catastrophes. Don't you think that suits the right kind of points which we are trying to make? I am not invented this nice English. It comes from Wikipedia, thanks to Google. So it comes from Wikipedia. When you type mission critical, it gives you the definition of mission critical. And of course, it tells you an image of the mission critical. So I don't think we are talking about mission impossible, mission possible. We are talking about mission required, mission critical. So we should probably look at to change it rather than looking at a mission possible kind of a scenario. When we today talk about situations which are data centers, which we talk about clinical facilities in healthcare, which we had a book today. We talk about manufacturing to make sure that our industries work well. We talk about ISO compliances on business continuation. We work for some of the best business houses in the country. And you could imagine, there is not an iota of acceptance for any failure. It has to work like an operation theater. There is no possibility for you to lose air conditioning, data, power, fire safety, water supplies, drainage, flood systems. Do you have anything which you can say, I'll bear with it? Do you have a possibility to say that? You don't have that possibility. So we are on everything on mission critical. It's difficult, exciting, but very satisfying. When we go back home, we enjoy a good day's work, knowing we have done our best. And the day next is very exciting because we'll do something more. So from that perspective, I have got a team of people who are there with me in my mission. And the mission, which I should call as mission critical, and I call the man first over here is Mr. Rotin Banerjee, who comes to us from Taj, Director of Engineering at Taj Hotels, a man so humble and simple. I sent him a WhatsApp saying, sir, can you be my panelist? He said, what time? When? No nakhra, no, I will see, I will get back to you. Nothing like that. And I always tell, thank you, sir. I always say to my people in my office, we should learn from Taj the hospitality, the level of service. And I tell my people that you should adopt the policy of what Taj follows for clients. They follow up something what is known as in 2 bells, the phone should get picked up. If your phone is ringing for more than 2 bells, it's not respect. And that's what you feel at Taj. Sir, you have been a glory to my country, to our country, the best of Tata brand, the ethics, the honesty, the policy. We cannot say the words. There will be less, words to choose for. As an introduction, Rotin sir comes as the director of Taj Hotels and Palaces. He is primarily from the Dayalbagh Educational College, Varun, from where Mr. S.P. Jain Sahab has also passed out. And he is with the Taj Hotels from 2015 onwards. Previously to that, he was with, I think the number of years you have been at Taj is how many years, sir, you've been? 17 years. So I think a big round of applause to Rotin Saab to continue the mission and journey. Thank you so much, sir. My next good colleague is Dr. Varun Jain, a friend with whom I learned the spelling of what is VRF and VRV. And I know him for last 27 years. And our friendship continues. As consultants, we are still the best buddies, I would say that. Every time the meeting finishes, he says, meeting khatam ho gaya, thodi der ghum ke aate hain. Sir, वो सब आप बोलो. आपके लिए पिलर होगा, मेरे लिए दोस्त है. So Varun is, of course, somebody whom, when I used to be meeting him, every time, SP Jain Sahab used to tell me, thoda jara isko samjhao. Not that, because it always happens. Today I tell Varun, tum jara mere bete ko samjhao, kyunki wo mujhe nahi sunta. So that's how I think family goes on. And we look at each other, as friends, buddies, in help, in crisis, in celebration. Thank you, Varun. It's been a great journey. Of course, Varun has been in California for 2 years. He has been with the, with his PhD, MTech. All that doesn't matter to me, my dear friend. I'm sorry. You can read his profile. It's available on the internet. Thank you. Mr. Lalith Bhardwaj, the man with a smile, a man who comes from DLF, who is the vice president at DLF, works under tremendous pressure, makes us work under tremendous pressure, always says with a smile, "Arey yaar, isko aaj khatam kar do." As a client, wo to tarika hi hai kaam karane ka, Thank you, Lalit ji. And another man whom I should again say humble, I sent him a message saying, Lalit ji, we need some senior management owner from DLF, and I would like you to be part of our team. And he said without a wink, कि सुबह मैं 3 बजे से पहले नहीं पहुंच पाऊंगा. I have an important assignment, and he was here with us at 305. Thank you, Lalit ji. I do not, of course, Lalit ji, how long you now been at DLF? 16 years. So यहाँ पर tradition है, 15 years plus वालों का. Thank you, Lalit ji. So I'm sorry, I'm not giving their complete background about how many years and which year they passed out and all that. For me, they are legends. They tell us, they explain us, they hold our hands, they guide us, they give us ideas, and I think that's very important than anything else. KD Singh Saab, of course, the man with a smiling face, a man who's there to always solve the problem. And I am surprised the way he maintains his school, the way he actually works. How many years now, KD sir, in the fraternity? 32 years. So that's another rank. 15 multiplied by 2. Thank you, KD Saab. A man who will always come with solutions, with smile, who will always say, चलो इसको देखते हैं कैसे करेंगे. आप छोड़ दीजिए, मैं आपके इंजीनियर से बात करता हूँ, कल सुबह तक कुछ निकालते हैं इसके बारे में. A man who will never trouble you, who will always be the problem solver. We worked with him. I should compliment him for the Tata Sky project. Myself, our team was involved into it, and we were working with him at 2 o'clock in the morning because Tata Sky is very, very demanding, because like a data center operations, it cannot stop. Otherwise your TV stops and then you have a problem in the home. And you know very well, TV cannot stop working, everything else can stop, because that keeps you busy with things which you want to get busy with. So of course, thank you, KD Saab. Thank you so much, KD Saab. Kanakraj, my dear friend, please come. A man with a lot of, you need a lot of intelligence to talk to him. Anji sir? No, nothing at all. But with Kanak, if you have to speak, you have to be at a very different intelligence level. You know, he goes into a different field. He's in the field of building energy efficiency. And I'm really good to see climate sensitive cities development. We learn something from him. Cooling, he's a postgraduate from IIT Madras. And of course, you need to be on a different platform when you have to speak to him. The kind of questions he puts, the kind of inputs he puts, it's amazing. Kanak, you are very humble. You are always there to support us. Thank you so much. Abhijit Kulkarni, who comes to us from KBL. And I always say our manufacturers are our backbone for bringing technology. They invest a lot of money in R&D, bring a lot of technologies. A lot of my friends over here are from contracting and from OEMs, manufacturers. I really thank you from the bottom of the heart, because you put in a lot of money in getting technologies to the country. It may be successful, it may not be successful. So we all are putting actually paper to pen, but they are putting a lot of money in R&D, doing a lot of passionate work, and coming and seeking appointment from consultants with humbleness. And I think they do a great job. And I think we should be nice enough to respect them, to give them appointment, because what they are showing us is not just for business, but also to serve the society. Thank you so much. So from that aspect, thank you. Thank you so much. So it's been a long talk, but we need to speak the heart out. Advancing net zero. We are talking about net zero. We are just taking another 2-3 minutes over here. Key principles we are talking about, and we are talking about 2050 roadmap. Measurements and disclose carbon. Reduce energy demand to begin with. If you're on net zero, you need to reduce your energy demand as a basic portfolio. After you have done that, create balance from renewables. And then most importantly, improve verification and rigor so that you are able to do your journey well. So it's not just a very simple way to talk about carbon neutrality. It's much more deeper. It's much more intense. It's much more, I would say, I would use the word, it's much more of commitment with which you have to work on these things. So from that perspective, there is a proper roadmap which provides you how the key principles of World Green Building Council goes around for a net zero kind of a system. The carbon emissions, what you see over here is very interesting. Maybe you're not able to read it, but what I'll be able to tell you over here is that as far as India per capita carbon emission is concerned, we are at 1.7. Vis-a-vis China at 7.1, US 14.4. So if you really ask us by DNA, we are very good. We should pat on our back for what we are. Of course, with the population, we come into a considerable zone here, because with our population, when we multiply by 1.7, we go a little higher, quite high. If you compare to US compared to India, although our per capita is much lesser, but with the number of capita being more, number becomes bigger for us. So some housekeeping is to be done in ensuring that we do the right way. I want to be taking another 2 minutes to just explain how we are able to put across. Sorry, I'll just take this here. Yeah. Some important thing over here, when you talk about net zero, I'm very glad to share with you, the proof of the pudding is in eating and charity becomes at home. So I'm very pleased to tell you a picture which I like to show you. This is what we have at home, at our home. And it's a 5 kilowatt solar panel back at home. And that takes care of electricity back at home, wheeling to the grid. And from there, we are able to check how much power we are generating every day. And we are able to see how much is the carbon emission as well as the number of, the reduction we have done. And the best thing I like to tell you is this. This is our electricity bill at our home. We don't have to pay any electricity. All the power which gets generated from the system actually is able to get through to provide us something is like a kind of a net zero scenario where we don't have to pay any electricity bill. So if you are very passionate about doing things, charity becomes at home. And that's with that approach, we start this talk to please help me with your guidance, with your inputs. So I've got some questions over here, which I will put first to you, Rotin Saab. You are the man because of whom we all get job. We get paid. You pay me, you and Lalit ji, of course. So you are the clients. You are the ones because of which this whole business works. And of course, you depend on others to help you on that. KD Saab gets job from you. I get work from you. Kirloskar team gets work from you. Varun gets work from you. You are our godfather. You serve and you take care of many families. So you are at that leadership role. Now let us tell us what is your approach, mission and vision, which you have in terms of the net zero commitment. As Taj Hotels, what is your vision? Where do you see yourself? Do you think in hospitality where things are very different? You are serving a client who's paying you $150 per night. He doesn't bother for a while that how much of carbon neutrality is adding in. So you have to do a very two-edged sword where one, you have to serve to the client the best of the things. Second, you have to control your energy. How do you work on that, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. You rightly said, see, we as a Tata company, it starts from our leaderships. And we have to follow, we need to ensure things which is needs to be done as a part of the CSR and in part of neutral carbons. Our MD's clear visions are by 2030, we should reduce our carbon footprint by 25%. That is our approach. And by doing that, we have going with the renewable energies as much as possible. And last few years, we have done, which was almost 5% of our total energy. Now we are reached to 25% of, from 5 to 25%. And we are aiming to reduce carbon footprint by 25% in next 2030. That is the one which is we are working towards. Second things, apart from that, we are working towards a single-use plastic elimination. Because in hotel industries, all applications we need these all ancillaries work like water bottles and other things. So for that also, our aim is for next 8 years, it's going to be a total 100% eliminations of plastics. So those are things are in place. Sorry. So that is where we are things, and in terms of ISL commitment and missions is very clear. We will trying to evolve our designer partners, consultants to eliminate, like you can say each and every hotels where we were running our boiler with a HSD, it has been eliminated almost. Few of the isolation area where the PNG availabilities are problem, solar is problem. We are converting those into LPG fired boilers. And if there's somewhere is not possible, then we are using some kind of chemical in our systems, which is called nanofluid, which is further reducing the footprint of diesel uses. So those all step-by-step things are being done in our things. And we are still working, and definitely like.
What's your HLP reduction, Rotin Saab?
See, if you see as a ISCL, we have reduced almost 27% compared to pre-COVID.
Okay.
That is being done. Not organics, because all initiative has been taken by all of us as a team.
So in hotels, there is a very different word. We talk about, basically, there is a lot of difference between HLP and EPI.
Absolutely right.
So in hotels, a lot of value goes into what we call as HLP, heat, light, and power. And EPI is energy performance index.
Absolutely.
So primarily in your case, the spectrum of energy usage is much more. wider. So you said your HLP has dropped down.
Dropped by almost 27%.
And what about water, Rotin sir? How has you
Water
been?
is also has reduced by almost 17.23% something.
That's a very good number.
Yeah, it's almost, you can do 0.453 KL per room, which is internationally is almost 500 liters, but our is all lesser than that.
Of course, I know.
So that is the plus point
Interestingly, what in US is for India, what we call it 135 liters per capita per day. In US, it is known as 135 gallons per capita per day. And the gallon and the liter conversion is 3.785.
Absolutely.
So that's quite a lot as far as India is concerned.
And apart from this, our all hotels are EarthCheck certified, which is equivalent to LEEDs. And we are platinum, almost 47 hotels.
Very nice.
26 hotels are gold in that grade, and 7 are bronze.
But I have a complaint, sir. You are doing less to inspire others. I think you should make it more in public domain. You should bring out this. So with that perspective, you are saying that what's your vision plan for carbon neutrality? 2030.
Yeah, 2030 we are going to reduce by 25%. Okay. That was our business.
From the audience side of it, I was trying to do a research. Anybody who's aware, which is the carbon neutral country today in India? Already achieved carbon neutrality. No, sir, company. Carbon neutral. Yeah, thank you, Gedi sir. We'll definitely take that link. Bhutan is already carbon neutral.
Absolutely,
and we will get that number from you. So I think that's another interesting exercise. But what I will come back to you, sir, that maybe as part of ISHRAE, we would like to take some of the key points from you and make a small little effort booklet to communicate to our stakeholders how they can improvise like you have done as part of their design planning.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
So thank you, sir. I'll come back again to you. Varun, I will now come to you from the owner side of it to the designer side of it. You are carrying the pen in your hand and you are taking the brief from the client. So tell me something, what extent when you are talking and you are doing work with good clients, global, local, all kind of, are the clients making any efforts towards carbon neutrality? Everybody talks a lot about green building rating system. I should not use the word because of FAR related matters as well. But what about the maturity to understand carbon neutrality?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sandeep, you rightly said that nowadays, 15, 20 years back, people not even looking for green building. But nowadays, any project you see, the client start with that, I want to do a gold rating building. And we let us see that how we can achieve platinum, whether we are able to achieve platinum or not. Now that driving force is FAR. What they say is that with gold rating, I can achieve this much of FAR. With platinum rating, I can additional FAR I can build, but do I have sufficient car parks to build in the basement? Then only we'll go with platinum rating. So the driving force is car park and FAR. So yes, today client is whether the client is aware or not, global warming is a global issue, and it is a known issue to everyone. But you said mission critical, what you showed on your slide. I think that message has not gone to everyone because it's more dominated when the client comes to the meeting. It has to come from the management level. Like Rotin said that it's our management who has decided to make it by 2030, 25% we have to reduce the carbon footprint. So that message is not coming down the line. And the first thing on the table is discuss this, that we need to finish this project fast and at lowest cost. To reduce to make it net zero, we have to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We all know. We have to increase off-site or on-site renewable energy generation. We have to be less dependent on refrigerants, which are increasing global warming, and definitely more of recycling of the products so that we can achieve that, which is already a path shown by gold rating and renewable rating to some extent. But to move to that extent, I think that driving force is missing in the client to go with that.
Very nice. I think we go back to the client, sir. Why are you not driving us? Why?
Hello.
I'll come
Good
to you,
afternoon,
Lalitji.
everybody.
I'll tell you. Thank you, Lalitji. So you have to push us, sir. I think you have to demand. You have. I go to client's office and I say, kill us, demand from us, ask us to perform, and then only I think the best from us will come out. We cannot be passive.
As a team DLF, actually we are putting and pursuing very hard to get the things, and even the our company is creating a very good team, and my team member already sitting here, Mr. Sanjeev, Grace, we are working very hard to implement all those things in our building. That is why we are getting extra premium, being India's, you can say, global leader into the market in leasing business.
Absolutely.
That is why the people even paying higher and coming to our building.
They
The reason is that we are giving them best, and we are working, still working. The senior management also pushing very hard. Our team is working day and night to standardize all those things and implement. And not even when you see look into the NBC, just suppose I'm giving an example, 45 liter is the water consumption we are taking, but we are designing on that, and forget that what is happening after that. But in our company, what we are taking, we are designing, we are monitoring, and we are measuring in operation also. And after collecting the data from last 2-3 years, then we observe that how much water we have saved in last 3 years. So all the data definitely we will share with you while doing some meeting in NBC. So we have reduced a lot in water conservation.
So why not change the baseline itself?
Yes, we have already started changing our design pattern.
Sure.
We have already reduced to 35 liter per day by using aerators and PRVs and all those other equipments. Technologies. And in Chennai also, in Gurgaon also, we are having a huge data in, you can say, water supply system, wastewater system, and we are seeing that, and because of that, we are getting extra edge over our competitors. The people prefers to pay higher and come into our premises rather than going into somebody else. And so you better understand. And these are the things that we always try to implement, and we are implementing, and the large team is working on that.
I think my understanding is people not only want to work good, they want to partner with the best. So here we get a client who is the best, who works towards best. And I think the win point is that while their lease values could be X, and it's a very live example, there are clients who are willing to pay that much because they know by paying that much, in some way they are giving due respect to the environment. And I think that's one thing which is a very good case study, Lalitji. You should go back to the society and you should inspire others to follow your footprints. Look, business is good for everybody. If you make 10 more buildings, you will get more business. Business doesn't stop, but I think inspiration and lectures of these types from your side will help others to follow your footprints.
Even you can see that we have installed a very huge capacity of STP in Gurgaon, which is even bigger than municipal STPs. And we are continuously working on that, and we are improving using new technologies and making our water of very good quality, and we are using into all our the phase 5 and golf course. You better.
You know, I'm myself witness to it. When you work for DLF, they said don't put an STP in my project. We have our master STP. It takes care of it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
KD Saab, you come from something which is the man who wants money, the contractor.
But doesn't get.
You can complain. हम बोल सकते हैं. So I think but what I know about you, KD Saab, you are more than, I think, just a contractor. And I would say we should shed away this thought process that a contractor is not technical. He's there only for money. I think he is one of the great examples. And I respect other colleagues whom I meet, whom we should put trust. If we don't put trust, I'm sure they'll not perform. And that's where how we work is we tell the contractor, you are my partner, we'll work together. And I think that's very important as a culture we should develop in our society. He got paid, sir?
Of course, I got paid.
That's it.
So it was a pleasure working with Rotin Banerjee, and I think one of the largest challenges we faced in the capital kitchen was that the hood installation was done at a height of almost 13 to 14 feet. And then we faced the great challenge of seeing that the exhaust would actually meet the requirements and there would be no
and then
smoke.
you did a tab for it, then you check the statics on it.
Yeah, so I think we enjoyed and it was a wonderful project that that ultimately turned out to be.
Yeah,
So the
sure.
display kitchen. And,
So, Keddy sir, what I want to know from you, how much people listen to you when you go and meet up with, I know you work for some of the great clients, Infosys, ITC, and you work for some of the non-great clients as well, because you have to make money, you have to be in business. How much are you heard? People do give respect to you, or you feel that you are not getting the right kind of audience to be heard, and people are not willing to come ahead and they just want to do a prototype kind of work? What's your experience? Is the trend changing in the country?
I think the trend is now changing in the country, and I think system integrators who add value to a project are always given the first right of refusal.
Okay.
So I think one great change is that definitely, you are heard, you're given an opportunity to work, but it all boils down, as Dr. Varun Jain said, it all boils down to the final price, as what price do you reach, but that's a commercial call. But end of the day, I think what you asked was that whether, we are heard out, we are heard out. But the unfortunate part is that we enter the value chain, we enter the
Much
value
later.
chain very late in the
Much later.
system. And when you want to make changes there, or you suggest changes there, sometimes because of time constraints, the commercial considerations, and also, it's a debate between maybe a experienced system integrator like me and a very knowledgeable consultant like you. There could be a debate, and we need time. We need time to sit down and sort that out. And many times a consultant does, the owner does not have that much of time for a project. But end of the day, I think I'm only very proud to say that we've been working on projects where we are heard. We also believe that the system integrator is the most important person in the value chain.
Absolutely.
It's end of the day a partnership between the owners, the consultant, the project managers, and the system integrator, which helps to bring out a nice and a good project. Now, coming back to our contribution in terms to the carbon neutrality scenario, I think one of the very important factor, one of the very important aspects is that everything cannot be put down on a drawing. Many times when you go to execute a particular project, you have to make sure that, whatever installation you're doing, for example, if you have to look at the pumping efficiencies, you have to see that your pump head, is not, you've not crossed the limit what the consultant has designed, or how you can improve the pumping heads. Maybe simple things like not having 90-degree bends.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Long
having
radius.
smooth transitions. Maybe in the time of ducting, when you're doing your ducts and you have a bends right at the start of the air handling unit, you don't allow the air to move free. The first few meters, don't have a straight run. You have static pressure losses. So end of the day, these are small examples of what a system integrator can do to bring value to the entire system, help save energy. And finally, but not the least, is what kind of commissioning that you can do. End of the day, something which you don't measure is something that you don't know.
Sure.
And I think the largest contribution that a system integrator can make to the whole value chain is he does a perfect commissioning job to find out what were the owner's objectives, the designer's objectives, and whether ultimately reached or not reached by measuring it. And most of the times you find that, you've reached a particular stage in the project, in the final stage, that you don't even have time now. The project needs to go, has to go live. There are people who do not want to give you, if a hotel has to be commissioned properly, whether it's the toilet exhaust systems, the kitchen exhaust systems, or any fresh air system, anything that you want to do, you want to measure the pumping system, pump efficiency, etc. You need at least a good 1 to 2 months time to properly commission the entire system.
That's right.
Unfortunately, that is never available. And when that's not available, I think the person who inherits the project, then starts to, investigate, and maybe, the desired
I think
objectives
things
are
could
not
have been
achieved.
sorted out at a much better time without getting into that kind of uneasiness. And that's where I think if we don't give time, and as designers, we also feel that if we don't get the right type of time, it also creates those kind of hurdles where.
So I think very important is when you plan, the project planning is a very important thing. So when it starts, you plan the project properly, and they certainly give. And one more input that I think is very, very important is that, as a system integrator, I've always felt that you have a commissioning agent or an agency at the start of the project who takes you from the start to the end of the project. And he's the person who's responsible to see that the designer's objectives are met. Ultimately, most of the system integrators, you find that the commissioning agency or the commissioning person comes in at the fag end of the project. He is not a magician. He inherits all the kind of problems and try to solve it out, he loses time. So I think the system, if it can be changed and the system can bring in a commissioning agency who's responsible for the complete performance of the system, to see that the system performs as per the desired objectives at the start till the end, is what I would believe would make that project a winner.
I think, Lalitji, this is very important point we should carry back. A commissioning agent professionally engaged as a part of the team.
Yes, definitely.
He's not adding to your cost. You cannot consider that. He adds value to the system.
Yes, I agree with him. Actually, it is definitely required. Actually, we generally, the market scenario is like that. We mostly consume most of the time in design and execution, and commissioning we do generally on the last minute, actually. And so
you hardly give respect. Actually, we should be given as a team.
We have to take care of these things and implement in our projects. Correct. Definitely, no doubt.
Kanak, I would like to know from you, what are the key catalysts for meeting carbon neutrality? What are the I would like to know from you, Kanak, what are the key catalysts which we will need to put over there?
So I mainly come from the policy background. So what I foresee, like 2 catalysts which can be really enable that carbon neutrality critical mission. One is being scientific about, let's say, the goal setting. Whatever goal we set for the project, whether it is for energy, water, air quality, or waste, we need to be more scientific rather than being more intuitive about it. Attached to that, the second thing which is important is what KD sir also mentioned, is about the measurement. So once you set the goal, you need to ensure that you do the measurement, and then only you can do an evidence-based commissioning or monitoring of the whole system. Second thing which I foresee as the biggest catalyst for carbon neutrality would be the collaboration. So we really need to understand like how government and private can work together, how within a real estate, various actors, designers, client, developers, contractors can work together and do a kind of an integrated design process so that we ensure that what sir mentioned, whatever is the objective of the project, finally it gets met while implementing it, and also one see an implementation of it during the operation. So these 2 things from my side, like being scientific about the approach and also looking at collaboration would be the big catalyst.
Sure, I think we will also have some interaction ahead, but Mr. Kulkarni, you are an Indian company with global operations, manufacturing, sales, marketing, research. What is you think is very different in India versus your global operations? Clients' expectations, consultants' demand of more energy efficient system? Do you think happening it better in the Western world? Or do you think the clients and consultants in India are equally demanding to ask you for a better performance and efficiencies of your system?
Yeah. So to talk on about global scenario, mainly the customers' awareness is first thing, which is more. They are more, keen on the efficiencies part, running expenses, then efficiency bands, then not only the efficient products, but they also need to, the products have sustainable kind of patterns. So that is also a very important point. And not only the efficiency and the running expenses, but they are also thinking about the disposal of the products. So to that extent, the customers are very keen in all the aspects. The scenario in India is, nowadays, we are making aware of the customers of all these scenarios. Now customers are also getting feel that where we can save, how we can save, what kind of efficiencies or efficient product and sustainable product can add the value of the overall scenario. And that is now means this overall 3-4 years, we are seeing the changes in India also. But now still we need to go far, and still Indian customers or many of the customers, they are more focused like on capex cost rather than other aspects like savings and running expenses. So I think the scenario will definitely change. We all need to change it. So that is what I feel.
No, I agree with you. Scenario, when you talk about, one of the important things to the audience again over here is that, policy wise, we are lacking. I see a lot of companies under their ESG programs coming up with policies of carbon neutrality. But in terms of policy, we would just like to know, from the colleagues here who would like to pick up the mic and speak about, in policy wise, we are not inspiring the people as a fraternity, as a community. I think I see over here Indian Railways, I've read, TCS, ITC, Mahindra and Mahindra, Adani, Wipro. Now, these are companies who have come ahead with their ESG policies for carbon neutrality. But what is it that is happening on ground to tell a common man, for a designer, a consultant and an architect to set the benchmark to become carbon neutral? This mission and vision of the Prime Minister, and the promise will not happen from 20 companies in the country. There may be global leaders and players, but I think it has to penetrate to a more strong foundation, and that education is required at a very earlier stage in our country. So would you like to share your views about it, please? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to talk about this design brief part. So in our country, like, we do take project more as a assignment or a consulting, but we are hesitant to take projects on performance oriented.
Correct.
Right. So it is very important, like when we define this design brief for an architect or an engineer to design a service, at that time, if we are able to put these benchmarks, performance benchmarks, it can be carbon neutrality or it can be broken down into individual system or the component level. That will really enable the team to think together so that one is able to achieve it better. So maybe design brief definition is something which owner or the client has to work towards to define a good benchmark or performance-based targets, even connected to the payments, I would say.
I agree with you on that. I think that is a better way to get quality consulting into the picture. KD sir.
So I think, Sandeep sir, three things come to my mind, I think, which are most important if we are talking about achieving carbon neutrality and changing this way that we think. First thing is that I think the evaluation of a project cost should not be based on only the capex. It should be based on a life cycle cost.
Agreed.
So when you once start working on the life cycle cost, and you say that this is the life cycle cost and this is the capex, I think then at the top level, when it starts, when you start thinking that what is the life cycle cost for the particular system installation that you are going to do, and what is going to be the payback period, I think that will make more sense to the financial pundits, because we as engineers generally are overridden by the financial, the financial pundits, the CFOs of companies, who tell us, well, when this project of 10,000 square meters was done at this square meter per cost, why can't your project be done and I want 20% lower? So I think the first thing that we talk of is of the life cycle cost. If we start evaluating projects as a start of the life cycle cost, whether you call it a policy decision or the decision at the top, that's the way it is. Point number two is that if you start labeling your buildings, of course, I think ISHRAE has already started that exercise, that you start labeling your buildings, you call it a 5-star rated, you call it a 4-star rated, you call it a maybe whatever stars that you want to give that building. Once you start rating those buildings, and those buildings should be given as a policy a reduction in the tariff bills, or some incentives, which actually can make investment attractive for owners and for promoters, right? And I think finally, as a policy, we must focus on something which I think India has a huge surplus, as something that we have a huge amount of waste that we generate. So, if we can convert that waste into energy, that organic waste can be converted into, things like biogas, and can use that biogas for, doing whatever that you want to do, or you move to refining that biogas into, CNG. And then now we're talking of converting biogas into hydrogen power, whether it's blue hydrogen or green hydrogen. We are slowly moving towards carbon neutrality. I think that's another policy decision if we all can sit together, because India is a country which generates a lot of waste. If you see the statistics, with 1.1% increase in the Indian population annually, the waste generation is 4.1%. And you see all these waste being, dumped into the sanitary landfills. And if you go to the statistics, you will find that by 2050, you will need a place like Delhi to, store all your waste. So I think as a policy, if we can work towards waste to energy or waste to wealth, as we call.
So I feel, like we have a taxation policy based upon the kind of energy consumptions you are doing in your arena. So whatever is your, hello. So what I'm saying is that just like a taxation policy, we need to give a goal for corporates to also match up, to meet up with the eventual requirement of the carbon neutrality. If we do not come out with policies of that sort, and we are only looking at GST related, revenue-based system, and not putting incentives and penalizing based upon the kind of things what you're doing. I'm sure what we heard today also from here is that we had talked about that if your data center is consuming more power than what my country would accept, then you are going to give it back to me as a penalty. And that kind of a system, if we work around on it. But on codes and compliances, our codes do not talk anything about carbon neutrality yet. I think as a curriculum in schools, colleges, codes, we need to start that kind of an effort to bring it out to the young engineers.
Yes, before coming to that, I would just like to add two things what KD Singh ji and Kanak just mentioned. KD Singh ji mentioned that we should have the equipment selection and everything, design the building based on life cycle cost. But important is this, that how much of our engineers, designers are competent to do actual life cycle cost. They just talk about simple payback period, which is a simple calculation, but actual life cycle cost should be analyzed with what is the escalation of electricity, what is the escalation of fuel rates, what is the NPV, net present value. All these things should be brought into picture, and our designers are not competent to work on that. And second thing, what Kanak said is the performance rating of the contract should be based on performance of the building, which is very right.
Yeah.
Today we see the interior architect and architects, they visualize what they're giving, and to meet that, they upfront tell to client that if you compromise on the product, it will not look like the way we are showing it to you. Similarly, once the performance guarantee consultancy will come, then client will not compromise on cost when we are selecting the equipment. So I think that's a very good point which Connect mentioned that.
I think that way, if we look at the two clients who are here, I think if we get into that seriousness, the quality of design improves revenue. We are able to get that number and predict that number and work on that number more efficiently.
Now, actually, the company has doing a lot in this field, because we don't have choice. All the Fortune 500 companies coming to India and opening their offices, they are coming with their requirements.
Their own corporate policies.
Yes, definitely. Like the company like Microsoft, Amazon, and so many companies, they are giving a list that these are the points we really need. And then we don't have any choice. And so the time has come and we have to opt for this carbon neutrality. Otherwise, it is going to create a lot of problems.
Rotin sir, for you also, there is now net zero hotels, which are gaining very popular.
Absolutely.
So I think the vision plan to go to that level of net zero hotel itself will give a lot of morale boost to the fraternity in terms of a hotel project operating on net zero, kind of a scenario.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We are working towards that. And like rightly Mr. Bhargava said, our client also, they ask for the hotels when they go for the hotels in RFP, what are the all energy green initiatives has been in place? Does this due to things are there? If it is not there, they will not come back to us. So we also ensuring the things are there in place in terms of water energy saving, water saving, energy savings, all, and air quality also very important for nowadays,
which is in a way energy demanding, but then you have got to balance it out with respect to the quality of air which you provide in this case.
Right.
Sure.
And in terms of the like Mr. KD Singh also said, we take designer indicators and designers when we plan for new properties also. We have a footprint which is for the plant, it has to be very centralized which less manpower.
Your own policies of design guidelines.
Yeah, and there is a minimum percentage of HLP has to be designed for that.
Yeah, that's
like for the normal pocket types hotel industry or Vivanta or Prime, it should not be more than 5% of total revenue. For the luxury hotel IaaS, it should not be more than 7% of. So based on that, designer designs and give us all.
Sure, I like to share over here. Peter Ramsey was our peer review consultant hired by Infosys when we were designing, and he landed up giving us a blueprint saying so many watt per GPM. And when we looked at him and we say, how could you have watt per GPM without considering the head requirement? He said head should be 0. There should not be any head of the pump. I said, how is it possible? He said, do reverse engineering, do long radius band, do velocities of pipeline in such a way that your pump head is 0. So I will only give you some pocket in the coin for watt per GPM for the water to flow. And KD sir was looking at it and I said, how your equation works without the head, because GPM, watt has got a relationship to pump curve, which has got GPM and head, both parameters to work. He said head is 0. There is no head which I'll give you. So very surprising. I think we have to push the envelope. We have to demand, we have to put in the requirements very specifically. So can we have some questions from audience so that, you know, we can have a good interaction? It's a good time to grill our friends here. I think, whatever, Ashish ji, please help us. So I think it's a great opportunity. We should look at how should we increase the envelope? How should we push ourselves? And as I told to you, charity becomes at home. So if we do the right things of, you know, using the things, and probably if you get a water test done back at home and throw the RO into the dustbin and buy a UV for your home, I think you have done a good attempt to be a little bit to save energy and save water. So you are saying something.
Thank you. So there were performance related talks today, I mean, most of them. Best-in-class consultant designs, best-in-class projects, they are implemented using best-in-class products. So where do you think the problem really comes? Is it the, my question is very specific to HVAC. Is it the BMS integrator who is installing the BMS, he's not installing the automation system properly, or it's a maintenance issue, or the maintenance capability issue that they are not able to operate it properly? I mean, where the problem really starts?
I'll just take 2 seconds on this, sir. It's like when you press a mobile phone digit, all the 10 digits have to be synchronized. Otherwise, you get a wrong number. So from the blueprint to the commissioning, to the handover, and to the maintenance, and now I have my experts.
So my experience of a system integrator only tells me that the strategy document must be written at the start of the project. I would believe that you start writing a strategy document which says that you would want to have a particular EPI, or you want to have, if you go to the plant room, you have an IKW per ton that you want to achieve with a system efficiency, not the plant room, but let's say that you want a system efficiency of, let's say, 0.9 kilowatt per ton for a water cool unit. And then you start working backwards from there. And then as you're doing this, you digitalize the building. You have an algorithm which is built in by people like you or some pundits and experts who are the BMS and EMS experts, who can actually, you know, write that algorithm and digitalize the entire operation of that building and see that it is actually you know, implemented in the right manner. As what Sandeep sir said, is my experience also tells me that the air conditioning is done by people like me, the BMS is done by somebody like Honeywell, pumps are supplied by somebody else, and getting all of them to get married, making them talk, the protocols. So, you know, if it's Honeywell and I've got a Siemens VAV box, I'll find a huge problem, you know, to get it integrated, because there are going to be, you know, battles in terms of the egos that Siemens has done this and Honeywell has done that. So I'm not trying to name anybody, but I'm just saying, just for example. So I think the best thing is that as a designer, we start at the level 0, write a strategy document, follow it rigorously, generate a algorithm which makes the system work as per that, and measure the results at the end of the entire thing. I think that's what I would believe would be the path forward.
I would also like to make a point just aligned to it. So we also venture into IoT systems for HVAC. So what we feel is the whole procurement needs to move from a product procurement to more of a product service procurement, so that you really see the benefits. And this product service procurement should be connected to the performance. So once you have that kind of a brief of defining a plant manager or a BMS system, then you will see that the purpose of that installation will really get into the operation of it.
And many times we miss the point of even writing a sequence of operation. So I think that's where the gap comes, probably. Yes.
Yeah. So I have a question to Mr. Robin. You mentioned that you have a vision to reduce carbon footprint by 25 to 30% in coming this 4-5 years. That's what you said.
Absolutely.
So I just Google it out and I find that India is one of the country which is committed to net zero by 2050. And if we go by this, which means that by 2030, we should be ideally reducing 45% instead of doing 25 to 30%. So what is your intake on that? I mean, if you have a vision at the moment that in this way, so you will never be able to reach
2050 or 2070. So I think you need to correct. If you said 2050, India's vision of reaching the carbon neutrality goal is 2070.
No, yeah, you're right. Most of the countries are committed to 2050. Yeah.
But our is with the next 8 years, we want to reduce that much. And because we have a challenge, because our few of the units are in remote areas where the feasibilities are less. So that is the reason it is not, we mean able to measure what is the thing. But yes, by doing major our hotels, which is there in metro cities, we are planning to reduce by almost 25 to 27%.
But Paresh, it cannot also be a linear curve.
Yeah.
You know, you also have to see the leapfrog. Yeah. As technologies improve, they become more cost effective. Your viability to reduce will become better in futuristic time to come. Today, we have got the level of automation we have achieved in last 10 years was not at all there what it was there in last 10 years. So it's not going to be a linear curve, but yes, I presume that you have to keep a very strong eye on what you are performing at.
Absolutely.
Because in one day Rome can't be built, so you can't be suddenly 2050 done or 2070 done. So if you are having a tracking mechanism in place, I appreciate that. And I would like to see somebody else also coming today. Infosys is carbon neutral, 2021. So that's what I read from the Infosys ESG report. Now, when Indian Railways is thinking of carbon neutrality, I think it's very inspiring for others to think of it.
And Sandeep, let me tell you, for last 18 months was not good for the hotel industry.
Yeah.
But for the coming financial year, we have got the special sanction for the capex, especially for the energy conservations.
Sure.
For all the big hotels, it means almost 3 to 3.5% of total revenue of the.
I would imagine, Rajin sir, where will Indian Railways be actually by looking at carbon neutrality? It's all carbon, all the air. So it's very, very significant for them to look at that, sir.
Before that, one more question to Mr. Lalith. Though Taj have some vision that, some vision by 2030, they should be reducing this much of carbon footprint. So why can't we, DLF as a big, who is all across presence, and you don't have any kind of target set from your top level, that by this much of year 2030, you should be reducing that. I mean, the way I think you speak on that, the question which is asked by Sandeep is more like a firefighting, which, you have reduced this much, you have reduced this much. So instead of having, individualistic, can't we have an approach from DLF, from the top management that, okay, by this much of year, you should be reducing this much of footprint. I mean, that's.
Yes, actually, DLF has already started. They have hired a good team of professionals and they have started working on that and they are doing that. I think in the next few months, 3-4 months, we will document all those things and we will work on that. And we have already started. And
your ESG policy.
Yeah. Actually, we are working on that, and very soon, actually, you can say we have already started with the consultants like Sandeep, Varun. Everybody is working for us, and we are working on that. But now the company has recruited a good team, especially working on these things. I think I am hoping in the next 3-4 months, we will come with all documentation and what will be our plan and how we will do that. Even in old building also. Actually, we are not working on the new projects. We will work on the old building as a renovation and due diligence. We have already started.
Paresh, 10 seconds only, then I'll go to Seth sir. You know, another challenge is we work for DLF. Their watt per square feet is being also put onto the table very clearly.
Yeah.
The challenge is there are people who are coming for lease and they do not digest that DLF will give them 5 watt per square feet because they feel their server, their lighting, their blah, blah. So they also have to mature, you know, the lease companies who are coming for the leasing have to realize the requirement. Yeah, so you want a beautiful building, but they want 10 watt per square feet. So they also are into a different kind of a situation where Google can reduce their energy consumptions because they have all internal policies. Here they are serving to the client. So those are the challenges. Seth sir, I think we will have something. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amazing.
And since we are having a team of intellectual on the dais, as well as many intellectuals are sitting around, if anybody can contribute, they should definitely tell us what should be the part of syllabus. If anybody can give some lecture to the professionals, because this course what we are developing is not only for freshers, we are developing it mostly for professionals working in the industry. And so far we have targeted only 60 hours course, a small course where we will be doing that. So my
thanks for your appeal, sir. I'm sure. Thanks for your appeal. What we will do is that probably from ISHRAE side of it, we'll make a flyer requesting people to volunteer and come and help Goel Saab and yourself, sir.
Yeah.
We should help each other to help the society.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So I think
one question. Last. We are talking more on the urban landscape. My question to panelists is, the major guzzlers are in the tier 2, tier 3 cities and industries. That is where a real reduction of carbon footprint is coming. And all of us have to really, as consultants, think of how to reduce and work on this. And what is the view of the panelists on this? Especially, I would like to talk to Mr. Lalith Bharadwaj and Ganeshan and you, sir. So that because all three of you as consultants, in tier 2, tier 3 cities, we don't have the infrastructure for reducing these carbon footprints.
Sir, I think we are talking about net zero energy, net zero carbon, net zero waste, net zero water.
Yes.
So I think there are many dimensions to it. And as I said, there could be corporate policies, but charity begins at home. We should look at means and ways. And as what Seth sir was saying, if we try to bring this as a part of our curriculum in schools, colleges, I think we will do a more justice. We have a long way to go, but I think we have to start the preparation and we have to be on track. We have corporates who have already committed, and I'm sure we should appreciate their hard, commitments onto it. And I think as policy holders, we should also take the message to our family and friends in whatever best ways we can do. And I'm really thankful for your insight. Sir, please go ahead.
Okay, just to give you on the product side, as KD sir, then Sandeep ji and a lot of people said about the efficiency and life cycle cost. So KBL has got a complete pump series, lowest life cycle cost series. So it was launched in around 2008, 2009, but we have supplied the most pumps in US and European market. Then we start selling this product from 2010 over here. So the best part of it, it is a sustainable, efficient product. So the normal conventional product or pump loses efficiency 1% per year, but this product is going to restrict the efficiency depreciation by 0.25%. And if we take a look into 10 years span, it is a huge saving. So that is one product which is a good product, and we are promoting that. Second thing, KD sir and then all people talked about monitoring. So something we monitor, then only we can improve. So that kind of IoT solutions we have got as a Kirlosmart. So by that we can monitor online the pumps and our systems from any of the place, and that can improve a lot of things. Third thing is we have got a power generator, kind of water power generator, which is a clean source of energy, which can generate a power. It can be fitted in the pipeline. So it uses the excess energy available in the water and it produces the electricity. So that concept we have launched recently in miniature kind of or small kind of mobile equipment. So that is one area, and then the solar is another area where we are
Sure, I think
into it.
we have got countless areas, sir.
Yes.
I'm very, very happy
Yeah,
about it.
thanks.
And I'm really glad that you have paid attention to it, and awareness and commitment is the only way we can succeed. With that, I thank all of you to be part of our conversation, and we sure that we will act as catalyst in moving
Big
forward.
thank you to you, Sandeep, for organizing this.
Thank you, sir.
An absolute heartfelt thank you to this amazing intellectual jury of panelists that we had here. It's been our pleasure and honor, and I'm sure we had some amazing insights and views from each one of them. And with such an amazing stalwarts of this industry, I'm pretty sure, and all of us are pretty sure, that we will soon reach our mission of carbon neutrality, and we'll make it possible in years to come. Thank you very much to each one of you, and also a big thank you to Mr. Sandeep Goyal for conducting this panel discussion. So without you, this wouldn't have been possible. Thank you so much for your time and so much of energy and enthusiasm in you. Thank you to each one of you. We will have a short felicitation ceremony for our panelists. May I please call upon Mr. Arvind Surangi and Mr. Uma Shankarji on stage for the felicitation ceremony. Just, yeah. So I will start this with the first one would be Mr. Rothan Banerjee. Can we have Mr. Rothan Banerjee? And can we have Mr. Uma Shankar? Can we have Mr. Varun Jain? Mr. Uma Shankar.
I'll take this opportunity I think a big round of applause for Dr. Varun Jain. He's been the pillar of DCI this year, done exceptional work. So big round of applause for him.
Thank you so much. Next we have Mr. Kanagraj Ganeshan. Can we have Mr. Lalith Bhardwaj? Mr. Abhijit Kulkarni. Please, round of applause should continue. They gave some amazing insights to us today. We have Mr. KD Singh. Sir automatically adds it to its suffix. KD sir. And finally, we have Mr. Sandeep Goyal. A big round of applause for this amazing panel discussion. Thank you so much. With this, once again, I would like to thank each one of you for your time and.
Just want to add one
Yes.
thing. The most appropriate person to moderate this panel discussion, Sandeep. Sandeep means solar light. Sun and deep.
Thank you so much. With this, we've come to another tea break, and then we will come back at 6:10 for our installation, DCI chapter installation ceremony. But before we break, once again, I would like to thank our sponsors, Our title sponsors, Kirloskar Brothers Limited, Sustainability Partner, Danfoss, Networking Dinner Partner, Willow, Blue Partner, Grundfos, Innovation Partner, LG, Technology Partner, Daikin, Green Partner, System Air, Emerson, Xylem, and Lunch Partner, Paramount Polytreat. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's please come back and resume at 6:10 sharp for the installation ceremony for DCI. Thank you, everyone.